Speak of the Devil, Devil's Own Book 3, by Sierra Graves.
Chapter 1. Samazrael. Ashmielle's eyes were closed, her chest steadily rising and falling with every breath. She wasn't sleeping. Her emotions being locked down told me that much. She'd been dozing on and off for the last hour, despite my efforts to convince her to simply let herself stay asleep. At the same time, I wanted to ask her again what Peter Torrell had told her back at the compound. She'd rushed through those few harrowing moments, her words tripping over themselves. Whether she meant to or not, she hadn't told me everything. I needed to know what else that bastard in charge of the Order of the Unholy Dragon said to her. Lucifer was going to be here any minute. Word was sent to the safe house not long after we arrived here that Lucifer and the Black Hearts had returned to the compound. I'd hoped Peter and his hunters had stuck around long enough for Lucifer to finish them off, but doubted we'd be that lucky. How they'd managed to break the warding left me flinching at every creaking tree branch outside the windows. Rollins assured me he'd been over the protections here 5 times, but had said he'd go over them again if I asked. The demon hunters had found us twice. Someone on the inside had to be giving them information, but who? Anger spiked white-hot in my chest. No, I knew who would betray Lucifer. The reason we were all in this situation, to begin with. Knowing Hef remained so close to Lucifer killed me for more than one reason. Dahlia had died for nothing. It wasn't only his treachery that had my vision tinged red, though. Lucifer. He'd ruined everything. I growled, staring out the window while a light rain pattered the glass. Once Lucifer was finished at the compound, he'd be headed here to see us. My fangs lengthened merely thinking of his name. The shock to my system from that damned device used to subdue my rage had done more than prevent me from shifting and tearing the hunters apart. It helped me remember every bit of my life before being tossed in that damned cell. That included why I couldn't recall how important Ashmielle was to me in the first place. How was I going to stand being in the same room with Lucifer? "What's going on with you?" Ashmielle murmured. I glanced her way. Her eyes were open, their silver depths swirling with fire. Her color was still too pale for my liking, and her skin colder than it should have been when I pressed the back of my hand to her forehead. "What do you think?" I said, struggling not to scold her. She wouldn't understand why I was more aggravated at her than usual. "You can be mad at me all you want, but I saved your ass for a change. And nearly got yourself killed in the process." "I told you Peter claimed he was there to save me." She spat the words out, clearly disgusted. "I don't think he was going to kill me. You, on the other hand, would have been slaughtered, so you're welcome." Her brow arched. She tried to sit up, but I gently eased her back down. Kara had been freshening the upstairs rooms when Ashmielle dumped us on the front lawn of this safe house, tucked away in the vast forests, somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains. After she'd passed out on the couch, I'd carried Ashmielle upstairs to one of the rooms, hoping she'd rest better if she were in a bed. She wasn't letting herself recover, and I willed her to give in and stop being a stubborn pain in the ass for once. Knowing Peter had shown up to kidnap Ashmielle only added to the unease stirring in my gut. Nothing about the last few hours was easy to digest, including having so many years of memories rush back to the surface. "You need rest. Stop trying to get up," I ordered gently. "You're bossier and grumpier than normal." "I'm not even hurt," she insisted. "Physically, maybe. You drained yourself for us to get away. It takes time to recover. Now hush and rest." She had no idea how weak she was now, how vulnerable. She couldn't even stand without help. If we were attacked here, she'd be defenseless. The demon hunters never should have gotten that close to her, but they had, and it was my fault. I'd been caught off guard. I'd been too distracted by what we'd just found out, and what she told me about Dahlia's visions. "Something's different about you," Ashmielle murmured, studying me. "What did I miss?" My hands tensed, and the truth was right on the tip of my tongue. I hadn't told Ashmielle why we shared such a profound connection. and why I'd always be furious when she put her life in danger, even if it were for the purpose of protecting me. Nothing, I lied, willing her to simply fall asleep, if only to give me more time to figure out how to tell her, well, everything. One issue at a time. The moment Lucifer arrived, he'd want to know what went down at the last safe house with Peter and the demon hunters. Listening to Ashmielle go through it all again wasn't how I wanted to spend the rest of the night, but we didn't have a choice. Flashes of the fight came back to me, each one adding to the fury building inside of me. A fury straining to get free. I needed to beat the shit out of something, but we were short of demon hunters at the moment. The voices might have disappeared in the flood of my returned memories, but my haggard emotions had only gotten more so. Being unable to unleash hell on those bastards who attacked us left me shaky. Ashmielle's hand slipped into mine, and I flinched. I hadn't even heard her move. She'd scooted to the edge of the bed, staring up at me with a comforting smile and a question in her eyes. Her hair was a mess around her shoulders, tangled from our escape. It only made her more beautiful. "We're okay," she whispered, squeezing my hand. "I'm okay. I promise." I breathed in deeply through my nose and let it out, sinking to the bed beside her. Softly, I tucked her hair behind her ears. When she pulled me into her arms, I stilled and gave in. There was no more point in holding back. I breathed her in, sea salt, lavender, and campfire teasing my nose. I buried my face in her neck, and she sighed. When her mental walls lifted, my arms tightened their hold at the rush of desire striking me to my core. "Samazrael," she whispered, her tiny claws pressing into my back. I turned my head, slanting my lips over hers. I took my time, her emotions crashing into me like waves on the beach we'd left behind. I took them all in and wished more than anything she could feel mine in turn. It'd be far easier than telling her the truth. I recalled her words from not too long ago about the knocks that kept coming. Learning the truth about what Dahlia had done, on top of understanding that Ashmielle's life was supposed to turn out completely different, would just be another punch to the gut. I ended the kiss, pressed my lips to her forehead, then lifted her into my arms. I dragged back the quilt, tucked her into bed, and lightly ran my fingertips over her eyelids, closing them. "Sleep, least for a little while." "Lucifer," she said. I swallowed back a snarl. "He isn't here yet. I'll wake you when he is." "Don't let him take you away from me," she ordered when I was at the door. Two small fires burned in her eyes. She didn't have to say what else she was thinking. If Lucifer threw me back in a cell, Ashmielle would come after me, no matter what it cost her. I wasn't about to make a promise I couldn't keep. Once Lucifer learned how badly things had been messed up, there was no telling what the king of hell would do to me. I pulled the bedroom door shut behind me, waiting about a minute. Opening it again, I smiled, glad to see Ashmielle was asleep. Her worry and love reached me as a tangled invisible rope that wound around me. I shut the door and headed downstairs to find Rollins and Kara. They stood in the kitchen, glaring at something on the round wooden table. I frowned, unsure what they were doing, then spotted the small device Rollins had pried from my neck. My lip twitched, glowering at the weapon that had nearly cost me Ashmielle's life and my own. "I was thinking," Rollins said, leaning over the table and narrowing his gaze at the device, "I think I know how these are powered." "How?" I asked. Ashmielle said Peter and the others had souls. Angel souls. You don't think they figured out a way to separate the grace from a soul and combine it with technology like this, do you? He suggested. I was in enough shock, just knowing the demon hunters had been able to extract angel and demon souls. If Rollins was right, and they found a way to use our natural-born power against us to create weapons that prevented our rages and could knock us out entirely, it was insane. There was no way they'd work out how on their own. Someone would have had to show them the way, someone like us. Like Heth. Heth. The edge of the kitchen table snapped off in my hands and clattered to the floor. Samazrael. Kara asked. "You all right?" Numbly, I shook my head. Dahlia had only said Hef betrayed Lucifer. She never once told me how. Was he using the order somehow? Giving them weapons that would cripple Lucifer's forces, and maybe even the demon himself? The air in the kitchen became thick, the warding picking up on an approaching powerful force. A shockwave of anger followed it, and a second piece of the table turned to sawdust in my grasp. Lucifer had arrived. Kara's face was drawn. Rollins twitched against the onslaught of fury from our ruler. Before, the intensity of his anger would have been enough to have me bowing my head like the others did, in preparation for facing Lucifer. Not this time. This time my rage bubbled to the surface, and I lifted my head, snarling at the kitchen door. I stormed through the house, ignoring Rollins' worried shout. I hit the front door with my hand, hard enough to break it off the hinges, and send it crashing to the porch floor. Lucifer and Commander Bones walked up the narrow dirt path leading to the house, 3 more black hearts behind them. Lucifer hadn't changed his clothes yet. His black shirt and pants were still stiff with the spilled blood of the demon hunter he'd tortured. His nostrils flared when he neared. I made no move to lower my head. Lucifer's silver eyes glinted in the yellow porch lights. The rain had stopped at least. "Where is she?" he snapped. "Upstairs resting," I replied. Was she hurt? Aside from overexerting herself? No. Lucifer marched to the porch, then up the stairs. When he made for the door, I blocked his way, my hand to his chest. His gaze slipped to it. His skin burned beneath his shirt. "Move. You can come inside, but you're not going to see her," I warned. "She's my daughter," he seethed. "I'll see her whenever I damned well please." "Not right now, you won't," I growled, pushing harder against his chest. "She needs to rest. You're showing up here with your emotions on display is bad enough. If you go into that room, you'll do more harm than good. You can wait." "You're out of line, Samazrael." He snatched my wrist, pushing me back, but I braced my feet. Staring into his eyes, I whispered, "Am I really?" He tilted his head, studying me. When his eyes widened a hint, he released my wrist, throwing a glance over his shoulder. Bones had his hand on the hilt of his short sword, and a question in his eyes. Lucifer squared his shoulders and told me to lead the way inside to discuss the attack at the compound. I did as requested, taking him and the others into the kitchen. Kara and Rollins bowed at Lucifer's appearance. "Tell me about the attack," Lucifer ordered, crossing his arms. His presence crowded the kitchen, and I rolled my shoulders, reminding myself why letting my wings expand in here was a bad idea. Keep it together. I had to keep it together. "Samazrael won't snap," and I growled at his approach. "Your king has given you a command." I raised my claws toward Bones. "Back off." Bones' fangs extended, his mouth opening wide. Lucifer yelled, "Enough." Bones moved away. I lowered my hand, kept a wary eye on him, while I relayed to Lucifer what transpired at the compound after he'd left. I faltered for a moment, replaying how I'd been disabled by the device on the table. Lucifer picked it up, pinching it between his fingers. Grace and human technology. Rollins had shared his theory with a shrug, looking even more uncertain now. "It's only a guess, but there's not much else that could stop a demon from raging out as this did. The other weapon hasn't been tested yet, but what you say makes sense." Regrettably, Lucifer snapped, dropping the small metal disc back on the table. "How did you escape?" I quickly told him what Ashmielle had told me, knowing I was missing details. Until she could stay conscious for more than a few minutes, though, this was the best Lucifer was going to get. His eyes were molten silver after I fell silent. "Peter was there to save her," he repeated. "That's what she said." "Yes, but I'm not sure she's told me everything yet." She wasn't exactly coherent for long. Lucifer's anger flared, and I winced, as did the rest of the demons in the kitchen. "From what you say, she used a massive amount of power to save you both. Give me one reason I shouldn't drag you out of here right now and throw you back in a cell." I told her to run. She chose to stay. I don't care what she chose, he thundered, his outburst shaking the house. Dust fell from the ceiling, and every demon except me dropped to one knee before him. It's your duty to protect her, and yet she saved you. You have failed her for the last time. I will return you to your cell, and you will stay there for eternity this time. He snapped his fingers. Bones and the Black Hearts closed ranks, blocking me in while Lucifer glowered at me from across the kitchen table. You'll not keep me from Ashmielle, I whispered, the muscles in my arms bulging. The rage I'd been fighting for the last couple of hours begged to be unleashed. And I was in no condition to stop it. I'm the king of hell. I'll do as I damned well please. I'll tell Ashmielle you said good. I kicked the table at Lucifer, slamming him into the counters behind him. Bones shouted, drawing his sword, but I wasn't about to let anyone stop me. Fire pumping through my veins, I bellowed. A rush of hellfire formed in my hands. I threw it at Bones, striking him in the chest and sending him crashing through the wall into the living room. The two demons to my right rushed in. I grabbed their raised hands, clutching their blades, and threw them to the other end of the hall. Rollins dodged out of the way, shouting for me to stop. There was no controlling my rage, not now. Lucifer's arms were coated in fire, but I was faster. I threw my arms out in front, sending 2 columns of white flames shooting through the air. They collided with him, blasting him right through the kitchen wall and out onto the grass. I barreled my way through the newly created hole, knocking down another chunk of plaster and wood, on my quest to take out 25 years of pent-up anger on the demon responsible for so much pain. So much torment. He pushed to his feet in time for me to strike him in the face with my fist. His head flew back, blood spurting from his mouth. You'll pay for this, he snarled, wiping the blood away. You'll pay first, I snarled. You'll pay for everything. I've done nothing to you, not yet, he shot back, his aura pushing against mine. A wave of heat blew across me like I'd stepped into the middle of a volcano, but the discomfort was barely a pinprick compared to what erupted inside me. You took me from her, I thundered. You made me forget everything. Lucifer went utterly still. What did you say? I remember. Every last detail, it's all there. My hands clenched at my sides, needing to continue my rampage. How could you do that to me? How could you do it to her? Bones yelled from behind me. Lucifer roared at him and the Black Hearts to stand down. Regret rippled through the air. I shrugged, shaking off the emotion. I wasn't in the mood to feel how sorry Lucifer was for what he'd done. You have to understand, you were inconsolable that night. I did you a favor. You have no idea what you did, I seethed. No idea. I was saving you, he snapped. Better to believe you failed me than that lost your soulmate. I yelled and lunged forward, unable to control my rage any longer. My fist collided with Lucifer's face. I landed a second shot on his jaw, and he staggered. His anger slammed into me with a surge of hellfire, but it barely shoved me. I dug in my boots and was on him again, determined to see him bleed. To make him suffer as I'd suffered all those long years. Alone. I kept waiting for Bones to yank me back, but no one intervened. Not that they'd be able to stop me. I no longer saw the face of my king. The demon who stood before me was responsible for so much agony to my soul and Ashmielle's. The need to break him consumed me until that's all there was. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, but it wasn't enough. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew he held back. If he didn't want to use his full strength to defend himself, that was on him. I raked my claws across his face and chest, tearing through flesh and muscle. Lucifer's anger gave way to acceptance and guilt the more I tore into him. He should have killed me by now. Should have blasted me back to hell in pieces. Only he didn't. Red flooded my vision. I threw him to the ground, pummeling his face and shouting furiously with each hit. Samazrael. Hands grabbed me, but I snarled, throwing them off, and returned to my mission of destroying the bastard who tried to keep me from Ashmielle. Stop. What are you doing? More panicked shouts came from behind me, but it was Ashmielle's voice that penetrated the fog. I shook my head wildly, wishing she would have stayed inside. I didn't want her to see me become a monster. Lucifer grunted, and I turned my focus back to him. I got in 3 more shots when 2 palms grabbed hold of my face, forcing me to tear my gaze from Lucifer's blood-soaked body. "Look at me," Ashmielle demanded, the fire in her eyes overflowing with worry. "You have to stop. You have to come back to me now." My lip twitched while I sucked in air, my chest heaving violently with every breath. She had no idea what Lucifer had done to us, no idea. "I can't," I uttered, the words coming out as a garbled growl. "Control it. Don't let it control you." She held out her hand to me. "Take my hand." I gnashed my jaws, struggling to control the inferno ready to explode out of me. "Don't understand what he did," I rasped, glaring at Lucifer until Ashmielle took a firm hold of my chin and turned me to face her. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out," she assured me, voice stern. She offered me her hand again, the steely glint in her eyes, saying she wasn't going to move aside until I did. All those years I spent believing Ashmielle was dead were his fault. The torture he made me endure, and that I put myself through, was because of him. He ruined my life and his daughter's life. Dahlia might still be alive if he hadn't acted so rashly. Reluctantly, I slipped my hand into Ashmielle's, though my claws refused to shrink. She easily avoided their sharp edges and hauled me away from Lucifer. Lucifer slowly climbed to his feet, waving off Bones' assistance. He gingerly touched his battered face, then spat blood. The wounds I caused him were already beginning to heal. Pity they didn't take longer, if only to give him more time to deal with the stinging pain I'd caused him. "You want to tell me what's going on?" Ashmielle demanded. I bared my fangs at Lucifer and took a step toward him, ready to continue the beating. Bones immediately drew his sword, stepping between us, the 2 black hearts doing the same. Ashmielle flattened her hands to my chest, her hellfire swirling madly. "Talk to me. What did he do?" she asked. "What was necessary," Lucifer replied. I bellowed, enraged. Ashmielle shoved me back the second I charged forward. More hands snagged me from behind. I hadn't realized Rollins and Kara were out here too. "Everything I did was to spare you," Lucifer went on. "If I'd known she was alive, don't you think I would have acted differently?" Ashmielle's confused gaze flicked from me to Lucifer. "What are you talking about?" "You," I snapped. "He made me forget you, then he threw me in a cell in hell." She blinked, shaking her head. "I don't understand. You knew me at the bar." "I didn't forget who you are," I corrected. "I forgot what you are to me. You were never merely a charge for me to protect," I explained, my rage gradually breaking and giving way to sorrow and regret. I grimaced in discomfort as my face shifted. The muscles relaxed in my arms and neck. Once my claws were back to their shortened length, I held Ashmielle's cheek. My heart pounded so fast I expected it to burst. "Nor were you only merely Lucifer's daughter. It's why we've been drawn to each other since the beginning." I couldn't explain why, because I'd been made to forget. She leaned into my touch, the fire sparking brighter in her eyes and lighting up the night along with the flame still flowing around her hands and arms. "What are you saying?" "Our fates are entwined. They always have been. I'm yours and you're mine," I whispered. Her brow furrowed, and I smoothed away the lines, wanting so badly to kiss her. Her aura washed over me like a soothing balm, and more tension left my shoulders. "I never should have been parted from you, but I was." I turned my livid glare to Lucifer. His face had fully healed. "You're saying he purposely made you forget all of that?" Ashmielle asked. "Why?" "I believed you and Dahlia were dead," Lucifer explained, motioning for Bones to step aside. "I couldn't sense either of you. Whatever Dahlia did to you with her grace blocked me from being able to feel the fire inside you. To feel anything of my daughter." He hesitated, a dark expression shadowing his face. "When a demon loses his soulmate, it tears him apart. I thought I might spare Samazrael an eternity of agony if he merely thought he'd lost my daughter and not the woman he was destined to be with. So I made him forget what he was to you, and that you were stolen from him. But she wasn't, I argued, and his brow creased. She was never lost to me, not truly, not until you stepped in and meddled. What are you talking about? He said, his tone holding a warning. Dahlia and Ashmielle were never in danger that night. Lucifer's mental wall slammed down, cutting me off from sensing his emotions. Explain yourself. Now. Dahlia arranged for the attack to take place. What? Why? Ashmielle exclaimed. I winced at the sharp stab of irritation which came from her, but it was Bones' outburst that nearly had my rage breaking free a second time. To cause trouble, he snapped furiously. That's all her presence in Lucifer's life ever did. What are you talking about? Ashmielle yelled, the flames in her hands brightening. Bones glowered at her, his eyes solid black. You heard me. You and your mother. You made our king weak. Made him vulnerable. He spat on the ground near Ashmielle's feet. Your deaths tore him apart. Then you magically appear back in his life, without any explanation as to why. Do you have any idea what you're doing to him? What your mere presence is doing to hell? So sorry that I'm alive, Ashmielle screamed, charging forward until she was barely a foot from Bones. So sorry Lucifer's love life interfered with your duty. I'll tell you what I told Samazrael, Bones uttered. You should have stayed dead. Just like your mother. Ashmielle shrieked, slamming her palms into Bones' chest. The force threw him across the yard, and into what remained of an old wood picket fence. He snarled, pushing to his feet. Ashmielle growled right back, raising her hands with their quickly growing claws. Bones, Lucifer snapped, and the commander froze. Take a walk. Sire, Bones began. Lucifer's face morphed, and he growled like a wild beast. Bones bowed and stalked away into the night, sheathing his sword as he went. You must forgive him, Lucifer said, stretching his jaw as if he was having issues getting himself under control. For hating my mom. For believing I changed when she entered my life. He feared I was letting myself become vulnerable. Having someone I cared about so much, add in a child, my only child, and he found himself in a difficult situation. His sense of duty runs deep. I'm afraid that's my fault for being alone for thousands of years. Lucifer's eyes brightened, flicking from Ashmielle to me. You've held back the truth, and I want it now. What happened that night? And so help me, if you try to keep any detail from me, you'll regret it. Ashmielle raised her hand, opening her mouth probably to threaten him, but I grabbed her shoulder, shaking my head. She scowled and lowered her hand. Dahlia feared for Ashmielle's safety. She knew you would never willingly let your daughter go, so she arranged for the safe house to be attacked, and for them to be taken away by demon hunters. She made them believe she was going to assist them in their fight against you. It was the only believable arrangement she could make to get their help. They never would have known it was a setup until Dahlia turned on them. I glared, adding, I was supposed to follow her, but you blocked my memories. You prevented me from finding them. You're the reason Dahlia's dead. You're the reason Ashmielle was left to suffer on her own all those years. The vein in the side of Lucifer's neck pulsed, and the ground burned to cinders around his feet. You betrayed me, he whispered. You both did. She was doing it to protect your daughter, I argued. He shook his head. That's a lie. You're lying. The whip of fire came out of nowhere, latching around my neck and yanking me off my feet. He dragged me across the grass. Ashmielle shouted for him to let me go. Lucifer's mental walls vanished, and I was pinned to the ground by the force of his wrath alone. His fist crashed into my face, nearly knocking me out with the power of the blow. His body altered, and 4 wings sprouted from his back, blocking out the cloudy night sky. He roared, lifting me up by my shirt. I waited for the next strike. A ball of fire exploded between us, throwing Lucifer back. I sat up, waiting for him to charge me again. A wall of fire erupted, keeping us apart. Stop, Ashmielle shouted, hellfire shooting from her hand in a continual stream. Just stop, both of you. This isn't your fight, Lucifer bellowed. He reached out, attempting to push through the wall, but it held. The fire between us flared, pushing him away when he tried a second time. The hell it's not, Ashmielle shot back angrily. Samazrael's not a traitor. You know he's not, especially if you know what he is to me. It's not as if she meant to disappear forever, I said, wincing while my face healed from Lucifer's attack. I was going to find her and Ashmielle. The plan was to send word to you and let you know, but you stepped in. You stopped me from reaching them. Why? Lucifer growled. Why did she leave me? I glanced to Ashmielle and nodded. She hesitated, but pulled the hellfire back into her hand, dropping the wall blocking Lucifer from me. She saw someone betray you in one of her visions, I said quietly, recalling Dahlia's words the night we made our plan to leave. I hesitated to tell the rest of it in front of Ashmielle, but after all this time, she deserved to hear the truth, all of it. She saw Ashmielle being used as a weapon against you. What? Ashmielle whispered. Peter, she said, blinking madly, then scrunching her eyes shut. He said something. Damn it. I can't remember it all, but it was about using me. To do what? Lucifer asked, his voice measured. Ashmielle straightened, looking right at him. To kill you. That's absurd, Lucifer said with a sharp laugh. You may be of my blood, but you can't kill me. The Order seems to think I can, and clearly they weren't the only ones, Ashmielle argued. This traitor. I doubt he was part of the Hunters, or Dahlia would have called him that, and not lied to you. There must be another reason. She never would have betrayed me like this. She didn't, I yelled, growing impatient with his denial. What else do you call faking her death and stealing my only child? Lucifer roared. His mouth moved, but whatever he was trying to say came out as a growl. He paced madly around the lawn, burning a trail of footprints into the grass. I would have protected her, he uttered, the fires raging in his eyes. I would have protected them both. Your arrogance was going to be your downfall, I said. His fangs lengthened. He whipped around to look at me. I continued, it's what she said. She left to protect you as much as your daughter. Believe me or not, but you know what Ashmielle means to me. I would never do anything to hurt her. I can't. Lucifer clamped down on his emotions again, leaving me only sensing Ashmielle's. I kept waiting for her to freak out when she realized the truth of what we were to each other. Not to mention the other revelations that came out tonight. This traitor, Lucifer snapped, marching toward me. Who is it? The one Dahlia saw. Unsure if he'd believe me, since Dahlia hadn't even trusted that he'd listen to her, I hesitated. Finally, I opened my mouth to tell him. The warding flared, alerting us to the opening of a portal close by. I expected it to be another black heart, possibly coming with more news from the compound. I sensed the demon's aura, a second before his body stepped out of the flaming archway. Lucifer, I was told I'd find you here. Hef glanced around, clearly confused at the charred lawn. What did I miss? Samazrael. Ashmielle whispered, squeezing my hand. A growl rumbled through my throat that turned into a maddening shout. I threw myself at Hef, claws extended, aiming for his throat. Chapter 2. Samazrael. Hef ducked under my initial attack. Ashmielle shouted, but she sounded so far away. The constant flurry of emotions that always came for her disappeared beneath my snarling. Hef moved faster than I anticipated, blocking my punch and my kick. He struck me in the sternum, and I threw myself back at him, slashing my claws down his chest. You traitor, I growled, digging my claws in deeper. His face shifted, and the muscles bulged in his arms. Get your hands off me. A whip of fire wrapped around my neck, yanking me away from Hef. I fought viciously to get back to him. The rope tightened around my throat. A second one snatched Hef when he made to take a step toward the still open portal behind him. Bones came running a few seconds later, glowering from me to Hef, as if unsure who he was supposed to focus on. "Why are you trying to kill him?" Lucifer demanded, the rope squeezing my throat. "Have you gone mad?" "Let him go." Ashmielle ran to my side, grabbing hold of the stream of fire linking me to Lucifer. "Not until I get a straight answer." "It's him," I rasped, glaring pointedly at Hef. "He betrays you." Hef's face went blank, then he barked a laugh. "Is this some sick joke?" "It's the truth," I argued. "What proof do you have?" Lucifer acts, and the rope burned hotter. "Answer me." "Dahlia," I gasped, straining to loosen the rope cutting off my air. Lucifer's eyes narrowed, and the fire sputtered out, releasing me. The flames holding Hef in place remained right where they were. "She saw him betray you. It's why she ran with Ashmielle," I explained, protectively pushing Ashmielle behind me to keep her away from Hef. "He's the reason for everything." Hef continued to laugh, wiping a tear from his eye. "You can't believe this." Lucifer stalked toward Hef. "Why not, brother?" "Seriously?" Lucifer tugged harder on the rope, and Hef flinched. Why would Dahlia tell him this if it wasn't true? Why? "I don't know." He grabbed the rope of fire, working to remove it from his body. The flames spread, and 3 more lashed around him, pinning his arms to his sides. "I would never betray you." "How could I? I've been by your side for thousands of years." Whatever Samazrael thinks he heard, he's mistaken. "You're the reason Lucifer blocked my memories," I said, to which Hef stilled. "I remember that night. You told him doing so would be the only way to save me from a lifetime of torment, but actually, you wanted me to forget." "We did it to save you," Hef argued. "No, you did it because you knew Dahlia was onto you." "Lucifer, please, I'm your brother." "Your family," Hef pleaded. Lucifer's eye twitched. The flaming rope sizzled, close to going out. He shifted his gaze to me, then to Ashmielle. Whatever he was thinking was hidden from me behind a carefully constructed blank mask. "Was Dahlia ever wrong?" I asked quietly. "If you won't trust me, trust her." "How can you trust the woman who ran away from you?" Hef said. "Who took your only child with her? How can you believe anything she ever told you?" Ashmielle stepped out from behind me. I grabbed her elbow so she didn't go far. Lucifer turned to her, his eyes narrowing while he studied his daughter. He'd missed out on so much time with her because of what Dahlia did, but she did it out of love for them. "I'm the reason Ashmielle returned to you," Hef whispered. "Remember? I'm the one who found her, who brought her to you." "Silence," Lucifer hissed, and the rope strengthened and contracted around Hef until he gasped. "Dahlia warned me a long time ago you were unhappy with me. You loathed me for being king of hell. I told her she was wrong. Told her you would never turn on me." "I wouldn't," Hef said, and the ropes constricted even more. "Then tell me how you found my daughter," Lucifer ordered. "Tell me, damn it." I waited for Hef to keep up the innocent act, but he sighed as if bored. A small black object slid out of his right sleeve and into his hand. I recognized it and yelled in warning. He pressed the end of the black metal rod to Lucifer's fiery ropes. A bright blue light blinded me. Lucifer cursed, thrown back into bones and the other black hearts. "I suppose I should thank you, Samazrael," Hef uttered. Keeping up this charade was getting old. Besides, my plans are already set in motion. It's too late for any of you to stop me. "You traitorous wretch," Lucifer growled. "I'll throw you in an endless pit of despair for this." "Will you now?" Hef said, laughing. "You believe you're so powerful, and yet you couldn't even find your own daughter." Lucifer jerked as if he'd been slapped. "I found her, though, almost 13 years ago," Hef said, pointing the black rod of crackling blue light at Lucifer. "Sadly, I lost her, and that damned shield Dahlia put on her was impossible to break." 13 years. Ashmielle breathed. Her claws dug into my arm, drawing blood. "What is it?" I whispered. "Ashmielle." Hef's smile turned wicked. I almost had you that night, but Dahlia, after all that time, still had some fight left in her. Not that it stopped me from killing her. I wasn't sure whose roar was louder, Lucifer's or Ashmielle's. She slipped out of my grasp, sprinting to Hef. He removed a small round object from his long red leather jacket and pushed a button. I yelled, trying to get Ashmielle out of the way, when Hef let the object fall. He winked at me and threw himself through the portal. A bright blue explosion ripped across the lawn, deafening me and making it impossible to see. I slammed into the ground with a grunt. Ashmielle's body crashed into me, sending us rolling across the flattened grass. Groans and yelps of pain resounded around us. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness again. "After him," Lucifer shouted. "You find him, and you bring him to me. I want the forges torn apart. I want to know exactly what my brother's been up to for the last 50 years. Bones and the Black Hearts rushed to create a new portal and entered it. I doubted Hef had gone back to hell. There was no chance for me to voice that opinion before Lucifer was in front of me, hauling me to my feet. Ashmielle yelled at him to let go, but he ignored her, wrapping his hand around my throat. He slammed me into the side of the house, his fangs dangerously close to tearing into me. His eyes were pure fire. "You will tell me everything you know," he whispered roughly. "All of it." "Dahlia didn't tell me anything else," I said. His claws dug into my throat. "I swear it." "I don't believe you," he ranted. "It's the truth. She was afraid of Hef finding out she knew. It's why she never told me anything else." I winced when his claws punctured even deeper. "She was going to share more with me, but you intervened." Lucifer bashed me into the wall a second time, then dropped me to the ground. The lost look in his eyes almost made me sympathetic for his plight, until I recalled his refusal to accept the truth was why we were in this mess to begin with. "Why would Hef betray you?" Ashmielle asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," Lucifer whispered. "You bastard, what did you do?" She rushed him, smashing her fists into his chest. "This is your fault. He killed Dahlia because of you. Why didn't you know what he was doing? How could you not? You're supposed to be the damned king of hell. How did you let this happen?" Lucifer caught her fists, bellowing in her face. She shouted right back, her fiery gaze mirroring his. More flames burst to life at her feet, shooting up her body like a second skin. The force of it pushed Lucifer back, and she curled in on herself, shaking. I ran to her, catching her in my arms and folding my wings firmly around her body. I tucked her head against my chest, but nothing I said calmed her down. She screamed and hellfire burst out of her. I grimaced, absorbing most of the blow. What I didn't absorb set the tree branches above us, the grass around us, and the side of the house on fire. Gingerly, I unfurled my wings. Ashmielle groaned, slumping in my arms. "Ashmielle." I smoothed her hair from her cold, sweat-covered forehead. "Sorry," she murmured, her eyes fluttering open. "I can't get a grip on it." Scowling, I hoisted her into my arms and made for the house. "You don't have to apologize for anything." "Where are you going?" Lucifer demanded. "Away from you." "We're not finished speaking." I stilled, glaring at Lucifer over my shoulder. "You can wait." I counted the seconds, wondering when Lucifer's patience with me would snap. He remained silent. I continued to the house, made my way around the front and inside. Except the kitchen had been destroyed. The rest of the house remained standing somehow. After what just happened outside, we couldn't stay here long. Ashmielle needed to rest while she could. In the bedroom, I laid her down and kissed her forehead. "Why didn't you tell me?" she whispered. "About remembering everything." "I was getting there. I promise." She shut her eyes, sucking in a sharp breath. "I feel like I'm losing it all over again. I don't understand half of what's happening. Part of that's my fault." "No," she argued, catching my hand. "You're the one thing I'm not questioning." I sat on the edge of the bed, wishing I could take away her pain and confusion. Her emotions brushed against me in a continual wave, but she was in no state to control them. I wasn't about to ask her to try either. I leaned over, kissing her once more. "Rest while you can," I murmured. "We'll talk about everything tomorrow." She nodded, and I stood. I tried to take my hand back gently, and she held on tighter, dragging me back down. Our lips met. Hellfire seeped from her hands, coiling around us. The flames pushed us closer together until her form molded to mine. I grunted, not wanting to leave her side, but Lucifer's presence nudged me. Reluctantly, I broke the kiss, told her to sleep, and forced myself to walk out of the room. Out in the hall, I pressed my back to the door, rolling my head on my shoulders to stop my rage from rising again. It wasn't all mine, not anymore. Ashmielle's was mixed in there, putting me on edge all over again. Lucifer's presence pulsed throughout the house. Growling, I hurried downstairs, wanting him out of this building before he put Ashmielle through any more torture tonight. He waited for me just inside the front door, his hands curled at his sides and two fires burning white-hot in the depths of his eyes. "We'll move safe houses tonight," I informed him. "What are you going to do about Hef?" His lip twitched, and his deep-throated growl echoed through the house. "You leave my brother to me." "I can't do that, not if he's coming after Ashmielle." His hand lashed out, fisting in my shirt and hauling me closer. "Your only concern is keeping my daughter alive and out of the hands of anyone who wants to use her against me." He let go and turned for the door. "What do you want me to tell Ashmielle?" I asked, and he paused at the threshold. "About what?" "Anything," I said, then cursed when Lucifer refused to turn around and face me. "You're going to walk out on her without any explanations." "I'm going to protect her as I would have done 25 years ago if Dahlia had trusted me as I trusted her," he said, biting off each word like it caused him physical pain. "Once she's safe, I don't know," he whispered bitterly. "I can't even look at her right now." "How can you say that? She's done nothing to you." He whirled around, his scowl shoving me back without even having to touch me. "Clearly, she's the reason everyone's betraying me, and why I now have to deal with the Order. Humans in control of souls and angel grace," he spat. "It shouldn't be possible, but it is. The world is being turned upside down, and it's because I let myself feel. Because I had a child." He stumbled to the front door, running his hands madly through his hair. I was too much in shock from his outburst to say anything. "Keep her safe, and see she continues learning to control her power before she kills anyone else." "Whom else did she kill?" "Hunters at the house. 3 of them. Their lives might mean nothing to me, but they'll affect her." He stepped outside, muttered incoherently under his breath, and stormed down the porch steps. My skin prickled as a portal opened then shut, cutting off Lucifer's aura. I sagged against the wall, then gave up on standing altogether. The day that had started out with Ashmielle and me smiling while we held each other had ended on a horrible note. The sky began to lighten outside the windows. Without Lucifer here, I was able to feel Ashmielle's emotions far better. I breathed in deeply and let it out, struggling to stay in control. "So," Roland said. He and Kara stood in the front entry, both appearing at a loss. "That was quite the night." "Understatement," I muttered. Kara leaned forward and socked me in the shoulder. "What was that for?" "You should have told us back then," she snapped, her forehead creased in worry. "About Ashmielle and Dahlia. Dahlia swore me to secrecy. Otherwise, I would have." I sighed, rubbing my shoulder. The brief pain reminded me of the other wounds I'd received tonight. Most of them were already healing. The claw marks from Lucifer were the last to mend while I was sitting there on the steps. "We need to move safe houses. I don't want to risk Hef returning." "Can't believe he's a traitor," Roland said, and Kara wrung her hands, glancing over her shoulder at the door. "You let me take care of everything regarding the move. We can be gone within the hour. I'll head back to the compound, gather what I can of Ashmielle's things," Kara told me. I thanked her, and she squeezed my shoulder then set off out of the house. I wanted to lie down right where I was and pass out. Climbing up the stairs to crash beside Ashmielle was even more tempting, but there'd be no sleeping until I knew she was safe. Hef had been so close to her so many times already. What if he decided to act on his plans for her then? I never would have seen it coming. And to know he was the one who killed Dahlia had my claws lengthening, wanting to bury themselves in his chest. Why did he want Ashmielle? Did he really believe she was strong enough to kill Lucifer? She'd never do it, he had to know that. You all right? Rollins asked. I laughed, shrugging. I have no idea. The world just crashed down around us. I thought my only concern would be the order, but now shit, how do we know who to trust? Hef might not have been well liked among the elites, but he had a following. You think the demons who attacked you in Temesis were his cohorts? Probably. They acted like they wanted to kill Ashmielle, but they could have been there to kidnap her. It doesn't make any sense, even with Dahlia warning me. Ashmielle is Lucifer's daughter, but she's not stronger than him, is she? Rollins' brow rose. Are you sure about that? You've seen more than I have. From what I hear, though, she's able to stand toe-to-toe with him. Who else do you know who can do that? Hef, apparently. With help, he argued. That weapon he used was the same one used by the hunters. I didn't want to admit he was right, but how could I not? He looked like he wanted to say more, then shook his head, stood and pulled his cell from his pocket. I'll let you know when I've got everything in place. I dragged my ass back upstairs to check on Ashmielle. She was sleeping when I pushed open the bedroom door. I crossed my arms, watching over the woman who held my heart and soul. No matter what I said, Rollins was right. Ashmielle's power was certainly equal to Lucifer's. The question was, would she continue to grow stronger? How would she become the weapon Dahlia referred to all those years ago? Why hadn't Dahlia told me what she'd seen exactly? If I had that information, I could protect Ashmielle better. I could end the threats against her life without putting her in any more danger. I grunted, unable to make the nagging quit that somehow I was going to lose her.
Chapter 3. Ashmielle. My teeth chattered, and I curled in tighter around myself. Why was I so cold? A heavy weight dropped over me, and someone tucked me in. Grab me another one, Kara. Samazrael. I wanted to open my eyes, but they remained shut. My fingers cramped from clutching the blanket so tight. Was I sick? I remembered Samazrael carrying me upstairs, then he had to go back downstairs to deal with Lucifer. She's flaring up again, Kara said, panicky. I've got her. You can go, Samazrael said. The bed sank, and a gentle hand pressed against my forehead. You're not alone. I'm right here with you. Heat built inside me. I wanted to warn him to get away, but the words wouldn't come. A whimper slipped past my lips instead. He cursed. The bed shifted again, and his arms wrapped around me, holding me to his chest. It was like I'd lost total control of my hellfire all over again. Flames pulsed through my veins, not listening to my commands to settle. Had the fight at the compound done something to me? Peter and his hunters. They'd been there. They attacked us. Not him, the hellfire roared inside my skull. Someone else. He hurt us, they both did. I shook my head, pressing myself harder against Samazrael's body. No, I whispered, not wanting to remember. It's their fault. They killed her. They did this to us. Ashmielle, you have to calm down, Samazrael said sternly. Don't let it take over. I can't stop it, I murmured, the heat pulsing in time with my racing heart. Bitterness left a terrible taste in my mouth. It quickly gave way to wrath, and the urge to rip my claws through flesh and bone, needing to sat the monster inside me fighting to get free. I tucked my hands in, feeling my claws start to extend. As did the fangs in my mouth. Lucifer's face appeared in my mind's eye. When Hef's image joined him, I growled. He'd killed Dahlia. He'd murdered her in cold blood. And he was coming after me next. The fire pushed through my skin, coating me in bright orange and red flames. I yelled for Samazrael to get away, but he only held me tighter. Nothing he said worked to ease the suffering. A spike of irritation shot through me at his insistence to stop. How could he expect me not to want to rip Hef's head from his body? Or Lucifer's, for that matter. Dahlia's death was on their hands. Her blood spilled because of them. The flames threw Samazrael from me. He slammed into the wall, sliding to the floor. I climbed off the bed, no longer freezing cold, but a living, breathing flame. I had to find Hef. I had to kill him. The floorboards turned black. The fire intensified, and I raised my hand, ready to create a portal. I'd start in hell, track Hef from there. He wasn't going to get away with ruining my life. No, Samazrael yelled, snatching my hand. I screamed, fighting against him, but his arms were too strong. The flames reached higher, licking across his skin. Please, I have to destroy him. I have to. He grunted but didn't let go. Don't you think I understand? You can't, I ranted. You weren't there. You didn't see her. I'm not letting you go after Hef alone, he argued. I tore out of his arms and staggered across the room, struggling to get air into my lungs. Samazrael stayed where he was. I started to yell at him, then stopped. The fire was trying to push me to make a portal and chase Hef. I gritted my teeth, ignoring its violent siren's call, and looked at Samazrael, really looked at him. His face was haggard. Dark stubble covered his cheeks. The glow of his eyes repeatedly faded, giving way to black, then returned again. When his hands tensed at his sides, I looked at them closer, noting his claws extended and retracted every few seconds. The dark circles of his eyes and the deep furrow of his brow said he hadn't slept in days. His lip twitched and he snarled, giving his head a hard shake. I turned inward, picturing the hellfire inside me tamping down. It protested, crackling over my skin, but I forced it to settle. Didn't it see what I was doing to Samazrael? I shut my eyes, feeling the storm that had been raging inside of me for hours. Maybe even days. How long had we been here? I could see we'd moved safe houses at some point. The last of the flames popped and went out. An icy chill rushed in to replace them, and my legs gave out. Samazrael had me in his arms and back in the bed without my realizing I'd been moved. His skin hummed with frantic energy. I imagined walls around my mind. Each time they collapsed, and angry tears burned in my eyes. I can't block you out, I whispered. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're in a rage, he explained, dragging a quilt around me, then pulling me into his arms. He ran his hands up and down my back, trying to chase away the cold. Didn't feel like this the last time, I muttered, remembering the few times I'd been so furious it was like I'd been possessed. You hadn't been pushed this far. He kissed the top of my head, hugging me harder. I'm sorry for all of it. If I'd known back then what would have happened, I would have told Dahlia not to do it. Don't. This isn't your fault, I said, shivering despite the heat coming off him. Part of it is. No. Tiny flames sparked at my fingertips. He tensed, and I strained to keep myself in control, if not for my sake then for his. It's Lucifer's. And Hef's. I thought for a second I would be sick, but managed to curtail the need to vomit. He killed her, I breathed. He killed Dahlia, and all this time he was nice to me. He brought you to me. I don't understand. Hush, he murmured. You don't need to think about any of that right now. How can I not? I know it's hard, but you hadn't fully recovered when you lost control, he explained, his rumbling undertone telling me loud and clear how concerned he was. You've drained yourself, and if you keep having outbursts like that, you're only going to get worse. I can't simply forget. I don't expect you to, but for now you have to put Hef, Lucifer, all of it aside. I leaned back enough to see his face. He ran his fingers down my cheek to my chin. He tilted my face, slanting his lips across mine. Think of us. A very different heat flowed through me. His eyes glowed when my desire for him flowed out of me and right into him. What he'd said about our fates being entwined came back to me, in a flood of emotions I had no time to brace for. It was like he read my mind, kissing me again and crushing me to his chest. The blanket slipped from my shoulders when I shifted my arms to drag him even closer. His hands slid beneath my shirt along my back, the warmth from his palms beating back the cold even more. The longer he held me, the clearer it became that no matter what Dahlia might have told him, I knew even without her vision that Samazrael and I were meant to be together. His chest vibrated with a muted reverberation that seemed never-ending. The roughness of his palms sent a thrill down my back. My fingers traced the lines of his tattoos, memorizing every twist and curve on his neck. The chill continued to fade, and all that was left was the feel of Samazrael in my arms. I slid my hand to his chest, where the steady beating of his heart in perfect sync with mine. There were so many things we needed to talk about when it came to us, but to stop kissing him right now seemed like madness. I felt a fervent need to show him that though I had questions, I had no doubts at all about what we'd started. The rest of my life was in shambles. Most of what I thought had been my past was a lie. What Samazrael did for me, to me? What I felt each time he held my hand or was merely in the room? That was real, and I let it fall over me like a blanket. His green eyes glowed softly. You need to rest. I was going to tell him closing my eyes would be impossible, except my eyelids were drooping. Exhaustion hit me like I'd run headfirst into a wall. Don't let me sleep too long. He grunted, pulling the quilt up over me. You'll sleep as long as you need to. Where are we? Sleep now, talk later. I fumbled for his hand, squeezing it. I'll be here when you wake up, he promised. I shut my eyes, comforted by the sound of his deep breathing and his presence. Unlike before, when my aura seemed to only brush against his, now they joined together, twining around each other. Talking to each other without words. I sighed, settling into the bed and let myself sleep. You sure you don't want to eat more? Samazrael asks. It would make Kara happy. I twisted my lips to the side, the bowl of half-eaten chicken soup sitting on a tray beside us. I don't think I can. He didn't argue when I pushed the tray away. We were in the large bedroom of a cozy house somewhere in New Mexico. Unlike the compound in California, this one housed several different buildings, though it too had a tall, pale stone wall surrounding the entirety of the 50 or so acres. Not that I'd seen anything past the bedroom door. The view from the windows was nice, but I could barely stand long enough to make it to the bathroom, let alone walk the range of the grounds. This place was far nicer than the creepy house we'd left 2 days ago. The 4-poster bed was made of dark cherry wood. There was a chest of drawers and a dresser to match. A walk-in closet, currently filled with my new wardrobe, was to the right of the door. A massive master bath boasting a clawfoot tub was to the left. The fireplace was made of turquoise and tan tiles that reached the ceiling. We were up in the mountains somewhere, so it was cool enough to enjoy a fire. That, and it continued to ease the chill that stubbornly refused to leave me be. There was no couch in here, but Samazrael had created a comfortable nest of blankets on the thick dark turquoise rug. I'd slept for nearly a day, and woken up not feeling as if I was going to self-combust. I even managed a shower. Kara fussed over me, worried when I wasn't eating enough. Samazrael simply appeared content that I wasn't trying to create a portal to go after Hef. He tossed another log onto the fire. Sparks rose and I leaned back into his chest. His arms held me while his wings lightly draped around us. We'd spent a little time talking about the revelations of the last few days. Samazrael had been at a loss as to why Hef would betray Lucifer after all this time. As far as he or any of the demons in hell knew, there was no animosity between the brothers. Hadn't been in thousands of years. My claws grew merely picturing the deceitful bastard. Samazrael ran his hands through my hair, kissing my shoulder. Sorry, I said, shifting in his arms. For what? I'm not able to keep the wall up as easily anymore. He shrugged, his lips moving to the crook of my neck. You've been through more than any person should have to deal with in so little time. Give yourself a break. But it's making you miserable. Do I look miserable? he argued quietly, his lips trailing up my neck. He hugged me close, his wings adjusting then settling again. I'm more worried about you. I can handle a bit of discomfort. You shouldn't have to deal with any, I murmured, and he growled. Fine, I'll stop. We sat in silence, content to hear each other breathe and the fire eat away at the logs. More of the chill slipped away, but my thoughts only darkened. What is it? Samazrael murmured. You're aggravated. I laughed. You expect me to be anything else? It would be better if you talked to me about whatever it is instead of bottling it up, remember? I pushed back deeper into the cocoon of his arms. Do you think it's possible? I asked after another long stretch of silence. What is? My being able to kill Lucifer. I'd be lying if I didn't say you do show incredible strength, he said slowly, his words measured. But no, I don't think you can. Not even if I swallow souls. I whispered, to which Samazrael's breath quickened. I can't stop seeing what Peter did. And those demons who attacked us. They did the same thing. And I know you did it too. When we were attacked at the bar. Seconds passed, then a minute, while Samazrael said nothing. I expected him to change the subject or simply get up and leave. I wish I could say I didn't have a choice that night, he finally murmured, his voice heavy with shame. I sensed your fear, your anger, and I took the souls of the humans who'd attacked me. They were hunters, on their way to capture you. I'm not judging, I assured him quickly. Does it make you that much stronger? Kara told me a little bit about what they can do. Taking another soul into you enhances what's already there. For a demon, our rage is increased tenfold. More if multiple souls are swallowed. It's not worth coming down or the risks, he said in a rush. With any luck, you'll never have to put yourself through such turmoil. His arms tensed and he rested his chin on my shoulder. Are demon and angel souls that much stronger? His grunt said he wanted me to drop the subject altogether. I turned enough to catch his eye and he pursed his lips. Yes, he said simply. Honestly, I'm not sure how Peter didn't come apart after taking in such power. Maybe we'll get lucky, and the Order will wipe themselves out. Save us from dealing with that threat. I tugged on his arms, pulling them firmly around me. Where do you think Hef is? Ashmielle. Samazrael sighed. I know, I can't stop thinking about what he said about Dahlia. A hot flash shot through me, and I trembled, battling the surge of emotions and fire memories of that night. She told me to run and I did, I whispered. I took off into the trees, but I heard her battle cries. I heard her screaming. She'd made me swear to stay away no matter what. To not come back to the house. So I hid in those woods for 4 days, alone, waiting for her to come to find me. Samazrael hugged me, his wings closing in even more around us. You must have been terrified. When I finally got the courage to go back to the house, I thought I'd walked into a nightmare. Mom's body had been in the living room, cold and lifeless. She'd been covered in dried blood. I hadn't noticed which injury had killed her. I didn't want to look. What I couldn't stop seeing were her eyes. Those beautiful sky blue eyes were so dull and empty. Even her silver hair that had always seemed to shine had faded to a sickly gray. I'd spent hours by her side, lost in a state of shock and confusion. Then that damned inner voice of mine said to grab what I could and get out of there. I had to leave Mom behind in order to survive, so I did, and I never looked back. I should have been there to protect you. I turned around, looking into Samazrael's guilt-ridden eyes. You're here now. Tenderly he held my cheek and I shut my eyes. I could certainly get used to Samazrael's touch every day for the rest of my life. Since his memories came back, there was no holding back on what he felt anymore, and it came out each time he held me or kissed me. You're not worried about this at all? What's there to worry about? I countered. Every bit of being with you is natural. He searched my face, his lips parting though no sound came out. I'm not scared of you, I whispered. I never will be. I want all of you, Samazrael, and that includes the darkness you think is so horrible. That anger you're so terrified will hurt me has saved me quite a few times now." When he still looked uncertain, I sat up and kissed him. His hands slid around my ribcage, and I let the last bit of mental walls fall. Hellfire slipped from his hands, flowing around me. My own fire reacted in kind, mingling with his. Our combined fire burned brighter and hotter than the fire in the hearth. I melted into him, winding my arms around his neck. We were nothing more than a living flame, his mouth dominating the kiss until it was all I could do to hold on. His wings fluttered lightly, and then he was on his feet with me cradled in his arms. Not letting his lips leave mine once, he carried me across the room to the bed. We laid down, his wings retracting into his back. Wanting to touch bare skin, I moved my hands up along his back, dragging my claws against his sides. His lips trailed a path of fire from my mouth to my jaw. When he reached my neck, I shivered. He buried his face in the crook of my shoulder, breathing deep. We held each other as snugly as we could for a long while, our hearts beating in perfect sync. I trailed my hands through his hair, then traced his horns while we laid there, our chests rising and falling in perfect rhythm. "It's like I'm finding you all over again," he murmured, then kissed me. "I don't think I can let you go." "Then don't," I whispered. Our fires continued to ripple across our bodies in an intricate dance. When his hands slipped under my shirt to my bare back, I gave him a leisurely kiss that deepened the longer we held each other. Our legs tangled, and we ended up on our sides facing each other. My gaze flicked to his and we stilled. I might not be able to feel his emotions as profoundly as he experienced mine, but that one look told me everything I needed to know. I shoved him to the side, pinning him to while I kissed him until we were struggling to breathe. I'd thought I found what I was missing the night my demon half was finally freed from whatever grace Mom had used to keep it hidden. At that moment with Samazrael, though, I understood he was what I'd truly been waiting for. In Samazrael's arms, I was finally home. I stifled a yawn, and he gave himself a little shake. "You should get some sleep." "I'm not tired," I argued. He tried to get up, but I yanked him back down with a grin, capturing his mouth. "You're still recovering, and if Kara thinks I'm not letting you get enough sleep, she's likely to punch me. You're going to be even bossier than before because of this whole soulmate thing, aren't you?" His chest rumbling, he rolled us over, covering me protectively with his body. My breath caught when he gave me a searing kiss. "Sweetheart, you have no idea." He climbed off the bed a second time, making for the door. "Where are you going?" He rested his hand on the doorframe, shifting on his feet. "Leaving you to sleep." "Don't you need to get some sleep too? Seems pretty pointless for you to sleep next door." "Don't know why you did it last night." I lifted the quilts and climbed under, holding them up for him. "Well?" He tapped his fingers on the doorframe, his face unreadable. His eyes glowed and he stepped back inside the room, shutting the door. I scooted over so there was room for him. He climbed in, pulling me into his arms. He kissed the top of my head and I shut my eyes. The last bit of cold that had been hanging on since my demonic side went into overdrive disappeared. Despite how much danger my life was still in, I couldn't stop grinning. I had Samazrael. Life might not be so bad after all. A harsh curse dragged me from sleep. I opened my eyes and peered around the room. The sun wasn't up yet. The bed creaked and I rolled over. Samazrael's face was twisted in a snarl. He muttered under his breath, his fingers digging into the blankets twisted around him. "Ashmielle," he grunted. I sat up, resting my hand to his cheek. He jerked away, but I moved closer. "It's just a nightmare," I told him sternly, holding his face. "Samazrael, open your eyes." He fought me, trying to get away. "Hurt you," he rasped, his growl echoing around the quiet room. "Weapon. Can't let them get you. Use you, break you." He thrashed, his face scrunching as if he were in pain. He whispered my name again, followed by a stream of curses and a deep-throated growl of despair. I shook his shoulders, trying to wake him. He slipped out of my grasp, inching toward the edge of the bed. Not about to let him push me away in his sleep, I shifted and laid completely atop him, hugging him the best I could. With my ear to his bare chest, his racing heart was easy to hear and feel. His skin grew hotter. Fire pooled in his hands. He tried to push me away again, but I held on, kissing his collarbone and reminding him that I was with him and not going anywhere. He settled, and his arms wrapped around me, surrounding us with his hellfire. I sighed at the soothing heat, sinking into him. Ashmielle? I lifted my head, meeting his confused gaze. You were having a nightmare. It sounded rough. I smoothed my fingers across his furrowed brow. He started to get up. I caught his hand, shaking my head. Don't do that. You shouldn't have gotten so close. What if I'd lost control? Like I've done how many times now? It's different. He tugged on his hand, but I only held on tighter. I knew this was a bad idea. Really? We're not sleeping in separate rooms because you don't trust yourself. He hung his head, muttering under his breath. I made a note that I really needed to learn demonic one of these days. I trust you, I said, and he finally glanced at me over his shoulder, his eyes glowing in the darkness of the room. You won't hurt me, so don't you dare try to push me away after we've found each other again. His lip twitched, and the tension in his shoulders didn't dissipate. I'm not the demon I was supposed to be for you. I'm different, fractured, he whispered. I moved, so I was pressed against his side and covered his mouth with my hand. If you're about to say you don't deserve me or some other bullshit like that, save it. I've wanted you since I saw you in the bar despite how much you piss me off, I added, and his gaze softened a hint more. You've been here the entire time for me when I was falling apart. Now it's my turn. He kissed my palm, and I forgot to keep my mental walls in place. His eyes flared. He kissed me until I was dizzy. I dragged my short claws lightly down his back, and our hellfire surged to life at the same time, blocking the rest of the world out for a little longer. His touches were languid, and each kiss was drawn out, almost making me forget why we were in this safe house in the first place. Chapter 4. Ashmielle. Sunlight warmed my face, and I stretched my arms over my head, rolling over. I was pretty sure I'd spent most of yesterday in bed again, not that I complained. Samazrael hadn't left my side at all. Kara had left trays of food outside the door for us, letting us be. Morning, Samazrael murmured in my ear. I grinned, snuggling into him and throwing the blankets up over our heads. We don't have to get up, do we? Nothing to do today. Maybe. How are you feeling? He asked. Better, I said, planting kisses on shoulders. Good. He ran his fingers through the tangled locks of my hair, then down my back. My stomach growled, and Samazrael chuckled, a sound I hoped to keep hearing more of. Right, breakfast. He kissed my forehead, then sat up, taking me with him. I grumbled, but my stomach growled louder, and I gave in. Samazrael's smirk said he was happy my appetite seemed to be returning. On our feet, his eyes did a quick once-over, his lips curling into a grin. I was sure my hair was a mess. His eyes glowed at me in black yoga capris and the dark blue tank top I'd worn to bed. My desire for him burned, and I was back in his arms while he kissed me, well aware of how little clothing there was between us. We really need to work on controlling your emotions, he murmured. Are you sure? I teased. I don't think Kara and Rollins will appreciate us making out in front of them all day long, he pointed out. He rested his cheek atop my head, then kissed me there. My toes curled, and I gave him one last squeeze to get me through the morning. We'll start working on it after breakfast. And there's something else you need to do today. Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like that second part? I muttered. He laughed, picking up his clothes from the floor and dressed way too fast for my liking. I pouted and his brow arched. Ashmielle. What? I asked innocently, noticing his hands twitching at his sides. You're going to drive me crazy. He left me to get dressed. I put on my black pants and a long-sleeve gray shirt. Lightly, I ran my fingers over the scars on my arms. Last night after, as we'd been lying in bed together again, I could tell he was worried about having another nightmare with me so close. I told him I wasn't about to let him sleep in a separate bedroom, because he would worry about my safety. He traced his fingers over every single pale line on my arms, coming to rest on the deeper one at my wrist. His scowl told me he blamed himself for what I'd done when I was alone on the streets for a few years. I told him I survived, and it wasn't his fault. After, to my surprise, he'd opened up more about his time in the cell. I'd let him talk, sensing his need to finally get some sort of closure for what he'd endured. I hated picturing him in that horrid prison, replaying the same night over and over again. There were worse things he'd suffered during those long years. I'd seen it in the ghosts in his eyes, but I knew he'd tell me all of it when he was ready. We'd held each other throughout the night. He ran his fingers through my hair. I traced the lines of his tattoos running along his arms and chest, then up to his neck, an action I'd learned soothed us both. Every time he kissed my forehead, it only made me fall for him more. We were soulmates. Hearing those words wasn't as intense as feeling that truth, though. I was destined to be with Samazrael, but we were still learning about each other, and damned if he wasn't showing me just how profound our love could be. He'd finally told me about the voices he'd been hearing ever since leaving his cell. They disappeared after his memories flooded back. Now, it appeared, his only issues were going to be dealing with his nightmares and sensing my over-heightened emotions. As for me, I hadn't exactly had a lot of time to figure out how to handle my overflow of feelings. I'd just be happy if I could make it through another few days without losing control entirely. I made for the door, following the sounds of voices coming from deeper within the house. Fresh coffee met my noise and I breathed in deep. The rest of the sprawling ranch house was decorated much like the bedroom. The Southwest-style decor was in complete contrast to the Gothic style the compound had been. The brightly colored rugs and curtains were invigorating, as were the multitude of mountain, desert, and cactus paintings. The furniture was rustic. The floors dark red tiles. A massive see-through fireplace was situated in the house's center, the living room on one side and the kitchen on the back. The open floor plan was exactly what I liked in a home. I paused mid-step. Would I ever have a place of my own like this? Ashmielle? Samazrael called. I glanced up, slamming my mental walls in place as best I could. Just checking out the place. Pretty nice, and that coffee smelled glorious, I said, walking past him and into the kitchen. Rollins was present too, sitting at the rectangular wood table. Kara handed me a steaming mug. I met Samazrael's glance over the coffee mug and inwardly cringed. His eyes were glowing. He'd picked up on my sadness too quickly. Hoping he'd drop it, I cleared my throat. So what's the plan for today? Kara shook her head. Don't look at me. I'm just making sure there's enough food in the house to keep everyone fed. Especially you. I've been eating, I reminded her, to which her brow arched. It's not my fault, I tried to go into a rage and it messed me up. I meant it to sound like I was teasing, except Kara sucked in a sharp breath. The next second she was squeezing me so tight I couldn't breathe. I'm okay, really? I patted her on the back and she let me go, swiping at her eyes. Sorry, it's just, you know you mean so much to Samazrael and us, and with everything that's happened, we're here for you too. I hugged her again. Thanks. That means a lot. Still curious why the rage left me all weird. You're not balanced, Samazrael said. Not yet. What do you mean? The grace given to you by Dahlia is inside you, but you haven't awakened yet, he explained. Each time your body tried to go into a rage, there was nothing there to balance out those emotions. You don't have to worry about that, I muttered. I'm all demon, which means I only have rage. I'm afraid there's more to your makeup. Doesn't make it as easy, but once you tap into it, the next time you end up in that situation, the grace will be able to curtail the effects. His smile disappeared and his eyes turned black. I didn't have to ask to know he was drifting back to what went down at the safe house with Hef. Make sure you eat a full breakfast. You're going to need the energy today. When you're finished, meet me outside. I'm going to check the warding. Rollins? Rollins snagged a thermos of coffee from the counter and followed Samazrael out the door, which led to a tiled patio. The moment the sliding door closed behind them, their heads were bent close together. Rollins patted Samazrael on the shoulder, then they disappeared around the corner of the house. I wondered what they were talking about, though I figured it was about me. Kara? She asked, flipping pancakes at the stove. Can you teach me demonic? She barked a laugh. Samazrael will hate that. Of course I will. We'll start right now. Once breakfast was ready, Kara sat me down at the table and proceeded to bring over plates piled high with pancakes, bacon, eggs, sausage, and toast. She started teaching me easy words. By the time I was finally full, she had a pleased smile on her face for 2 reasons. 1, I picked up demonic far easier than I expected to. 2, I'd eaten a whole meal plus some. I did finally feel back to my old self. The fatigue was gone and my mind was alert. I kept waiting for the cold to come back or my rage to show itself. Neither happened, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I drained my coffee, thanked Kara for breakfast, and hurried outside to find Samazrael. He wasn't far from the back patio, standing beneath a tall cottonwood tree. He leaned against it with his shoulder, facing the open grounds of the compound. There was an in-ground pool edged with red bricks in the center of the entire complex. 2 buildings were closer to the main house, and 3 more were further out, all 1-story and sprawling like the main house. The tree had turned for the season, its deep orange leaves gorgeous against a bright clear blue sky. The breeze ruffled Samazrael's hair between his horns. His head turned and his eyes were closed. When he took in a deep breath and smiled, my own lips curled into a grin. This had to be one of the first times he looked like he wasn't about to jump into a fight. I approached quietly, not wanting to disturb his few moments of peace. Ready? He asked without turning around. Should have known he'd sense me approaching. Depends on what we're doing today. Sparring? No. Won't be doing that for another few days, he said, his eye twitching. There are a few other things we need to take care of first anyway. After the last few days, I've been kicking myself for not making time for it sooner. Not like there wasn't anything going on. His scowl said that was no excuse. He slipped his hand into mine and pulled me around to the other side of the tree. A small patch of grass and moss was on this side, and the roots had burst through the ground, creating a small raised seat between them. Orange leaves rained down around us each time the wind blew. Have a seat. Get comfortable, he instructed. I sank to the ground, the moss making for a soft place to sit. I adjusted my legs so they were crossed. The breeze was cool and the sun warmed my face. The rustling of the leaves overhead settled my nerves, and I let the peaceful sound wash over me. Samazrael didn't sit with me, instructing me to close my eyes and clear my mind. I wasn't sure how he expected me to do that. Between the revelation that Dahlia had planned the attack on herself, and Hef being a murderer and a traitor, I wasn't sure I had it in me to simply let it all go. If Samazrael hadn't been in the room with me over the last couple of days, I doubted I'd be this sane right now. Or that I would have made it a single night without waking up from nightmares. My hands clenched and heat pulsed in my core. Concentrate on your breathing, Samazrael said sternly. Ground yourself in this moment right here. Don't think about anything else. How? I whispered. His warm hands closed around my fists, gently opening them back up. When the worry and the anger and the pain come, see them, then let them go. I know it's hard, but this is the only way to ensure you don't spend 3 days recovering the next time you lose it. Guilt made my cheeks burn and I turned away. Samazrael took my chin between his fingers, and I opened my eyes to see his glowing gaze. No one's blaming you. Least of all me. But watching you go through that again, I can't. I nodded and shut my eyes, resituating myself on the ground. Samazrael released my hands and I breathed in deep and let it out. He counted for me each time, and soon the tension seeped from my limbs until I was completely relaxed. You'd make great guided meditations with that deep, smoky voice of yours, I murmured. You're supposed to be focused on your breathing, he reminded me, but I heard the smile in his words. I took another deep one in and let it out, sensing him sit down in front of me. First, you're going to walk yourself through your emotions one at a time, he instructed in that same soft tone. Through them. Don't linger. Don't hold on to anything. You sure that's a good idea? Trust me. The more you can recognize what you're feeling, understand what each one is, and realize you don't have to fall into it headfirst, the better. You'll be able to keep a sturdier mental wall in place and stop yourself from having outbursts. Or at least as many of them, he added in an undertone. Just try it. Take your time. No need to rush. I trusted him without question. Whom I didn't trust was myself. I shook out my hands, sucked in a deep breath, and let it out. When I blew out a frustrated breath, the sense of calm I had moments ago began quickly slipping out of my grasp. Samazrael was right there to bring me back to a grounded moment and attempt again. He walked me through, focusing on each emotion as it came to me, and not letting it consume me. The only notion I had of time passing was the sun's warmth disappearing from my face whenever clouds rolled in. Samazrael's soothing voice guided me through the most profound mediation I'd ever experienced in my life. By the end of it, I had much better walls in place without even having to think too hard about keeping them up. Not only would it help Samazrael, but it'd give me a chance to hide my emotions from Lucifer too. The control I thought I had back at the compound was nothing compared to what I had now. My hellfire danced just below the surface, but it wasn't crashing itself into me, wanting to get out. It was waiting for my call, ready to answer my bidding. Bring yourself back to your center, Samazrael said. Find a place that makes you happy. A place where you're safe. See it in your mind in as much detail as possible. I faltered, unsure what was about to come to mind. White fog appeared. I worried I'd done something wrong when it parted, and I stood in a familiar room, the walls covered in neon signs. My heart ached. How could this place be where I felt the safest? I killed Hank here. Ashmielle? Samazrael's hand found my shoulder. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a shaky whispered, no. It's all right. Whatever you're seeing, let it go. I shook my head, wanting to do just that, but the image inside my head filled in with even more detail. Faded moments in time of Hank and I, laughing after the doors were locked up for the night, teaching me how to make drinks behind the bar, playing cards and sharing a bottle of whiskey. Hank had made the bar a home for me, and until Samazrael came into my life, it was where I'd felt the safest. Besides, it was also where my soulmate found me. Where he'd saved me. I'm all right, I assured Samazrael, slipping deeper into the meditation while I settled into the bar I knew so well. He let me go, but he didn't go back to where he was. The push of heat told he'd moved closer just in case. Now that you're there, it's time you look even deeper inside yourself. You know your hellfire. Greet it, but don't stay with it. Right now, you're looking for another presence. A fiery figure that was the spitting image of me flickered to life. She sat on a bar stool nursing a beer. I stared, first in awe, then in amusement at the hellfire taking shape. All the times I'd heard that voice inside my head over the years, I'd pictured her looking something like this. Wild. Untamed. Filled with the potential to cause destruction and chaos. She lifted her beer at me in toast and turned around to face the back bar. Hank's voice and mine flitted around the room. I squinted, searching for something else. There, standing by the old jukebox that hadn't worked in years, was a much paler figure. She too looked like me, but she shimmered in and out of sight. A dull blue glow emanated from her body. Delicate fingers pressed the buttons on the machine, and neon lights came to life. A soft melody played over the speakers. I tensed. Remember, you're safe, Samazrael said. Nothing can harm you there. It's not, I whispered, the music playing on while the figure swayed to a song I never thought I'd hear again. It had been my favorite song growing up. Mom had sung it to me, and danced with me in the living room of whatever house we were in at the time. No matter how scared I was, or if I felt like I was coming apart, she'd put this song on and everything would just fall into place. The guitar music flowed in and around me, in trails of white and blue orbs of light. A tear slid down my cheek. The shimmering figure refused to come into full focus. No matter how hard I looked at her, or willed her to be as bright as the hellfire burning behind me, she didn't. Or couldn't. I see it, I told him, the other presence, but I can't catch her. I have something that might help. Stay right here. Keep breathing. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but sensed his presence pull away. His steps moved away from me. He was gone for less than a minute when he returned, and sank back down to the ground, the grass and leaves crunching beneath him. I think it's time we try this again. I frowned until a metal handle came to rest in my palms. I sucked in a sharp breath, a flood of power surging through my arms. I tried to let go of the mace and warhammer he'd handed me. He called my name, cutting through the panic. I can't, I whispered. Every time I touch them, I get lost in the essence left behind. Her visions. How is this supposed to help me? Your grace came from her. It's the same grace that imbued these weapons. Let it help you. Let it guide you to finding the grace inside of you. The balance you've been missing. And what if I fail? You won't. You're not alone, Ashmielle. I'm right here with you. Grace is a part of you just as much as hellfire. It's time you see that for yourself. I stopped trying to let the weapons fall from my hands and pictured myself in the bar again. The details fell into place, the music still playing on the jukebox and the hellfire sipping on a beer at the bar. Across the room from me, the blue shimmering figure glowed brighter for a second then faded. I can do this, I whispered. I wasn't alone. Samazrael would be my anchor, guiding me back to myself. I could do this. For me. For Mom. I tightened my hold, and instantly I was assaulted by a rush of visions flying by too fast for me to follow. I caught glimpses of Samazrael and me, Lucifer talking to Mom. Snippets of images from over the long span of her life surrounded me, but I wasn't able to latch onto a single one. I cringed, my head throbbing. I was about to drop the weapons and tell Samazrael I couldn't do it when a brush of comforting heat cocooned me. He'd moved behind me and sat down between me and the tree. Two strong hands closed around my own. The heat intensified, stopping the panic that always took hold of me at this point. Breathe, Samazrael whispered. Breathe with me and focus. Get past the visions. Get past the emotions. Let them flow right through you. Sense the grace instead. Feel it reaching out for yours. I breathed in deeply through my nose and let it out through my mouth. The rise and fall of his chest behind me helped me stay grounded and do as he said. Instead of trying to cling to everything Dahlia had poured into these weapons, I let it go right on by instead. The madness calmed and the visions to my shock ceased. A pulsing beautiful blue and white light remained, filling my mind's eye. I smiled, wanting to reach out and touch it when the light exploded outward into thousands of small orbs. I was back in the bar, and the same light soared into the shimmering figure. It shifted until I looked at another version of myself, but one with long, flowing blue hair that floated as if she were underwater. Her brilliant smile was fierce and full of hope and strength. I gasped, the light soaring through my veins and joining the hellfire, bringing balance to the chaos that had ruled me since learning who and what I was. They twisted and turned together, spreading through my body like a flood. In the bar, fire and grace joined hands and reached for me. My head was thrown back, my mouth falling open at the raw beauty of the power inside of me. Power I'd never known I could possibly possess. Open your eyes, Samazrael instructed quietly. His hands fell away, and he shifted around so he was in front of me again. Slowly I opened my eyes, unsure what I'd see. Oh, I whispered, at a loss to say much else. The mace and warhammer glowed blue in my hands, their weights no longer as heavy as before. Reflected in the depths of Samazrael's eyes, I saw my own. They were filled with blue fire that danced with life. Most of my body was giving off a subtle glow. I tilted my head, studying the lines stretching like vines up my forearms and disappearing beneath the sleeves. A cooling touch let me know they were covering my entire body. What are those markings? Samazrael's brow furrowed. Dahlia had tattoos that appeared when she used her grace. I suppose they're the same. Lightly, he ran his fingers up my arm, following the markings. His lips twitched, and the worry that had been on his face disappeared. They're beautiful. I glanced down at my arms. The lines continued to fill in any open space on my skin. Being covered in tattoos wasn't precisely what I'd had in mind. The lines brightened and sank into my skin, leaving nothing behind. Huh. That's neat. Still feeling okay? Samazrael asks. Yeah, actually. I hefted the mace and warhammer higher, getting used to the feel of them. The heft of them. Good. That's enough for one day. We'll start sparring with these another day. He held out his hands, and I let him take the weapons. He stood, holding them easily in one strong hand. All right, time to stand up. Might want to take it slow, he warned. I stretched my arms over my head and uncrossed my legs. My back protested when I started to rise. I grunted. Damn. How long have we been out here? I asked, frowning at the sight of the sun setting behind the trees. How had he managed to help me meditate all day? Feel better? He asks. I do. Just saying, you could make some serious money doing guided meditations. Better than half the ones I used to find online. His eyes darkened. I learned from Dahlia. I swallowed back a spike of jealousy at how she'd been in the right state of mind to help ease Samazrael and probably even Lucifer at times, but never had a chance to do the same with me. It didn't matter. Because she'd taught him, he was able to pass her lessons on to me. He was the reason I had an immense sensation of balance inside of me now. I felt almost giddy having access to both the grace and hellfire within me now. Curious, I held out my hands. In my right, a small flame flickered in my palm. And in my left, a swirling orb of blue and white light shimmered into view. And you doubted yourself, Samazrael murmured. Can you blame me? I was astounded. Even my mental walls held firm. No wavering. No cracking, and I hardly had to think about them being in place. For the record, he said quietly, you don't have to keep your walls up all the time. Oh yeah? I asked, my lips curling. His eyes glowed when I approached. Far as I could tell, we were alone. I doubted that was the case, but unless I could see demons, I was going to pretend it was only the two of us out here. I let my walls fall. Samazrael growled, and the next second he had his arm around my waist, hauling me up against his body. He backed us into the tree, Dahlia's weapons falling to the ground at our feet. His wings expanded to give us more privacy. I met the ferocity of his kiss, laughing while we embraced. I couldn't remember a time I'd been this free and happy in love. Home. I would always feel like I was home with Samazrael. That was something no one would ever take from me. Not without one hell of a fight. I swung the mace in my left hand, gripping the warhammer in my right. The day following my extended meditation, Samazrael had brought me the weapons again and said it was time to truly make them my own. I hadn't been sure what he meant until he said it was time to start sparring with them. Using them would be the best way to imbue them with my essence now. It wouldn't replace Dahlia's, he'd promised when I'd hesitated. But Dahlia was gone, and I knew she'd want me to be able to defend myself. Keep myself alive. It's what she gave her life for. For the last 4 days he'd been working with me in getting used to how they moved, their weight, and what I could even do with them. I hadn't expected blunt weapons to be effective until I knocked both Samazrael and Rollins on their asses during one of our sessions. Hellfire was fierce and chaotic, but grace had a dangerous beauty to it. A subtle power that exploded at the last possible second. The markings appeared each time I used it too. The first time, a tear had slipped from my eye. Samazrael had frowned until I told him it felt like Dahlia was standing right beside me. I couldn't explain it, and he told me I didn't have to try. I yelled, whirling around and nailing the training dummy in the head with the mace. The loud crack of wood shattering echoed across the grounds of the compound. Not too shabby. Wiping sweat from my forehead with my arm, I decided to take a break and set the weapons on the nearby table. Samazrael had been summoned by Rollins to tend to whatever visitor had come to give us all an update. The search for Hef and his supporters was ongoing. From what Samazrael had said, Hell was in a state of upheaval. Many demons were furious at Hef's betrayal, and going after any demon he'd ever been close to. I sighed, hopping up on the short stone wall that surrounded the large training yard. Since getting the nod of approval from Samazrael to get back to my training, and since I wasn't spending every day camped out in the bedroom, his overprotectiveness had ramped up. Despite the compound being heavily warded, and with even more guards, Samazrael was never far behind. He wasn't merely watching over me either. If I didn't love him so damn much, I'd call him out for handling me. If we weren't sparring, he ensured I ate 3 meals a day to keep up my energy. On top of that, I spent every morning meditating, and then again before we turned in each night. Not that it was much of a chore with his guidance. Kara took care of fixing our meals, and ensuring I ate if Samazrael wasn't in the room to do it himself. Some days, I was able to almost forget Hef was out in the wind, probably trying to find a way to get to me. Or that the Order was also hunting me down. Kara, Rollins, and Samazrael kept me distracted, and too busy to think of much else. Any free time I had was filled with random conversations and learning a few demonic drinking games, which I found pointless since it took way too much booze to get a demon even remotely intoxicated. I smiled, thinking of last night and how after Kara and Rollins turned in for the night, Samazrael and I had ended up on the rustic wood-framed couch. We'd been so wrapped up in each other, I hadn't wanted to get up ever again. Samazrael only had one rule when it came to us. Keep my emotions for us in check, if any other demon was around. If not, I could ease up on the walls. I'd worried it'd be too much for him to handle. Every day, he appeared to be getting better at coping with the leftover scars that had yet to fully heal on his soul. Having me around, he'd said, surrounding him with my warmth eased his discomfort. Whenever he had a rough moment, when I sensed him pulling away or slipping, I'd walk up behind him and simply hold him. We were figuring it out as we went. So far, I'd say it was working. Not every moment was perfect. If another demon got too close, one that wasn't Kara or Rollins, he'd snarl and snap his jaws in a warning. I sensed that was more about his being territorial than anything else. The days I pushed myself too hard also brought out his grumpy side. He'd scolded me like I was a child one time. I warned him if he did it again, I would find a way to make his life miserable. Finding a balance between teacher, guard, and boyfriend was a lot harder than I think he was willing to admit. It didn't help that I still had a lot to learn about demons on top of everything else, especially when I was half one. Absently, I swung my legs, my bare heels lightly tapping the stone wall. 2 demons patrolled close by, waving to me when they passed. I returned the gesture, searching again for Samazrael, but he was still absent. I shifted around on the low wall and laid down on top of it. The sky was clear with only a few white wispy clouds in sight. I shut my eyes, soaking in the warmth of the sun. Its heat reminded me of Samazrael, and another grin curled my lips. Our nights together were probably the best. Falling asleep with him holding me close was the only way to calm my racing thoughts after a long day of not knowing what would happen next. Being near him made all the chaos seem manageable. I'd never felt safer in my life. The nightmares still came for him, but I was right there to wake him up and remind him he wasn't back in that cell and I was with him. Kara was slowly teaching me demonic, as was Rollins, much to Samazrael's annoyance. Now, any time he wanted to talk to the guards without my listening in, he had to move out of my hearing range. I hadn't been able to pick up anything useful yet. Though I'd been right in guessing Samazrael cursed. A lot. All the time. While I waited for Samazrael to come back, I quietly repeated the words I'd learned so far. I was able to say quite a bit, and knew every curse word out there. The growling I noticed most demons used when speaking their native tongue came naturally to me now. The hellfire in my soul perked up, and I let it out to swirl around me in lazy ribbons. The tingling in my fingertips that came anytime I used grace started. It slipped free too, wrapping around the flames until I was surrounded by a steady stream of blue and orange flames. Just when I figured I might as well take a nap, the air crackled with anger, and I shot off the wall, landing unsteadily on my feet. Lucifer. I hadn't seen him since the night Hef confessed to murdering Dahlia. Messages had arrived from him, but the king of hell had remained absent. I'd screamed at him the last time I saw him. And the look in his eyes, shit, he hadn't even been able to hold my stare. I rushed forward, a flash of anger shooting hotly down my spine. He and I needed to talk about Dahlia, about Hef. I needed answers, and he was going to give them to me. I barely made it to the path leading to the main drive, when the weight of Lucifer's aura vanished. No. I sprinted around the house, and right into Samazrael. Where is he? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Samazrael's eyes were black and his grip on my arms tightened, then let me go. Gone. What did he say? Did they find Hef? His jaw clenched and he glared at the ground. We discussed his not keeping secrets from me. I, in turn, had to swear I wouldn't attempt to go after Hef or the Order alone. Not yet. The demons who supported him have fled hell. So they're running around on the surface? No one is getting to you here, he growled, the vein in his neck pulsing as it always did right before he lost it. I cupped his cheek, then hugged him. I know. He remained rigid against me for a second, then gave in to my touch. And Lucifer? Did he ask about me at all? Samazrael's growl vibrated into me through my cheek pressed to his chest. He refused to see you, though he seemed pleased at your progress. That's it. I snapped, and it was his turn to close his arms around me. The flames that wanted to break free and wreak havoc were quieted by the grace, bringing me back to a grounded state of balance. It's fine. Least there's some news. Are you sure you're all right? Yeah, I'm great, I muttered, and his brow arched. Are you up for another round of sparring? He took my hand in his, and we returned to the training courtyard. I just reached for the mace and warhammer, wondering if maybe we should simply do hand-to-hand instead, when a gentle invisible nudge had me grabbing the weapons. I shut my eyes then gasped. Whenever I picked them up, I had to remind myself to stay focused and see beyond the essence within them. However, this time, I wasn't able to, and was thrown into an array of images and voices that quickly surrounded me. Somewhere I heard Samazrael. I tried to tell him I was all right, when I was sucked down even deeper, my body becoming light as if I was floating. Everything was moving too fast for me to follow, then it all crashed to a screeching halt. I stood in an unfamiliar room. From the lighting outside the tall windows, it was evident it was hell. I thought this was merely another vision, but the details were crystal clear. There was no confusing snippet of images tied together by a gray haze. What was this? What exactly are you accusing me of? I jumped at Lucifer's angry voice. I whirled around. He stood near a large stone hearth, a fire crackling away within it. He had on black slacks and a dark red blouse with the sleeves rolled up. His hair was longer than I was used to seeing. Messier, too. The flickering flames highlighted the hard edges of his jaw and cheekbones. His silver eyes narrowed. I followed his gaze and stilled. My breath caught at the sight of Dahlia, fierce fallen angel in all her glory. It was like looking in a mirror. I'd always loved how much I looked like my mother, all except the eyes. Black armor covered her shoulders and forearms. The rest of her was decked out in black leather. Her silver hair had feathers in it, the braids hanging down past her waist. The mace and warhammer rested at her hips. She stood before Lucifer, her hands fisted as if prepared to fight him. I'm not accusing you of anything, Dahlia replied hotly. Do you honestly think I listened to rumors? I hadn't heard her voice in so long. I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to calm my racing heart. Then I don't understand why we're having this conversation, Lucifer replied. I wanted you to know what they're saying about you. About this mad plan of yours to break free of hell, Dahlia explained, to which Lucifer sighed. These rumors are what's driving the order to increase their attacks of late. And you know they won't be content with only attacking demons. Eventually they'll turn their sights on you and anyone close to you. I care not what anyone thinks of me, Lucifer growled. Least of all humans. They've only ever seen me as evil. Why should I care? Because it's your life. It's your demons and hell. Everything is being put at risk. He waved away her worries with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Lucifer, please, listen to me. You might believe humans aren't dangerous, but underestimating them will only come back to bite you in the ass. You can stop them now, so do it. Show them the truth of who you are. To what end? More humans will decide I'm evil 10 years from now, and it'll start all over again. That's how it's been for thousands of years. Nothing is going to change it. He rubbed his forehead, shaking his head. I told you a long time ago I would never be the man you thought I was, he whispered, and I leaned in closer to hear better. They will always come up with another story to pass around about what evil the devil is up to. If you don't wish to be with me as I am, there's the door. You bastard, Dahlia snapped and grabbed hold of Lucifer's arm. His gaze darted to where she held him, then to her face, his silver eyes softening. I knew who you were the first night we were together. I've always known, and I don't want you to change. Then why do you suddenly care so much about the order? About their attacking me? Dahlia's frown gave way to a smile, and her other hand slipped to her stomach. Lucifer blanched, his jaw dropping. Because it's no longer about just you, or me for that matter. He held out a shaky hand, covering the one on her stomach. You're pregnant. A swell of love so fierce it nearly knocked me off my feet burst from Lucifer. Dahlia nodded, and he pulled her into his arms, kissing her. How? She laughed, her brow arching. I never thought this was possible after all this time. He beamed down at her. You're okay with this? He embraced her again in answer, and my heart melted. This is why you've been so worried. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was still coming to terms with it, I guess. He rested his hand on her stomach again, chuckling warmly. This was the side of Lucifer I'd been waiting to see since I showed up in his life. Maybe one day, I'd be lucky enough to witness him like this. Happy and not so full of regret. You have nothing to fear from the order, Lucifer promised Dahlia, glancing back down at her stomach. Everything's going to change now. Just a little bit, Dahlia teased. Do you want to know what it's going to be? You've already seen? She grinned. I've seen quite a bit. I need to speak with Samazrael tonight too. Lucifer's brow furrowed, then a knowing look filled his eyes. I always had a sense about him. Now I know why. I'll have him brought to you. He started for the door, but Dahlia caught his arm. Later. She pulled him into her arms. The images faded, until I was back in the present. Ashmielle? Samazrael had his hands on my upper arms, standing behind me. All right, I said, letting out a shaky breath, unable to stop smiling. I'm all right. What did you see? Another one of her visions? No, I replied, releasing the weapons and spinning around to stare up at him. A memory. He glanced over my shoulder. You're sure? I dragged him down to me, kissing him. Yeah, I'm sure. Want to hear about it? He nodded, and we returned to the main house. I bounced as I walked, unable to shake the same giddiness Mom had the moment she told Lucifer about me. Then about Samazrael and me. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit me when we neared the back door, but I shook it off. Maybe memories affected me differently. Not lingering on it, I tugged Samazrael into the house and told him everything I saw.
Chapter 5. Samazrael. I stood in the kitchen watching over Ashmielle. She was on the couch in the living room, asleep. If we'd spent the whole day sparring, I would have understood her exhaustion. We'd barely gone 3 rounds before she was stumbling over her feet. I told her to take a break and we'd come back to the house. She'd hardly touched her lunch and said she was going to rest in the living room. The second she shut her eyes, she passed out. "I'm sure she'll be all right," Kara whispered from beside me, but her brow was crinkled too. I sifted through Ashmielle's emotions again, her walls down while she slept. Aside from her usual aggravation at Lucifer refusing to see her, there was nothing to tell me what was wrong. "She's getting weaker," I murmured. The last 5 days, I'd noticed her quickly going downhill. As far as I knew, she'd slept through the night. The memories she could see now with Dahlia's weapons, were they doing this to her? Using up too much energy? She'd seen several more moments from Dahlia's life. She'd been thrilled to witness such moments, and I knew they were bringing her closer to her mom. Then there was how much hellfire and grace she was using lately. After finding balance, she was able to call on them both now. Perhaps using them so much was simply taking energy out of her, faster than she could recover. She wasn't exactly used to having it all at her fingertips just yet. She was eager to keep up her training, and most days ignored my scolding that she was pushing too hard. Now, maybe she'd listen to me. "Any more news?" Kara asks. "Several demons were captured," I said. "They've said nothing of Hef's plan so far." "And the order?" "Nothing on them. Not even a whisper of what they're up to. It's like they've gone underground." "Maybe not worry about them right now then." She nodded to Ashmielle, stirring on the couch. I pushed off the doorframe and went to her. She sat up, stretching her arms over her head, and gave me a sleepy smile. "How are you feeling?" I asked, sitting on the edge of the coffee table. "Good. Don't know why I'm so tired." "Are you sure about that?" She rolled her eyes, swinging her legs around. When she went to stand, I stopped her from getting off the couch. "I'm not pushing myself too hard." "I say you are. We've been through this. I have to be ready," she argued. "Can't you see what you're doing to yourself? You're overdoing it like I knew you would, but you don't like me telling you what to do." "This is what happens then," I muttered, seeing her too weak to get out of bed again. Or worse, unable to find balance and control her inner rage. "I won't watch you do that to yourself, not now when you have a way to stop it. Please just listen to me. Trust me." Her glare softened and she hung her head. "I do trust you." She squeezed my hand, sighing. "Fine, I'll take the rest of the day off." 3 days. What? Oh, come on. I'm getting so much better with using the mace, and I can make some pretty amazing grace and hellfire flames. Which is why you're going to take a break and let yourself recharge. And what am I supposed to do for 3 days? I smirked. How about you let yourself simply relax? That bathroom is stocked with bath bubbles and candles. Pamper yourself. Samazrael, she uttered, but I hauled her to her feet, guiding her to the bedroom. I shut the door and walked past her to the bathroom. You're ridiculous. Why? 'Cause I want you to take care of yourself. I dug around in the cabinets until I found several tall pillar candles and set them on the vanity, around the tub's edge, and a few more on a small table near the door. With a snap of my fingers, I lit them all, grinning at my plan. This would be good for her. Give her a chance to not think about training or Dahlia or Lucifer. I turned on the tub's faucets next and poured in a bubble bath concoction smelling of cedar and vanilla. There. Plenty of hot water, so get in and forget about everything outside that door. Ashmielle gave the bathroom a nod of approval. All right, you win. I could get used to this. Maybe you'll be able to. I kissed her cheek. You need me, just yell. I'll be close by. Hey, Sammy, she called when I was at the door. Yeah. Her cheeks were flushed, and I growled at the desire that slammed into me. 2 small flames burned in her eyes. I knew exactly what she wanted, without her having to say a damn thing. We were in each other's arms, kissing hotly until I told myself to pull back. When the situation's not so tense, and there isn't a chance of your father randomly showing up, I whispered the promise against her ear, and she shivered. Enjoy your bath. Her eyes were hooded, but she let me go. I'm holding you to that. I almost went back to her, but walked out the door instead. I closed it, resting my hand against it, and cursed. The water shut off not too long after, and the quiet thuds of clothes hitting the floor had me silently groaning. Later, when we could take our time getting to know each other. We just have to wait. I pushed off the door, found a random thriller novel in the living room, and attempted to make myself content with reading, and not with the woman on the other side of the bathroom door. Ashmielle was without a doubt going to drive me crazy. And I was going to love every second of it. You're going to spoil me beyond repair, Ashmielle murmured. I chuckled, brushing the rest of the knots from her hair. We sat on the bed. Her third day of not doing anything except relaxing was coming to an end. You can always take another day off. Or two. No. I feel better, honest. Thankful she couldn't see my face, I frowned, telling my hands to keep moving through her hair, so as not to let her know I was still concerned. She might say she was better, but she was still weaker than she should be. She'd slept most of the time, and when she wasn't sleeping, we took a few walks around the property. After each one, she'd be worn out, barely able to keep her eyes open. Once the knots were gone from her hair, I draped it over her shoulder and set the brush on the floor. We were back in our nest of blankets in front of the fireplace. It had become her favorite place to be in the evenings, tucked in our cozy bedroom with a fire going and no one around to bother us. She settled in my arms, sitting between my legs. My wings slipped from my back, fluttering lightly as they wrapped around her. She sighed, her happiness seeping from her and flowing into me. A few minutes later, her soft snores made me grin. I kissed her shoulder, whispering her name. She didn't stir, and carefully I rose off the floor, taking her with me. I tucked her in bed, pressing my lips to her forehead. Shutting my eyes, I willed myself to feel everything she was feeling, searching for whatever was making her so weak. There was nothing I hadn't been feeling all day, no way for me to understand what was happening to her. We'll be all right, I told her sternly. I'll fix this. Swear I will. Knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I left Ashmielle in the bedroom, shut the door behind me, and angrily stalked through the house. I was losing her. The nagging in my stomach, I hadn't been able to shake for days, told me that loud and clear. Somehow, I was going to lose Ashmielle again. Last time, I'd known what was coming, and circumstances occurred that stole control of the situation from me. For 25 years, I hadn't been able to go to her. Hadn't been able to keep her safe. This time, an invisible force was draining her energy, making her weak. It couldn't be the Order, could it? They might have weapons powered by angelic grace now, but whatever affected Ashmielle, it was too strong to be them. I snarled, then clamped my mouth shut over my extended fangs. I didn't want Ashmielle to wake up and find me in a half-rage. I'd managed to hide my growing anxiety from her so far, but it wouldn't last much longer. Especially if she kept getting weaker. Heth. Was he doing this to her, from wherever he was? And why? It sounded like he wanted to use Ashmielle against Lucifer. How was making her vulnerable like this going to help? My fist flew toward the wall, but I halted it in time to stop from making contact. It wasn't my willpower that stopped me, though. Millie, I said on a breath, using my nickname for her. My eyes slipped closed. It never ceased to leave me in awe how she could reach out and find me in her sleep. Her aura wrapped around me as if she stood at my back, holding me. I breathed in deep, lavender and fire teasing my nose. My rage turned to a low simmer, and I went to the kitchen to make some tea in hopes it'd relax me enough to get some sleep. The kettle was on the stove. I reached for the burner. A weight crashed onto my shoulders. I grabbed hold of the countertop to keep myself upright, then staggered out of the kitchen toward the front door. Lucifer always did have excellent timing. I threw open the front door and stepped out onto the patio. Lucifer and Commander Bones stood on the walk, speaking with Rollins, who looked like he'd been yanked from sleep. He turned his wary gaze to me when I approached. "My king," I said stiffly. Lucifer's eyes flared brightly, flames coating his hands. His black slacks appeared wrinkled for the first time I could remember. Beneath his bare feet, the stones cracked and shifted from the continual heat he poured into them. The ivory blouse he wore was spotted with blood and black burn marks. The last few times I'd seen him, only his eyes had given away how off-kilter he was. Now it was obvious he was slipping. His aura pulsed, and I cringed at the sensation of needles pressing into every inch of my body. His eye twitched and his neck muscles were strained. His whole body was poised to attack. A door opened somewhere on the compound, and he flinched. I dared not ask him how much longer he was going to let himself be torn apart by past sins, not in front of Bones and Rollins. "Would you like to see your daughter?" I asked instead, hoping he'd say yes. Waking Ashmielle wasn't ideal, but eventually they had to speak to each other again. His eyes flicked to the house, the flames within them turning white then dulling. "No. I've come with news of the Order. They've surfaced and have been spotted gathering their forces." "Where?" "Seattle." I shrugged. "Far away from here, then. Why don't you send your demons in to take care of them?" "It's proving difficult to get close enough to see their numbers and their arsenal," he explained. "Besides, it would be prudent of us to bring them to us instead. I want to know we will wipe them from the earth without any chance of them turning the battle against us." "You want to set a trap?" I asked to clarify. He looked to the house again, and I growled, knowing what he would say before the words left his mouth. "This complex is an ideal location. Ashmielle will be used as bait." "No," I snarled, and Bones inched forward, his hand on his blade. "I won't allow it." Lucifer had his hand around my throat in a blink. "You might have gotten away with disobeying me once, but don't think for a second that it gives you the right to argue with me. We're setting a trap, and Ashmielle will be used to bring the Order here. You'll await my command, and you'll do exactly as I say, or you'll end up in a worse place than a cell on the 9th level." He dragged me closer, his fangs glistening as he whispered, "You'll be in my personal dungeon. Do we understand one another, Samazrael?" He threw me away from him, not giving me a chance to answer. "I am still the king of hell, despite what some of you seem to believe." "You have no idea what this will do to her," I rasped, holding a hand to my aching throat. "Do you even care you're risking her life?" "I'm doing this for her." "Are you? Or are you doing it for yourself because you're scared?" Bones cursed at me. Rollins sucked in a sharp breath. I ignored them both, glowering at Lucifer's back. He squared his shoulders and, to my confusion, kept walking. He waved his hand, creating a portal back to hell. He snapped for Bones, and the commander rushed after him. He was nearly through it when a new presence made me turn with a grunt. "Really?" Ashmielle yelled, and Lucifer froze. "You're just going to walk away, without a word to your daughter?" Shit. Had she heard about Lucifer's plan to use her? If she had, I assumed that would have been the first thing out of her mouth. She walked barefooted down the path past me and right up to him. I called her name, but she threw her hand up, waving me off. Her hair hung wild around her shoulders, emphasizing the weak hold she had on her anger right then. "You don't get to run away from me," she warned. "You don't get to pretend I suddenly don't exist. I'm right here. I'm always right here, so turn around and talk to me, damn it." Lucifer continued to stand utterly still while the night held its breath. "That's it then. You're going to push me away, just like you did Dahlia." "Don't," Lucifer whispered. "Don't what?" Ashmielle challenged. He whirled around, hellfire cascading over his body. "Don't you dare say that name to me." I stepped forward, but the force of Lucifer's glare held me in place. I had to get to Ashmielle, to protect her from Lucifer's wrath, but I was powerless to move an inch. "I'll say her name whenever I want. She was my mother. Dahlia was my mother." Lucifer roared, raising his hand as if to strike Ashmielle. I snarled, straining to throw myself between them. Ashmielle never flinched in the face of his fury. His claws were poised to slice right through her, but she held her ground. Lucifer's eyes were two small fires. He let out another bellow of sheer fury, lowered his hand, and stormed through the portal, taking Bones with him. For a solid 10 seconds, I sensed nothing from Ashmielle. Then it was like a bomb went off inside my skull. I flinched, my insides ripped apart by the bitterness stabbing me over and over. Ashmielle cursed and stormed away from the house. "Where are you going?" I snapped, catching up. "Stop." She yanked her arm out of my grasp, picking up the pace until she reached the training courtyard. She ranted under her breath, flames dripping from her hands to scorch the stones her feet were currently destroying. Her hair crackled with even more fire, and the silver in her eyes had up and vanished. The aura that had comforted me in the house now sought out my own rage, dragging it from the depths of my soul and forcing it to the surface. "What's wrong with him?" she finally shouted, throwing her arms upward. "He can't simply act like he doesn't have a daughter, not after everything that's happened." I worked my jaw, my claws extending despite my best efforts to keep them sheathed. "You need to calm down." Steps approached from behind us. I spotted Rollins, Kara, and several others moving in. I shook my head, not sure how out of control Ashmielle was about to become. Or me, for that matter. If she didn't get a handle on her emotions, she wouldn't be the only one going berserk. "I have been calm," she shouted. "That's all I've been doing is staying calm. I can't do it anymore. I won't. He's not the only one allowed to be pissed. He can't tell me what to do. I'm not one of his demons." I rolled my shoulders, my wings eager to expand. "Ashmielle." "What?" she yelled, flames shooting up her arms. She didn't even know Lucifer's plan for her. The second she found out, I doubted I'd be able to prevent her from going after him. I recalled his raising his hand to attack her and snarled. Shaking my head, I willed my rage to fade, but another surge of Ashmielle's anger hit me like a kick to the chest. I staggered, my stomach heaving like I was going to be sick. Pushing through the discomfort, I stormed to her and grabbed her shoulders. "Enough," I growled, giving her a little shake. "You have to stop this right now." She wrenched out of my arms, but I caught her again. "Let me go," she yelled, shoving me in the chest. My boots skidded across the stones, and I slammed into the short stone wall surrounding the courtyard. It crumbled around me. I straightened, knocking more rocks to the ground, and looked up. Across the courtyard, Ashmielle stood, her chest heaving and her feet planted. Her claws were extended and ready for a fight. A red haze flooded my vision, and the voice that had told me I needed to back off disappeared beneath a tidal wave of savage fire. I growled, knowing the sound would set her off. And so it did. Ashmielle threw herself across the courtyard, and I met her hit for hit. Our clashing fires lit up the night, the air punctuated by grunts and snarls. There was no sense of where my emotions ended and hers began. They were tangled in a maddening web that only became more twisted the longer we fought. I caught her in my arms, and she threw her head back, smashing it into my face. My grip loosened, and she hurled me over her head with the full force of her power. I slammed into the stones, creating a crater around my body from the impact. It knocked the air from my lungs. He cackled like a madwoman until I snatched her ankle and threw her across the courtyard. She slid into the wall, the only thing stopping her from going further. Her glare pierced me as if she'd stabbed me in the chest. I clambered upright again and rushed her. She screamed in my face, punching me twice. I dodged her next shot and knocked her feet out from under her. I went to pin her, but she wrestled me to the ground, her legs snaking around my body and rolling us over. She ended up on top of me, using the force of her hellfire to keep me down. She flashed her fangs at me, her hand raised. I snatched her wrist when she blinked rapidly. I waited for the next attack, preparing to block it, only it never came. Her claws retreated, and the fire that had pulsed with anger shifted to a dark blue. "I'm sorry," Ashmielle whispered, and I closed my mouth over my fangs. Sammy. I'm sorry. My lip twitched, a final rush of heat driving me to grab her by the arms, flip her, and pin her to the ground. I snarled, my need to protect her warring with a chaotic mess inside me. Ashmielle cupped my face, comforting coolness slipping from her hands. Ropes of blue and white light wound around me, calming the rage that burned so hot. My muscles tensed then relaxed, the last of the mania disappearing. I loosened my hold on Ashmielle, not believing I let it get this far. I tried to pull away, but she dragged me down to her, pressing her lips to mine. Footsteps retreated from all around us until we were alone. Only then did I pull Ashmielle from the ground and into my arms. She started to apologize again, but I cut her words off with another kiss, making my way to the house. You have nothing to apologize for, I assured her. How can you say that? Look what I made you do. She tucked her head into my shoulder, refusing to look at me when I said her name. I'm supposed to be better at all of this. Now it feels like I'm right back to where I started. You're not. Trust me, I said with a chuckle. It's going to take time for us to work out how we react to one another. We haven't exactly had a lot of time and the most stress-free environment. But no, I said sternly. Don't start doing that to yourself. We take it one step at a time. One day, 1 hour, 1 minute if we have to, but you're not going to keep apologizing every time this happens. I'm here for you no matter what, understand? Nothing is going to change that. She finally glanced up, her lips twisted to the side, like she seriously continued arguing with me more. I raised my brow, waiting. She sat up higher in my arms, dragging my head down so she could kiss me. You win, she whispered. I smirked and walked inside. I was going to say, we could pick up her training tomorrow. After the display she just showed, she seemed to not be as weak as I assumed. I was probably paranoid. By the time we reached the bedroom, though, she could barely keep her eyes open, and her skin was too cool for my liking. I climbed into bed, drew her into my arms, and kissed the top of her head. I'm here, I whispered while she slept. Don't leave me. Don't you dare leave me.
Chapter 6. Ashmielle. The room was familiar, but I was sure I hadn't been in it before. Come here. I stilled at my mother's voice. Turning around, I saw her lying in a large 4-poster bed draped in black and red silks. She wore a loose-fitting blouse that looked like it belonged to a man. A black quilt was pulled up over her legs. She was propped up against the pillows, a tiny bundle in her arms. My heart raced at the sound of a quiet baby cooing. Lucifer approached the bed, face haggard but his eyes filled with pride and uncertainty and love. His black hair was messy, and his usual pristine silk shirt was rumpled. Your turn, Mom said and held the baby out to him. Held me out to him. Lucifer gulped, his eyebrows scrunching together. She's so tiny. What if I hurt her? You're her father. You'll never hurt her. I clutched a hand to my chest, wishing he could see this moment all over again. How much his hands shook when he reached for me. How Dahlia whispered encouragement to him the whole time until I was cradled safely against his chest. His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped while he gently bounced the baby me. We have a daughter, he whispered in awe. She looks just like you. Except her eyes, Dahlia mused, wiping at hers while she looked at Lucifer. Those are all you. Lucifer nodded, his eyes never leaving me. You, my sweet daughter, are going to have an incredible life. The whole world will be open to you. And we'll be here every step of the way. He kissed the baby's forehead, and I gasped, feeling a burst of heat at the same place on my forehead. Carefully, he sat down on the bed beside Dahlia, the two of them watching over me with so much love in their gazes, my heart broke. Then the memory disappeared behind a wall of white fog. No, wait. I lunged forward, desperate to get back to the moment, but it was already gone. I expected to be returned to the present, but voices echoed around me. I was spun around and landed once again, but this time I recognized the room. Lucifer's study. He stood in front of the same ornate desk, holding out a drink. I flinched, wondering if somehow he saw me when Samazrael spoke. I turned and he stepped forward, taking the drink. He had a bemused look on his face, then chuckled. "Cheers," Lucifer said, clinking their glasses together. I took my time studying Samazrael's face. There were far fewer worry lines around his eyes. The green pupils were brighter, and there wasn't tenseness to his stance as there was now. "You all right?" Lucifer asked. Samazrael's brow rose. "I am. It's just, I never thought I'd be in this situation. It was an honor to simply be the bodyguard of Dahlia, and then your daughter." Now he shrugged, seemingly at a loss. "It's strange. I knew the second she was born, without anyone coming to tell me. It's like my soul sensed hers coming into the world." "You're lucky," Lucifer told him. "You'll get to be there for her, every step of the way. Be a part of her life, as you watch over her. You'll be her teacher, her friend, and then maybe one day when you're both ready, you'll be something more for each other." The door opened, and Dahlia walked in, carrying me. Samazrael's gaze softened, and he quickly set down his glass. He hurried to her side, peering down at me with such an intense look of devotion and caring. Tears burned in my eyes at the sight of it. The intensity of that gaze was the same in the present, but now it overflowed with love, determination, and a fierce passion that still managed to catch me off guard some days. My love for Samazrael burst in my chest, until a sharp pain chased it away. I sucked in a breath, fighting to keep breathing as I was dragged down into a shadowy void. It was like my soul was ripped right down the middle, and I curled in on myself. When my hands hit rough stones, I frowned. "Ashmielle? Can you hear me?" Samazrael asked, his tone worried. "Millie? Say something." "I saw you," I muttered, forcing the words out. A sob broke from my chest, and I trembled with the force of it, falling forward. Samazrael caught me. My hands ached from holding the mace and warhammer for so long. I dropped them with a pair of metallic thuds. "How long?" "5 minutes," Samazrael growled, gently lifting my face, his green eyes piercing mine. He cursed in demonic, his thumbs wiping away the tears from my cheeks. "What did you see?" "You." I clutched at his arms, reorienting myself with my present surroundings. "I saw you." We were in the courtyard. We'd been getting back to training, taking it slow as Samazrael wanted. The morning had started out well enough. The hand-to-hand had been a good warm-up, and we'd been ready to switch to weapons. I remembered picking up the mace and warhammer, then I'd been in that white fog. I tried to stand, but my legs gave out and I fell into Samazrael. "Your skin's cold." "I'm okay." "No, you're not," he snapped, then sighed. "We're finished for today. Let's get you inside so you can warm up." "The weapons," I started to say. His growl interrupted me. "Rollins will see to them." I kept my mouth shut until he took me inside the house and on the couch. He dragged the heavy red and turquoise fleece blanket around my shoulders, then put logs in the hearth. He flicked his wrist and a flame appeared in his hand. Aiming it toward the logs, he unleashed it, setting them alight. With a satisfied nod, he returned to me, sitting beside me on the couch. I hadn't noticed the chill, but it hit me full force, and suddenly I was shivering. Samazrael hauled me onto his lap, wrapping his arms around me tightly. More flames came to his silent summons, winding around me and fighting the icy touch that always followed these episodes. "You were with Lucifer and Dahlia," I said after a while. His hands didn't stop rubbing on my back, working to warm me. His silence told me I should probably stop talking, but I had to repeat what I had seen, more for myself than him. "I think you were meeting me for the first time." I smiled through my chattering teeth. Before that, it was Lucifer and Dahlia. It was the first time he'd ever held me. There was so much love in that room, it was almost suffocating. "He's changed just as much as you have." "Just stop," Samazrael snapped, his hand stilling. "I don't care what you're seeing. I'm sorry, but I don't. Can't you see what these visions are doing to you?" "Nothing's wrong with me." "The hell there's not." He set me back and pushed roughly off the couch, stomping around the living room. "You can deny it all you want, but you're not getting better. You're getting worse, and it happens every damn time you touch those weapons. Every time you see another vision or a memory. Samazrael, I tried. He slashed his hand through the air, the vein pulsing rapidly in his neck. His eyes flared brightly and fire erupted at his hands. I'm not going to let you keep doing this to yourself. You can hate me all you want, but you're not touching Dahlia's weapons again, not until we understand what's going on with you. This shouldn't be happening. None of this is normal. Not that I'd even know what's normal since there's never been someone like you before, he ranted. He turned his back to me with another vivid stream of curses. He hung his head and leaned heavily on the stone mantle. The muscles in his arms bunched, and his stance was so strained I worried he was going to pull something. I swallowed back my argument, seeing what this was doing to him. I assumed the weakness was coming from my learning to use grace and hellfire together. Was he right? Before coming to New Mexico, I'd only touched Dahlia's weapons a handful of times and never for more than a few seconds. Here, I'd been using them almost daily. I wanted to assure him that it was probably just from my trying to imbue them with my essence, but I had no idea if that was true or not. I understand your concern, I finally settled on a response. But if Lucifer does want to use me as bait, I have to be ready. That means I have to keep learning. I have to be able to fight. Samazrael's livid roar shook the pictures hanging on the walls. No. I don't care what Lucifer said he wants you to do. You're not doing it. You and I both know he's not going to change his mind. I never should have told you, he whispered darkly. We agreed not to keep secrets, remember? If this means an end to the Order and Peter Torrell, then I'm doing it. Do you even hear yourself right now? He yelled, whirling around. I can handle myself. Besides, you said I'll only be bait. I might not even have to fight. Stand up, Samazrael ordered, crossing his arms. Do it right now without faltering. Throwing the blanket off my shoulders, I braced my hands on the cushions. Without Samazrael or the blanket around me, the cold's grip on me turned painful. I clenched my jaw to stop myself from showing my discomfort and slammed my mental walls down. Or at least I tried to. Samazrael's eyes shifting to black was a giveaway I'd failed miserably. I pushed off the couch, a smirk ready on my face. Then my knees went weak, and I collapsed back to the cushions. You are not in any condition to be used as bait, let alone be in a fight, Samazrael said. End of discussion. Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit here while everyone else risks their lives? Yes, he shouted. I can't do that, I yelled back, trying again to get up. I made it 2 steps this time before exhaustion crashed onto my shoulders, and I fell into the coffee table. Samazrael was right there to catch me. Just as he always would be. His skin was on fire, temperature-wise and with actual flames. I've seen what Dahlia did, remember? We were together all those times. We fought side by side. And maybe we might, but it's not going to be any time soon. Something is making you sick. I wanted to keep arguing with him, but the room began to spin, and I was in his arms a second later. We were sitting on the floor. He patted my cheek softly until I shifted my gaze to him. He sighed in relief, but his body hummed with anxiety. You have to stop scaring me like this, he murmured. For once, can you not argue with me? I said nothing, confused by what was occurring within me. My every limb was heavy, and all I wanted to do was close my eyes and curl into a ball and sleep. Embracing the grace I was born with was meant to help with the chaos inside me and let me reach my true potential. To see just how strong the daughter of Lucifer was. Instead, I constantly fought either being too tired to function or feeling immensely drained. Nothing made sense. Samazrael's pleading gaze broke down the last of my resolve. Hurting him wasn't part of my plan, ever, and here I was doing it all over again by pushing myself too hard. He'd sworn an oath to protect me from every threat, including myself. And here I was, forcing him to break it with my refusal to accept the truth. Something was wrong with me. All right, I said, and Samazrael hugged me. I'll leave them alone, see what happens. And I won't agree to any plans until you're okay with them. I promise. He lifted me back onto the couch, tugging the blanket around me. After tucking my hair behind my ears, he kissed both my hands, then my lips. I pulled him close, knowing a great way to warm up quickly. The air became heavy. We flinched. Samazrael's eyes turned solid black. He glared at the front door. Footsteps sounded on the patio, then the front door was thrown open. Lucifer and Bones walked in, a gust of dry heat accompanying them. Lucifer was muttering under his breath to the commander. He froze. His head shot up a second later, and his fiery gaze latched onto mine. My eyes widened in surprise. And I had thought Samazrael looked rough these last few days. The king of hell before me was not the same demon now as the one I'd met what seemed like so long ago. Gone was the usual silk shirt, and instead he wore a black t-shirt and a pair of jeans splattered with mud and blood. His shoes were coated in the same as were his hands. His hair was a right mess. If the bags under his eyes were any darker, he'd start taking on the appearance of a skull. Even his horns had lost their sheen. The thick stubble on his face was quickly turning into a beard. Lucifer growled quietly, taking a step forward until Samazrael straightened, blocking me from his view. "My king," Samazrael said sharply. "I wasn't expecting you." "No, you weren't, and yet here I am," Lucifer rumbled. "We're moving forward with our plans to set a trap for the order." "Circumstances have changed," Samazrael argued. "I'm sorry, but Ashmielle is in no state to be used as bait or to be anywhere near demon hunters." "What did I tell you about arguing with me?" Lucifer took another step forward, his claws extending. "You will follow my orders, Samazrael, or you and I are going to have a nightly appointment that you won't enjoy." "The hell you will," I yelled, rising from the couch. Lightheadedness had me falling right back down with a curse. "I can handle this," Samazrael whispered, taking my hand. "What's wrong with her?" Lucifer demanded. "I'm right here," I yelled at him, peering around Samazrael. "You can ask me." I waited, but Lucifer seemed to only have eyes for Samazrael. I rolled my eyes, then shivered when the cold seeped in once again. I yanked the blanket around my shoulders, but it didn't help much. "She's unwell," Samazrael answered, his grip tightening protectively on my hand. I waited for Lucifer to ask him to explain or say something else. Anything else. What came out of his mouth left me numb, then I shook with rage that had been tamped down for far too long. "You have 3 days," Lucifer said. "See, she's better by then." He turned on his heel and stomped toward the door. "Do you not care about your daughter at all?" Samazrael yelled. Lucifer didn't slow down. Samazrael made to follow. I tugged on his hand to keep him by the couch, and accidentally let down the mental walls I'd hastily thrown up at Lucifer's arrival. Samazrael jerked to a stop, his hand raised for the door. Samazrael flinched. I gave him an apologetic look, but he seemed to be holding it together in the face of my unbridled anger and disappointment. "Why won't you talk to me?" I asked, each word accompanied by another small explosion of the same darkness that had been eating away at me for days. "Leave it," Lucifer said, his hand trembling. "Not until I understand what's going on with you. You can't even stand to look at me now." "What did I do, huh? Just tell me that much so I can fix it." He shook his head. When he looked over his shoulder, those silver eyes burned with dark blue flames. The air escaped my lungs and pain engulfed my chest. I hadn't experienced such a horrible sensation since the night I found my mother's dead body. I said, "Leave it." "I can't," I argued, pressing a hand to my aching heart. "What did I do?" He growled, finally spinning around to face me, and bringing with him the total weight of that agonizing glare. "Enough." Using Samazrael, I pulled myself upright. Putting one foot slowly in front of the other, I began a laborious walk. Each step was wobbly, but I managed to make it halfway across the room. There, Lucifer's pulsing aura met me, trying to keep me at a distance. The hairs on my arms shot up, and an icy shiver that didn't come from me shot down my spine. He was afraid. Lucifer was afraid. Talk to me, I pleaded. Just tell me what I did wrong. My father's lip twitched and he recoiled like I'd slapped him. He backed off, and I knew if I didn't get him to talk to me now, I'd probably lose my chance forever. You're a coward, I called out. Bones' eyes widened. Ignoring him, I kept my gaze focused on Lucifer. His emotions cut off abruptly, and the invisible force that had been holding me up disappeared. I cursed, staggering forward, catching myself before I hit the floor. Samazrael rushed forward to help me. I threw my hand out to keep him back. Did you hear me? You're nothing more than a coward. I am the king of hell, Lucifer whispered viciously. Yeah? And you're scared to speak to your daughter, I said. I'm not scared, he replied. You're scared of something. If it's not me, then what's your problem? Just tell me, damn it, I yelled, losing the last bit of patience I'd been holding on to. I repeated my demand. Hellfire surged from Lucifer, swarming around the room until it encircled us. Samazrael yelled my name but couldn't reach me. I squared my shoulders. Lucifer turned, his claws extended and his face set in a furious scowl that would have sent anyone else running for cover. Smoke rose from his skin, the heat from his body shattering the tiles beneath his feet. He closed the distance between us, his hands snatching my arms in a flash of movement I had no time to react to. All I see is Dahlia, he snarled. I look at you, and I see her. I can't bear it, not after what she did to me. To both of us. You hate her now, is that it? I ask. He squeezed my arms, his lip twitching while blue flames dripped from his eyes. How can I not? I tilted my head, sighing. You don't only hate her, though. You hate yourself. He released me, his mouth opening and closing though no words ever came out. Do you hate yourself? I pushed. Of course I do, Lucifer shouted. I froze. His face was bright red, and he ran a hand roughly through his hair, growling furiously. I can't stand to look at you, because all it does is remind of Dahlia. And I hate myself because I failed you. I failed Dahlia. If I hadn't been as arrogant, she would have told me the truth. She would still be alive, and I wouldn't have missed out on so much of your life. So yes, I hate her and myself. And I'm punishing you for it because I'm weak and a fool, and afraid that if you get close to me, I'll lose you. I tried to take his hand, but he moved out of my reach. Lucifer no longer appeared as the terrifying king of hell, but as a father who'd lost everything. His face softened, and tears of fire escaped his eyes. I would give up anything to go back and change what I did, if only to have her back and know you were safe. Everything you've been through is my fault. What's happening now is all on me. I accept your fury and your hate, he said. And I'll understand if once the matter is dealt with, you wish to never see me again. That is the cell of sin I've built, and I'll live in it if I must as long as I know you're alive. I held my breath, not wanting to break the silence that fell after his words. Lucifer shrugged, appearing lost. He hung his head, sucking in a breath when I whispered, "No." Lucifer's head shot up. "No," he said. That one word was filled with so much hope. "I don't hate you," I told him. "And I know deep down you don't hate Dahlia. You never could." "She betrayed me," he insisted. "No. She loved you deeply just as you did her." I snagged his hand, not letting him get away this time. I wasn't even sure if I could do it or not, but Lucifer had to be reminded of what he shared with Dahlia. He needed to see the demon he once was, that his love hadn't made him weak, not even close. I cupped his face and pressed my forehead to his. A ribbon of flame sprouted from my temples to his, then wound around our heads and shoulders. Lucifer's hands covered mine. I pictured Dahlia's memories, the ones I'd been able to witness and experience through her, and unleashed them on Lucifer. He cursed, sinking to his knees and taking me with him. I pictured the moment he held me for the first time, and told Dahlia without words how much he loved us both. I let him feel as she did then. I thought about the day she told him they would have a child, and how happy they'd been. On and on the memories flowed, each one sending a shockwave through Lucifer, chipping away at the wall of hatred he'd built around himself. She loved you with everything she had, I told him, tears falling down my cheeks. It's why she did what she did. Not to betray you, but to protect you. Protect us both. And I don't need her here to know she'd forgive you for not listening to her. He shook his head, fighting to let go of the last of his anger. She'd never blame you for her death or for what happened to me. I don't either, not anymore, I admitted, surprising myself. Lucifer's gaze lifted, and for a few long seconds we simply looked at each other. Father and daughter. The ribbons of fire retreated from his mind, and the wall of flames he'd created flowed back into him. Dahlia might not have been my soulmate, but I loved her, Lucifer said softly. And you, my daughter, you are the most precious thing in the entire world to me. I smiled and did something I never thought I'd do. I hugged him. He froze for a second, then closed his arms around me for the first time since finding out I'd survived. The lightheadedness came back, but this time it didn't let me go. The cold I'd thought was chased away by my hellfire returned tenfold. Shivers racked my body. Lucifer set me back, confusion wrinkling his brow. I tried to speak, but my teeth chattered too much for me to get anything out. He pressed his hand flat to my forehead, shutting his eyes. When they opened, he growled, the blue flames of sadness replaced by crimson ones I wished held enough heat to stop the cold. Her power, he uttered, glancing next to me. Samazrael was at my side. I didn't remember him getting there. The warmth I was so used to feeling from his aura was absent. The cold gave way to a strange numbness. Samazrael was talking, but I couldn't hear anything aside from my pounding heart and rapid breathing. A worried glint appeared in Lucifer's silver eyes. All the energy seeped out of me, and I slumped over, slipping into darkness.
Chapter 7. Samazrael. I ground my teeth together, burying my claws in the edge of the bed while Ashmielle continued to remain unconscious. It had been 30 minutes since she shared Dahlia's memories with Lucifer. She'd passed out and had yet to awaken. I hadn't been able to see straight or think clearly since. Her emotions were wild, and her mental walls had all but disappeared. Most of the last few minutes, I had been attempting to separate my feelings from hers. I had yet to succeed. Her eyes raced behind her lids. When she cringed as if in pain, I growled, my claws tearing through the quilts and right through the mattress. Lucifer hadn't left her side either. Bones had gone to fetch Kara. Between her healing skills and Lucifer, though, neither were able to wake Ashmielle. I told Lucifer what she'd been experiencing off and on since coming to New Mexico. Each time she'd started to seem better, she'd end up succumbing all over again. This was the worst she'd been, however, and it took everything I had not to throw myself across the room and punch Lucifer in the face. Ashmielle might have had a breakthrough with her father, but in doing so, she'd harmed herself. I don't understand it, Lucifer said, leaning over Ashmielle. He pressed his hand to her forehead, closing his eyes. Her power's there, but it's waning. Almost as if something's draining it from her. My lip lifted, I bared my fangs. What? I don't know, he replied. His brow furrowed. It's not there now, but it was recently. The trail left behind is faint. I can barely detect it. If it's not draining her power now, then what made her pass out? I snapped. Lucifer didn't even flinch in the face of my simmering anger. I'd apologized the first time I bit his head off, then nearly attacked him when he attempted to help me get Ashmielle to the bedroom. He'd taken my outbursts in stride, waving away my apology with a quick explanation of not expecting me to be any less protective. Using what little power she has left to show me what she showed me, he murmured and sighed. He smoothed her hair back from her face, his silver eyes glowing faintly. Is it the order? Bones suggested, from the doorway where he'd taken up a guard position alongside Rollins. Would they be able to reach her with one of their new weapons? Harm her like this? No. They might have figured out how to use grace from angels, but this is different magic. Darker. Older. Older. I repeated. You've sensed something like this before. Briefly, 100 years ago or so. I never found the source of it then, but as to what it did to the demons who came into contact with it, he paused, struggling to get the words out. It destroyed them in the end. Drained their hellfire until they were powerless. Taking a soul leaves you a shell of yourself. But removing a demon's hellfire, that tears the soul into pieces. They lived, but they were in constant agony. The ones that didn't kill themselves, I put out of their misery to stop the tormented screaming. I snagged Ashmielle's hand, unable to stop the rising flood of panic from making the room feel like it closed in around me. We have to stop it. I can put a shield around what's left of her power, he informed me. Then do it. His lips thinned, and he ran a hand down his weary face. Whatever's doing this to her might not be doing it this moment, but the essence left behind, it'll put up a fight. Don't let go, he ordered. Bones Rollins, Kara, we're going to need you too. How badly is this going to hurt her? I whispered. I don't know, he replied, his brutal honesty stabbing me in the gut. I stayed at Ashmielle's side, squeezing her hand. Kara stood beside me and Rollins next to her. Bones moved to stand next to Lucifer, who remained near Ashmielle's head. Lucifer breathed deep, let it out, and told us not to let Ashmielle pull free of his hold. We had to keep her as still as possible, while he created a shield to protect her power. I'd heard of this magic but never thought I'd see it performed, least of all by Lucifer. Closing his eyes, he placed one hand on Ashmielle's forehead. The other hovered over her center. Sparks crackled at his fingertips, then turned into living flames that curled around his hands and up his arms. The fire whispered as it moved, covering Lucifer entirely. His eyes opened, pure fire filling the sockets. Witnessing the full force of his hellfire threatened to knock me off my feet. I dug my claws into the bed and held fast to Ashmielle. The others had to do the same, cowering in the sight of such power and unable to look away, transfixed by the raw beauty that was hellfire in its most natural state. Lucifer wasn't merely a demon like the rest of us. He was hellfire bound in human form. He was the living, breathing embodiment of the power that gave us all life, and powered hell, that kept souls of the damned trapped in their cells. The flames reached out for Ashmielle, creating a floating image of her in the air. She cringed, a groan escaping from her lips. Sparks ignited at her fingertips. One of the hovering flames connected with her hand, and her head thrashed on the pillow, sending her hair flying about her face. You're all right. I'm here, I whispered. Another flame touched her other hand, and yet another her shoulder. She whimpered, and my rage spiked. 2 small flames appeared in her palms. I closed my hands around them, doing what I could to contain the blaze. The fires went out and she settled, squeezing my hands. I thought she was awake and prayed she wasn't, not until Lucifer had the shield in place. More ribbons of fire stretched from Lucifer's raised hand to Ashmielle's body, the glow blinding me. I refused to turn, keeping my eyes on her face. Lucifer grunted, and several of the flames shattered like glass. What's wrong? I asked. He shook his head, his fingers trembling. It's fighting back harder than I expected. Kara yelped, yanking her hand away from Ashmielle. Lucifer yelled for us to hold on, and Kara immediately put her hand back. Her eyes turned black, and she jerked as another burst of pain rippled through her. I wasn't sure what she felt when a shocking pain like I'd stuck my finger in a light socket shot up my arm. Flames continued to shatter and be replenished, but Lucifer was losing ground. A dark blue electric current passed over Ashmielle's body, cracking like lightning. It aimed for our hands, and the moment it reached us all, a sharp shriek as if Ashmielle was screaming echoed around the room, throwing us from the bed. I sat up, wincing at the pain shooting down my back. I was halfway to my feet when I paused. Ashmielle was cut off from me completely. The steady hum that was a constant thrumming on my body, no matter where she was, that I always knew to be Ashmielle, was just gone. There was a void inside me now, one filled with loneliness and despair. The turmoil her presence had kept at bay threatened to rush back in and drag me down. No, I growled, rushing to get back to her side. Her breathing was ragged. I placed my fingers at her neck to find her pulse racing dangerously fast. Ashmielle. I gripped her shoulder, gently shaking it to rouse her, but her body was limp. I shook her again, needing to feel some part of her emotions, any of them, to know I wasn't losing her. Lily, I snapped. Come on, sweetheart, you have to look at me. Open your eyes. Samazrael. Lucifer acts. I can't feel her. I can't feel anything from her, I whispered, panic in my words. Is the shield in place? Did it work? No, Lucifer replied, and a rush of cold followed by numbness washed through me. Wake up, Millie, I said louder. Snap out of it. Please just open your eyes. Willing her to take my strength if she needed it, I pressed my lips to hers, squeezing my eyes shut so hard they hurt. I leaned back, waiting for her to open her eyes. Instead, she let out a shriek, making us all wince. Hellfire followed the noise, seeping out of her like it had a mind of its own. Her eyes opened, filled with fire, and flicked to me. I barely had time to take another breath when she grabbed my arms. The room spun around me, then disappeared. Roaring filled my ears. A shockwave of energy knocked me off my feet. I rolled, scrambling to grab something to hold onto, but there was nothing. The ground was stone, and every direction I looked was only fire and swirling balls of blue and white light. Kneeling, I strained to make out what was going on when a figure formed out of the fire. A second appeared at its side, but both of them had the same exact features. Ashmielle. The fire and grace versions of Ashmielle made no indication they heard me. They unleashed fierce battle cries, one armed with whips of fire, the other carrying copies of the mace and warhammer Dahlia had used when she was alive. What were they fighting? Lightning cracked, striking the stone ground and lighting up the darkness surrounding me. Thunder boomed, and a beast manifested out of the sizzling blue light. It stood on hind legs, towering over the two Ashmielle figures. Its massive jaws yawned open, displaying sharp canines dripping with shimmering saliva. Its front legs crashed to the ground, leaving craters in its wake. The body was a mix of a bear and a wolf, its fur black and sleek, run through with blue sparks of energy that ignited off it and shot toward the two Ashmielles. They took the hits, staggering into one another, closing the distance on the beast. I wanted to rush forward, but my feet remained stuck in place. All I could do was stand there and witness the battle. I strained to get my feet moving. The Ashmielles lost ground, the energy from the beast arcing into the air and creating a cage around the hellfire and grace striving to stay alive. The lightning pushed in more, surrounding those bright flames and brilliant blue and white orbs of light until I lost sight of them completely. No, I whispered, my heart clenching. No. Millie. Cursing and snarling, I fought with everything I had to reach her. A deafening silence fell. I counted off the seconds, willing this to be some strange nightmare. The beast huffed, a mix between a gaggle and a growl, making me bare my fangs at the sickening twist it caused in my gut. It stalked closer, a predator preparing to make a killing blow, until a demonic roar loud enough to leave my ears buzzing exploded the same time a column of fire and white light broke through the lightning. Blinded by the bright flames, I shielded my eyes. I spotted Ashmielle in the middle of the white-hot fire. The two figures had merged into one being. She turned to me, her lips moving, but whatever she said didn't reach me. A firm hand took my shoulders, and I was yanked backward. His skin smoking, Kara whispered, horrified. What happened to him? I tried to speak, but my throat was parched and my mouth dry. The shaking came a second later, while I lay on the floor. My skin stung, and I growled at the pain. Get some wet towels. Now, Lucifer ordered. Cold compresses for both of them. Kara, get the salves going. These blisters aren't healing as fast as they should. Blisters? Finally, my eyes opened to a room filled with bustling bodies. Lucifer knelt to my right, his gaze darting from the bed and back to me. He started when our eyes met, then he leaned over, studying me closely. Samazrael. I grunted in answer, unable to form words. Don't move. Your entire body's been burned. I wouldn't recommend trying to speak either. I frowned or tried to, until it set my entire face on fire with agony. The strongest urge to flee the pain rushed through my limbs. Lucifer's hands gently pressed my shoulders down, as if anticipating what I thought of doing. I can put you to sleep while we tend to your wounds, he offered, but I shook my head. Millie, I rasped, cringing at the sharp pain in my throat like I'd swallowed glass. Unconscious still, he uttered roughly, glancing at the bed. The essence has a far greater grip on her than I anticipated. I attempted to speak again, but he shook his head and told me to save it for later. I lifted my hand, saw the blisters for the first time. They ran from the tips of my fingers all the way up my arm. Ashmielle touched you, and you went rigid, Lucifer said quietly. Your skin began to smoke like the hellfire inside you was burning you from the inside out. I shook my head, tried to sit up. Stop moving, Lucifer ordered. Not hellfire, I argued. Inside her, she's fighting it. What? Fighting, I whispered, pushing through the agony speaking caused me. Saw it. A beast made of lightning. She can't hold out forever. Shield. You have to finish the shield. I sat up, and this time he let me do it. I'd felt Ashmielle well enough while I'd been with her, but now the void returned. I made it to my knees with Lucifer's help, growling furiously at the sight that met my eyes. What is that? The essence, Lucifer grunted. It's defending itself. I can't get through it to reach her and place the shield at the same time. It undoes everything I've just done. A dome of blue lightning sparked around Ashmielle's body. Offshoots went after anyone who got too close. Once on my feet, I looked at Ashmielle's face. Her eyes were shut, her face twisted in a frown. Blue lines pulsed beneath her skin, creating the same pattern I'd seen the first time she'd fully embraced the grace inside of her. Now, however, they weren't alone. Small fires crept along the markings. They pulsed faster and faster until the light ruptured from her skin, slamming into the lightning dome. A roar rebounded off the wood-paneled walls, and I snarled in response. It sounded exactly as the beast had trapped inside her. You take care of the shield, I told Lucifer and limped toward the bed. I'll get you an opening. Lucifer snagged my wrist, letting go instantly when I cursed. You won't be able to withstand the pain. I've endured far worse, I argued. Get ready with the shield. I don't know how long I'll be able to give you. I stalked to the bed, the lightning reacting to every move I made. As if sensing my intentions, it lashed out, nailing me in the shoulder, then the hip. I stumbled but pushed through, reaching the bed. Lucifer had moved to the other side, and after a heated stare down, he nodded. I drew on each moment spent with Ashmielle since finding her, focusing on the times we laughed together or spent in each other's arms. The void her emotions usually filled fluttered with a familiar heat. Ashmielle. She was in there, and she could feel me. I knew she could. The lightning struck me again, but I ignored the harsh stings and the stench of burned flesh. Holding out my hands, I pushed against the dome of dark energy. It shoved back just as hard, but nothing was going to keep me from reaching Ashmielle. I couldn't lose her, not like this. The blue glow of her living tattoos was blinding with each beat, speeding up once again. Her shoulders rolled and her body trembled like she was cold, though sweat dotted her brow. The shaking intensified, and her eyes darted beneath the lids. Hellfire coated my hands, and I used it to shield myself from the essence, working to keep her vulnerable and force us out. It dampened the effect slightly, but it wasn't going to last forever. The rage I strived to keep in check beat against the bars of my soul. One by one, I imagined them disappearing. Heat unlike anything I'd ever felt before churned in my stomach, searching for a way out. The muscles in my arms and shoulders bunched. I rolled my head on my shoulders, my wings expanding from my back. I threw my head back, letting out a roar that shook the rafters. I dug my feet in and shoved against the dome of lightning once more. It sparked violently against my already blistered skin, the beast bellowing in protest of my attack. Gritting my teeth, I forced my arms through, cracking the dome and creating an opening. Do it, I told Lucifer. His arms pushed through the hole, his fire at the ready. He repeated the same ritual he'd started before, while I battled to keep the essence at bay. It screamed, but little by little, the fluttering in my soul grew. Ashmielle's aura brushed along my skin, cooling the blistering wounds that were being torn open wider the longer I stayed in contact with the negative energy. Keep fighting, I willed. You have to keep fighting. Almost there, Lucifer uttered, the flaming image of Ashmielle nearly complete. The lightning struck my arms repeatedly, then attacked my body. Kara yelled in alarm, but there was nothing I could do. If I let go, the dome would throw me and Lucifer out. There was no way to know if we'd be able to reach Ashmielle again. And if she lost the fight within her, she'd turn into one of the demons Lucifer had seen, left with an eternity of agony that could only end in death. I clenched my jaw to stop from shouting at having my skin blistered and peeling. She jerked on the bed, her back arching while she groaned. I braced for the lightning storm that was sure to follow when Lucifer unleashed the shield. It sank over Ashmielle's body. She gasped, her eyes flying open. The lightning dispersed with another ear-splitting roar that rumbled away like thunder in the distance. I fell into the side of the bed, black spots filling my vision. I had to stay conscious until I saw her eyes. I had to. I cupped her cheek gently. The markings along her arms calmed, then disappeared beneath her skin. The rage that had kept me upright was overwhelmed by a flurry of fear, love, worry, and anger, all rolled into one. Ashmielle. I could feel her again. I dragged myself closer, running my thumb lightly over her cheek. Her breathing steadied, and one by one her eyes opened. She glanced around until her silver irises landed on me. I frowned at the lack of fire in them, then she threw herself into my arms. I kissed the top of her head, wrapping her in my arms tightly as I could or I wanted to. The pressure of her body on mine drew a hiss from my lips. She let me go, asking me what was wrong. Samazrael, she whispered, horrified. Her eyes widened, and she stretched her hands out to me, not touching me. What happened to you? Who did this? Are those burns? Doesn't matter, I said, trying to not pass out. You're going to be all right now. You're. The rest of the words died in my throat. I sank to my knees. The room tilted, and agony consumed me, dragging me down into a world of darkness. But even there in the darkness, I sensed Ashmielle's aura fall over me like a blanket. The shield might not last forever. Lucifer's words of warning hung in the living room like a weighted fog pressing in and around me. I'd come to on the floor in the bedroom, with Kara tending to the blisters that covered most of my body. Ashmielle had been by my side, holding my hand and apologizing over and over until I told her to shut up. I'd passed out again at some point. I was pretty sure it was Lucifer putting me to sleep, trying to stop me from being in too much agony while I healed. Morning sun poured through the sliding back door, lighting up a beam of dust particles through the center of the room. We'd been sitting here for the last half hour or so, Lucifer, Ashmielle, Bones, and me. The salve had done its job. My wounds were almost all the way healed, leaving the skin slightly sensitive to the touch, but I'd live. A touch of worry caressed my cheek, and I frowned at Ashmielle, who was standing across the room. I sat on the couch, but she refused to join me, putting as much distance between us as she could. She leaned against the far wall, her arms crossed and her gaze pointedly staring at the floor. Then we figure out who and what's doing this to her before it fails, I said. Lucifer nodded in agreement. I understand you've been through much, he acknowledged, shifting his attention to Ashmielle, but I still believe our best course of action is to knock out the smaller threat first. You can't be serious. I asked. I'm not asking her to fight, he assured me. Only to simply be the bait, to lure the order in. She won't be fighting, but I can promise you, no demon hunter will leave this place alive. Deep down, I knew he was right, but damned if I could admit it. I'd watched Ashmielle being internally attacked by some unknown evil essence, and now I'd have to watch her being put in harm's way. With the order gone for good, though, Our full attention could be given to tracking down Hef and destroying him before he came after Ashmielle. I want to know the details of this plan, I said. All of them. If Ashmielle agrees, then fine. Ashmielle. Lucifer acts. The floor beneath her caught fire. Cursing, she stomped out the flames. She trembled with every little move she made. Yeah, it's fine. Why not be bait? What could possibly go wrong? If you're not sure, I said. She pushed off the wall and marched for the back door. I want the order out of my life. If this is how we do it, then I'm in. Though I'm not sure you should only use me as bait. Why not throw the horribly unstable person at them and see what happens, she muttered sarcastically. Maybe I'll blow them all up or burn them to death. She gulped, and the frail mental wall she'd had in place cracked. My cheeks burned with a shame that wasn't mine. She cursed again, walked out the back door and slammed it shut behind her. Go to her, Lucifer said softly. We'll come back later with a plan. You're sure whatever was draining her power can't now? I asked. For the moment, she's safe from that energy. Now, we just have to work to ensure she stays that way. Lucifer rose from the chair he'd been sitting in and held out his hand for mine. I shook it, and he added, I'm glad you're with her. And I'm sorry for everything. I am too. He smirked, released my hand, and headed to the front door. Bones didn't shake my hand, but he bowed at me, a sight I never thought I'd see. They exited through the front of the house, and I went out the back, searching for Ashmielle. It didn't take me long to find her. I followed the fire and scent of lavender she left in her wake. She sat beneath the cottonwood tree, muttering to herself. I couldn't make out what she was saying. I cleared my throat to let her know I was there. Are you insane? She shouted, tripping over the roots in her haste to get away from me. Why are you acting like this? How can you even ask that? Look what I did to you, she said, pointing to my arms. That wasn't you, and you know it. You were severely hurt, trying to protect me. That's my fault. I caused those wounds, and it's not going to get any better. What are you talking about? I asked, then she walked off. Where are you going? Away from you. No, I argued, sprinting around to block her path. I caught her, and she tried to break free. What do you think's going to happen to me? I'm going to be fine. I've had far worse than those burns, so stop blaming yourself for something that's not your fault. But it is my fault, she shouted, tearing out of my grip. Don't you get it? Whatever's doing this to me is draining me. It's taking my power, which means I'm going to be weaker now. And what will happen when the shield fails? It won't get that far. And if it does, she argued, then I'll be by your side, protecting you. Her laughter was bitter. My skin itched with her string of emotions that fluttered too fast for me to follow. That's the problem. You'll be right by my side to take whatever hits are meant for me. You'll get hurt again or worse. Then I get hurt, I said, throwing my arms out wide. It was the wrong move to make. Her eyes zeroed in on my wounds. You're going to be scarred even more because of me, she whispered, her voice catching. I'm already the reason you suffered for 25 years. The reason you've been beaten and battered and bloodied. Now this? I won't watch you tormented anymore. At least not while I'm weakened. I scowled, my hands clenching as if already worried I wouldn't be able to hold her again. I'm terrible, she uttered, and I frowned. I am. I told you I would be here for you, take care of you, and look at me. I'm falling apart all over again. If you think for one damn minute I'm going to abandon you when you need me most, you're wrong, I warned. Sam. No, I don't want to hear it, I cut her off. What do you think it means to have a soulmate, huh? What? That when times get hard, we just give up on each other. You're my life, Ashmielle. You're my beating heart and the air that lifts my wings. You're what matters to me, and I'm not going to run and hide. Look at what I did to you, she said. My gut tells me it's only going to get worse. And this pain, this discomfort, This is nothing compared to what I'd go through if you were torn from my arms. From my life. I know what that feels like, remember? And that, I can't live through that loss again. I went to her, running my hands through her hair. She tensed at first, then sighed at my touch. I held her face, wishing for once she felt what I did so she'd understand how important she was to me. You did so much more for me than you realize. You still are, whether you want to believe it or not. How can you say all that? She whispered. I'm nothing but a mess. Maybe, but you're my mess. I pressed my lips to her forehead. She leaned into my touch, her arms slipping around my waist. I hugged her, warmth enveloping me. No more trying to stay away from me. It's been a long few weeks, and the next few days aren't going to be easy. So, you're going to get some damn sleep, and we'll talk about our next step when you wake up. She shook her head, but I was already scooping her into my arms. I can't sleep, not knowing what was inside me. I'll be right here with you the whole time. I carried her across the grounds and back inside the main house, set her on the bed, climbed in after her, and rested my back against the headboard. I shifted her around so her head rested on my chest. Once the quilt was draped over her, I ran my fingers through her hair. Just close your eyes for a little while. I sensed her reluctance after what she went through the last time she did so. Every muscle in her braced, as if expecting to face another round with the beast that had come to steal her power. I breathed in deeply, noting when she mirrored me. My fingers trailed down her arm, then back up to her hair. Little by little, she relaxed and drifted off to sleep. I kept vigil, unable to shut my own eyes for a second. Her earlier rant had been on point. She was weaker now, which made her far more vulnerable. There could be no mistakes moving forward. We'd take care of the order. Then I'd ensure she was tucked away somewhere safe so Lucifer and I could hunt down and kill Heth. He was never going to get his hands on Ashmielle, not while I was alive. Chapter 7. Samazrael. I ground my teeth together, burying my claws in the edge of the bed while Ashmielle continued to remain unconscious. It had been 30 minutes since she shared Dahlia's memories with Lucifer. She'd passed out and had yet to awaken. I hadn't been able to see straight or think clearly since. Her emotions were wild, and her mental walls had all but disappeared. Most of the last few minutes, I had been attempting to separate my feelings from hers. I had yet to succeed. Her eyes raced behind her lids. When she cringed as if in pain, I growled, my claws tearing through the quilts and right through the mattress. Lucifer hadn't left her side either. Bones had gone to fetch Kara. Between her healing skills and Lucifer, though, neither were able to wake Ashmielle. I told Lucifer what she'd been experiencing off and on since coming to New Mexico. Each time she'd started to seem better, she'd end up succumbing all over again. This was the worst she'd been, however, and it took everything I had not to throw myself across the room and punch Lucifer in the face. Ashmielle might have had a breakthrough with her father, but in doing so, she'd harmed herself. I don't understand it, Lucifer said, leaning over Ashmielle. He pressed his hand to her forehead, closing his eyes. Her power's there, but it's waning. Almost as if something's draining it from her. My lip lifted, I bared my fangs. What? I don't know, he replied. His brow furrowed. It's not there now, but it was recently. The trail left behind is faint. I can barely detect it. If it's not draining her power now, then what made her pass out? I snapped. Lucifer didn't even flinch in the face of my simmering anger. I'd apologized the first time I bit his head off, then nearly attacked him when he attempted to help me get Ashmielle to the bedroom. He'd taken my outbursts in stride, waving away my apology with a quick explanation of not expecting me to be any less protective. Using what little power she has left to show me what she showed me, he murmured and sighed. He smoothed her hair back from her face, his silver eyes glowing faintly. Is it the order? Bones suggested, from the doorway where he'd taken up a guard position alongside Rollins. Would they be able to reach her with one of their new weapons? Harm her like this? No. They might have figured out how to use grace from angels, but this is different magic. Darker. Older. Older. I repeated. You've sensed something like this before. Briefly, 100 years ago or so. I never found the source of it then, but as to what it did to the demons who came into contact with it, he paused, struggling to get the words out. It destroyed them in the end. Drained their hellfire until they were powerless. Taking a soul leaves you a shell of yourself. But removing a demon's hellfire, that tears the soul into pieces. They lived, but they were in constant agony. The ones that didn't kill themselves, I put out of their misery to stop the tormented screaming. I snagged Ashmielle's hand, unable to stop the rising flood of panic from making the room feel like it closed in around me. We have to stop it. I can put a shield around what's left of her power, he informed me. Then do it. His lips thinned, and he ran a hand down his weary face. Whatever's doing this to her might not be doing it this moment, but the essence left behind, it'll put up a fight. Don't let go, he ordered. Bones Rollins, Kara, we're going to need you too. How badly is this going to hurt her? I whispered. I don't know, he replied, his brutal honesty stabbing me in the gut. I stayed at Ashmielle's side, squeezing her hand. Kara stood beside me and Rollins next to her. Bones moved to stand next to Lucifer, who remained near Ashmielle's head. Lucifer breathed deep, let it out, and told us not to let Ashmielle pull free of his hold. We had to keep her as still as possible, while he created a shield to protect her power. I'd heard of this magic but never thought I'd see it performed, least of all by Lucifer. Closing his eyes, he placed one hand on Ashmielle's forehead. The other hovered over her center. Sparks crackled at his fingertips, then turned into living flames that curled around his hands and up his arms. The fire whispered as it moved, covering Lucifer entirely. His eyes opened, pure fire filling the sockets. Witnessing the full force of his hellfire threatened to knock me off my feet. I dug my claws into the bed and held fast to Ashmielle. The others had to do the same, cowering in the sight of such power and unable to look away, transfixed by the raw beauty that was hellfire in its most natural state. Lucifer wasn't merely a demon like the rest of us. He was hellfire bound in human form. He was the living, breathing embodiment of the power that gave us all life, and powered hell, that kept souls of the damned trapped in their cells. The flames reached out for Ashmielle, creating a floating image of her in the air. She cringed, a groan escaping from her lips. Sparks ignited at her fingertips. One of the hovering flames connected with her hand, and her head thrashed on the pillow, sending her hair flying about her face. "You're all right." "I'm here," I whispered. Another flame touched her other hand, and yet another her shoulder. She whimpered, and my rage spiked. 2 small flames appeared in her palms. I closed my hands around them, doing what I could to contain the blaze. The fires went out and she settled, squeezing my hands. I thought she was awake and prayed she wasn't, not until Lucifer had the shield in place. More ribbons of fire stretched from Lucifer's raised hand to Ashmielle's body, the glow blinding me. I refused to turn, keeping my eyes on her face. Lucifer grunted, and several of the flames shattered like glass. "What's wrong?" I asked. He shook his head, his fingers trembling. "It's fighting back harder than I expected." Kara yelped, yanking her hand away from Ashmielle. Lucifer yelled for us to hold on, and Kara immediately put her hand back. Her eyes turned black, and she jerked as another burst of pain rippled through her. I wasn't sure what she felt when a shocking pain like I'd stuck my finger in a light socket shot up my arm. Flames continued to shatter and be replenished, but Lucifer was losing ground. A dark blue electric current passed over Ashmielle's body, cracking like lightning. It aimed for our hands, and the moment it reached us all, a sharp shriek as if Ashmielle was screaming echoed around the room, throwing us from the bed. I sat up, wincing at the pain shooting down my back. I was halfway to my feet when I paused. Ashmielle was cut off from me completely. The steady hum that was a constant thrumming on my body, no matter where she was, that I always knew to be Ashmielle, was just gone. There was a void inside me now, one filled with loneliness and despair. The turmoil her presence had kept at bay threatened to rush back in and drag me down. "No," I growled, rushing to get back to her side. Her breathing was ragged. I placed my fingers at her neck to find her pulse racing dangerously fast. "Ashmielle." I gripped her shoulder, gently shaking it to rouse her, but her body was limp. I shook her again, needing to feel some part of her emotions, any of them, to know I wasn't losing her. "Lily," I snapped. "Come on, sweetheart, you have to look at me. Open your eyes." Samazrael. Lucifer acts. "I can't feel her. I can't feel anything from her," I whispered, panic in my words. "Is the shield in place? Did it work?" "No," Lucifer replied, and a rush of cold followed by numbness washed through me. "Wake up, Millie," I said louder. "Snap out of it. Please just open your eyes." Willing her to take my strength if she needed it, I pressed my lips to hers, squeezing my eyes shut so hard they hurt. I leaned back, waiting for her to open her eyes. Instead, she let out a shriek, making us all wince. Hellfire followed the noise, seeping out of her like it had a mind of its own. Her eyes opened, filled with fire, and flicked to me. I barely had time to take another breath when she grabbed my arms. The room spun around me, then disappeared. Roaring filled my ears. A shockwave of energy knocked me off my feet. I rolled, scrambling to grab something to hold onto, but there was nothing. The ground was stone, and every direction I looked was only fire and swirling balls of blue and white light. Kneeling, I strained to make out what was going on when a figure formed out of the fire. A second appeared at its side, but both of them had the same exact features. Ashmielle. The fire and grace versions of Ashmielle made no indication they heard me. They unleashed fierce battle cries, one armed with whips of fire, the other carrying copies of the mace and warhammer Dahlia had used when she was alive. What were they fighting? Lightning cracked, striking the stone ground and lighting up the darkness surrounding me. Thunder boomed, and a beast manifested out of the sizzling blue light. It stood on hind legs, towering over the two Ashmielle figures. Its massive jaws yawned open, displaying sharp canines dripping with shimmering saliva. Its front legs crashed to the ground, leaving craters in its wake. The body was a mix of a bear and a wolf, its fur black and sleek, run through with blue sparks of energy that ignited off it and shot toward the two Ashmielles. They took the hits, staggering into one another, closing the distance on the beast. I wanted to rush forward, but my feet remained stuck in place. All I could do was stand there and witness the battle. I strained to get my feet moving. The Ashmielles lost ground, the energy from the beast arcing into the air and creating a cage around the hellfire and Grace striving to stay alive. The lightning pushed in more, surrounding those bright flames and brilliant blue and white orbs of light until I lost sight of them completely. "No," I whispered, my heart clenching. "No. Millie." Cursing and snarling, I fought with everything I had to reach her. A deafening silence fell. I counted off the seconds, willing this to be some strange nightmare. The beast huffed, a mix between a gaggle and a growl, making me bare my fangs at the sickening twist it caused in my gut. It stalked closer, a predator preparing to make a killing blow, until a demonic roar loud enough to leave my ears buzzing exploded the same time a column of fire and white light broke through the lightning. Blinded by the bright flames, I shielded my eyes. I spotted Ashmielle in the middle of the white-hot fire. The two figures had merged into one being. She turned to me, her lips moving, but whatever she said didn't reach me. A firm hand took my shoulders, and I was yanked backward. "His skin smoking," Kara whispered, horrified. "What happened to him?" I tried to speak, but my throat was parched and my mouth dry. The shaking came a second later while I lay on the floor. My skin stung, and I growled at the pain. "Get some wet towels." "Now," Lucifer ordered. "Cold compresses for both of them. Kara, get the salves going. These blisters aren't healing as fast as they should." Blisters? Finally, my eyes opened to a room filled with bustling bodies. Lucifer knelt to my right, his gaze darting from the bed and back to me. He started when our eyes met, Then he leaned over, studying me closely. Samazrael. I grunted in answer, unable to form words. Don't move. Your entire body's been burned. I wouldn't recommend trying to speak either. I frowned or tried to, until it set my entire face on fire with agony. The strongest urge to flee the pain rushed through my limbs. Lucifer's hands gently pressed my shoulders down, as if anticipating what I thought of doing. I can put you to sleep while we tend to your wounds, he offered, but I shook my head. Lily, I rasped, cringing at the sharp pain in my throat like I'd swallowed glass. Unconscious still, he uttered roughly, glancing at the bed. The essence has a far greater grip on her than I anticipated. I attempted to speak again, but he shook his head and told me to save it for later. I lifted my hand, saw the blisters for the first time. They ran from the tips of my fingers all the way up my arm. Ashmielle touched you, and you went rigid, Lucifer said quietly. Your skin began to smoke like the hellfire inside you was burning you from the inside out. I shook my head, tried to sit up. Stop moving, Lucifer ordered. Not hellfire, I argued. Inside her, she's fighting it. What? Fighting, I whispered, pushing through the agony speaking caused me. Saw it. A beast made of lightning. She can't hold out forever. Shield. You have to finish the shield. I sat up, and this time he let me do it. I'd felt Ashmielle well enough while I'd been with her, but now the void returned. I made it to my knees with Lucifer's help, growling furiously at the sight that met my eyes. What is that? The essence, Lucifer grunted. It's defending itself. I can't get through it to reach her and place the shield at the same time. It undoes everything I've just done. A dome of blue lightning sparked around Ashmielle's body. Offshoots went after anyone who got too close. Once on my feet, I looked at Ashmielle's face. Her eyes were shut, her face twisted in a frown. Blue lines pulsed beneath her skin, creating the same pattern I'd seen the first time she'd fully embraced the grace inside of her. Now, however, they weren't alone. Small fires crept along the markings. They pulsed faster and faster until the light ruptured from her skin, slamming into the lightning dome. A roar rebounded off the wood-paneled walls, and I snarled in response. It sounded exactly as the beast had trapped inside her. You take care of the shield, I told Lucifer and limped toward the bed. I'll get you an opening. Lucifer snagged my wrist, letting go instantly when I cursed. You won't be able to withstand the pain. I've endured far worse, I argued. Get ready with the shield. I don't know how long I'll be able to give you. I stalked to the bed, the lightning reacting to every move I made. As if sensing my intentions, it lashed out, nailing me in the shoulder, then the hip. I stumbled but pushed through, reaching the bed. Lucifer had moved to the other side, and after a heated stare down, he nodded. I drew on each moment spent with Ashmielle since finding her, focusing on the times we laughed together or spent in each other's arms. The void her emotions usually filled fluttered with a familiar heat. Ashmielle. She was in there, and she could feel me. I knew she could. The lightning struck me again, but I ignored the harsh stings and the stench of burned flesh. Holding out my hands, I pushed against the dome of dark energy. It shoved back just as hard, but nothing was going to keep me from reaching Ashmielle. I couldn't lose her, not like this. The blue glow of her living tattoos was blinding with each beat, speeding up once again. Her shoulders rolled and her body trembled like she was cold, though sweat dotted her brow. The shaking intensified, and her eyes darted beneath the lids. Hellfire coated my hands, and I used it to shield myself from the essence working to keep her vulnerable and force us out. It dampened the effect slightly, but it wasn't going to last forever. The rage I strived to keep in check beat against the bars of my soul. One by one, I imagined them disappearing. Heat unlike anything I'd ever felt before churned in my stomach, searching for a way out. The muscles in my arms and shoulders bunched. I rolled my head on my shoulders, my wings expanding from my back. I threw my head back, letting out a roar that shook the rafters. I dug my feet in and shoved against the dome of lightning once more. It sparked violently against my already blistered skin, the beast bellowing in protest of my attack. Gritting my teeth, I forced my arms through, cracking the dome and creating an opening. "Do it," I told Lucifer. His arms pushed through the hole, his fire at the ready. He repeated the same ritual he'd started before, while I battled to keep the essence at bay. It screamed, but little by little, the fluttering in my soul grew. Ashmielle's aura brushed along my skin, cooling the blistering wounds that were being torn open wider the longer I stayed in contact with the negative energy. "Keep fighting," I willed. "You have to keep fighting." "Almost there," Lucifer uttered, the flaming image of Ashmielle nearly complete. The lightning struck my arms repeatedly, then attacked my body. Kara yelled in alarm, but there was nothing I could do. If I let go, the dome would throw me and Lucifer out. There was no way to know if we'd be able to reach Ashmielle again. And if she lost the fight within her, she'd turn into one of the demons Lucifer had seen, left with an eternity of agony that could only end in death. I clenched my jaw to stop from shouting at having my skin blistered and peeling. She jerked on the bed, her back arching while she groaned. I braced for the lightning storm that was sure to follow when Lucifer unleashed the shield. It sank over Ashmielle's body. She gasped, her eyes flying open. The lightning dispersed with another ear-splitting roar that rumbled away like thunder in the distance. I fell into the side of the bed, black spots filling my vision. I had to stay conscious until I saw her eyes. I had to. I cupped her cheek gently. The markings along her arms calmed, then disappeared beneath her skin. The rage that had kept me upright was overwhelmed by a flurry of fear, love, worry, and anger, all rolled into one. Ashmielle. I could feel her again. I dragged myself closer, running my thumb lightly over her cheek. Her breathing steadied, and one by one her eyes opened. She glanced around until her silver irises landed on me. I frowned at the lack of fire in them, then she threw herself into my arms. I kissed the top of her head, wrapping her in my arms tightly as I could or I wanted to. The pressure of her body on mine drew a hiss from my lips. She let me go, asking me what was wrong. "Samazrael," she whispered, horrified. Her eyes widened, and she stretched her hands out to me, not touching me. "What happened to you? Who did this? Are those burns?" "Doesn't matter," I said, trying to not pass out. "You're going to be all right now. You're." The rest of the words died in my throat. I sank to my knees. The room tilted, and agony consumed me, dragging me down into a world of darkness. But even there in the darkness, I sensed Ashmielle's aura fall over me like a blanket. The shield might not last forever. Lucifer's words of warning hung in the living room like a weighted fog pressing in and around me. I'd come to on the floor in the bedroom, with Kara tending to the blisters that covered most of my body. Ashmielle had been by my side, holding my hand and apologizing over and over until I told her to shut up. I'd passed out again at some point. I was pretty sure it was Lucifer putting me to sleep, trying to stop me from being in too much agony while I healed. Morning sun poured through the sliding back door, lighting up a beam of dust particles through the center of the room. We'd been sitting here for the last half hour or so, Lucifer, Ashmielle, Bones, and me. The salve had done its job. My wounds were almost all the way healed, leaving the skin slightly sensitive to the touch, but I'd live. A touch of worry caressed my cheek, and I frowned at Ashmielle, who was standing across the room. I sat on the couch, but she refused to join me, putting as much distance between us as she could. She leaned against the far wall, her arms crossed and her gaze pointedly staring at the floor. "Then we figure out who and what's doing this to her before it fails," I said. Lucifer nodded in agreement. "I understand you've been through much," he acknowledged, shifting his attention to Ashmielle, "but I still believe our best course of action is to knock out the smaller threat first." "You can't be serious," I asked. "I'm not asking her to fight," he assured me. "Only to simply be the bait, to lure the order in. She won't be fighting, but I can promise you, no demon hunter will leave this place alive." Deep down, I knew he was right, but damned if I could admit it. I'd watched Ashmielle being internally attacked by some unknown evil essence, and now I'd have to watch her being put in harm's way. With the order gone for good, though, our full attention could be given to tracking down Hef and destroying him before he came after Ashmielle. I want to know the details of this plan, I said. All of them. If Ashmielle agrees, then fine. Ashmielle. Lucifer acts. The floor beneath her caught fire. Cursing, she stomped out the flames. She trembled with every little move she made. Yeah, it's fine. Why not be bait? What could possibly go wrong? If you're not sure, I said. She pushed off the wall and marched for the back door. I want the order out of my life. If this is how we do it, then I'm in. Though I'm not sure you should only use me as bait. Why not throw the horribly unstable person at them and see what happens? She muttered sarcastically. Maybe I'll blow them all up or burn them to death. She gulped, and the frail mental wall she'd had in place cracked. My cheeks burned with a shame that wasn't mine. She cursed again, walked out the back door and slammed it shut behind her. Go to her, Lucifer said softly. We'll come back later with a plan. You're sure whatever was draining her power can't now? I asked. For the moment, she's safe from that energy. Now, we just have to work to ensure she stays that way. Lucifer rose from the chair he'd been sitting in and held out his hand for mine. I shook it, and he added, I'm glad you're with her. And I'm sorry for everything. I am too. He smirked, released my hand, and headed to the front door. Bones didn't shake my hand, but he bowed at me, a sight I never thought I'd see. They exited through the front of the house, and I went out the back, searching for Ashmielle. It didn't take me long to find her. I followed the fire and scent of lavender she left in her wake. She sat beneath the cottonwood tree, muttering to herself. I couldn't make out what she was saying. I cleared my throat to let her know I was there. Are you insane? She shouted, tripping over the roots in her haste to get away from me. Why are you acting like this? How can you even ask that? Look what I did to you, she said, pointing to my arms. That wasn't you, and you know it. You were severely hurt, trying to protect me. That's my fault. I caused those wounds, and it's not going to get any better. What are you talking about? I asked, then she walked off. Where are you going? Away from you. No, I argued, sprinting around to block her path. I caught her, and she tried to break free. What do you think's going to happen to me? I'm going to be fine. I've had far worse than those burns, so stop blaming yourself for something that's not your fault. But it is my fault, she shouted, tearing out of my grip. Don't you get it? Whatever's doing this to me is draining me. It's taking my power, which means I'm going to be weaker now. And what will happen when the shield fails? It won't get that far. And if it does, she argued, then I'll be by your side, protecting you. Her laughter was bitter. My skin itched with her string of emotions that fluttered too fast for me to follow. That's the problem. You'll be right by my side to take whatever hits are meant for me. You'll get hurt again or worse. Then I get hurt, I said, throwing my arms out wide. It was the wrong move to make. Her eyes zeroed in on my wounds. You're going to be scarred even more because of me, she whispered, her voice catching. I'm already the reason you suffered for 25 years. The reason you've been beaten and battered and bloodied. Now this? I won't watch you tormented anymore. At least not while I'm weakened. I scowled, my hands clenching as if already worried I wouldn't be able to hold her again. I'm terrible, she uttered, and I frowned. I am. I told you I would be here for you, take care of you, and look at me. I'm falling apart all over again. If you think for one damn minute I'm going to abandon you when you need me most, you're wrong, I warned. Sam. No, I don't want to hear it, I cut her off. What do you think it means to have a soulmate, huh? What? That when times get hard, we just give up on each other. You're my life, Ashmielle. You're my beating heart and the air that lifts my wings. You're what matters to me, and I'm not going to run and hide. Look at what I did to you, she said. My gut tells me it's only going to get worse. And this pain, this discomfort, this is nothing compared to what I'd go through if you were torn from my arms, from my life. I know what that feels like, remember? And that, I can't live through that loss again. I went to her, running my hands through her hair. She tensed at first, then sighed at my touch. I held her face, wishing for once she felt what I did so she'd understand how important she was to me. You did so much more for me than you realize. You still are, whether you want to believe it or not. How can you say all that? She whispered. I'm nothing but a mess. Maybe, but you're my mess. I pressed my lips to her forehead. She leaned into my touch, her arms slipping around my waist. I hugged her, warmth enveloping me. No more trying to stay away from me. It's been a long few weeks, and the next few days aren't going to be easy. So, you're going to get some damn sleep, and we'll talk about our next step when you wake up. She shook her head, but I was already scooping her into my arms. I can't sleep, not knowing what was inside me. I'll be right here with you the whole time. I carried her across the grounds and back inside the main house, set her on the bed, climbed in after her, and rested my back against the headboard. I shifted her around so her head rested on my chest. Once the quilt was draped over her, I ran my fingers through her hair. Just close your eyes for a little while. I sensed her reluctance after what she went through the last time she did so. Every muscle in her braced, as if expecting to face another round with the beast that had come to steal her power. I breathed in deeply, noting when she mirrored me. My fingers trailed down her arm, then back up to her hair. Little by little, she relaxed and drifted off to sleep. I kept vigil, unable to shut my own eyes for a second. Her earlier rant had been on point. She was weaker now, which made her far more vulnerable. There could be no mistakes moving forward. We'd take care of the order. Then I'd ensure she was tucked away somewhere safe so Lucifer and I could hunt down and kill Heth. He was never going to get his hands on Ashmielle, not while I was alive.
Chapter 8. Ashmielle. A door closed with a soft click. I stretched. I was in bed, my cheek resting on muscled torso. Slowly, I opened my eyes and looked up at Samazrael. How'd you sleep? I yawned, shoving my hair from my face and sitting up slowly. I stretched my arms over my head, more relaxed than I'd been in days. And weirdly enough, I even felt energized. There was no grogginess, nor any sensation of being drained. Good, I admitted, and he smirked. Yeah. You were right. Sunlight was pouring through the windows on the west side of the room. Sundown. I'd slept all day. Samazrael grimaced, stretched, then climbed off the bed. Damn, my leg's asleep. You could have moved me off of you. He shrugged, leaning over and kissing me. You were comfortable. I wasn't about to wake you up. He'd stayed with me the whole time, just like he'd said he would. I grabbed his t-shirt and brought him back down for a kiss. He ended up back on the bed with me, and we embraced, arms and legs tangling while the sun continued to set. The scent of fried food met my nose. My stomach grumbled. You should probably eat, Samazrael said, his chin resting atop my head and his arms pulling me into his chest. Even so, he made no move to let me go. I was content to stay there the rest of the night and snuggle as close as I could get. I thought I was going to lose you, he murmured. Fire seeped from his hands, winding its way around me. I couldn't feel you. I slipped my hand free from his back, shifting it to hold his cheek. His glowing gaze found mine, and he cursed quietly and demonic before dragging me up his body so he could kiss me. I waited for my hellfire to join his, as it always did. My hands warmed, and the tiniest trickle of flames coated my hands, mingling with Samazrael's. I drew back, worrying at my bottom lip at the sad display. How much of my power had been drained? How much did I even have left? If I couldn't defend myself at all, Samazrael's life would be in even more danger than it already was each time someone came after me. I pushed gently away from Samazrael, staring at my palms. I willed 2 large flames to appear, bolstered by the grace flowing through me. Fires sputtered in and out before managing to stay, but they were so tiny. I barely closed my hands and the flames snuffed out. Samazrael covered my clenched fists with his hands. "It's going to be all right," he whispered. "You don't know that. Lucifer didn't say anything about me getting my power back, and what happens if it all goes? What does that make me then?" I'd spent so many years unsure of who I was. Then after I finally figure it out, after I break through those inner walls to see precisely what I'm made of, it's about to be stolen from me. If I lost my grace, my hellfire, I'd be nothing but the useless daughter of Lucifer. Would Samazrael even want to be with me? "Stop," he scolded, lifting my chin. I didn't say anything. "You don't have to. What did I tell you this morning?" I tried to turn away, but he followed me. I blew out an aggravated breath and said, "That I'm your life, but Samazrael." "No. There's nothing else to say. I don't care if you're the most powerful being on this earth or not. I'm yours, Ashmielle, until the end of time. I'm not with you because you're Lucifer's daughter. I'm with you because of who you are." "And who am I?" I whispered, my voice sounding so small. Samazrael lifted my hands to his lips one at a time. "You're fire and water," he said, his deep growling voice rolling over me. "You're a storm and the calm after it. There's strength in you, and a fierce capacity for love and compassion. You're willing to do anything to protect those you care for." His hands trailed up my arms to my shoulders, then higher until he softly held my face. "You always doubt your worth, but you forget what you've done." "What I've done?" "I've hurt you," I reminded him. "I've hurt a lot of people. And you've saved others. You saved me, and though he'll never admit it, you saved Lucifer too. Hell, Ashmielle, you saved yourself more than once. That's not easy to do. Trust me. I failed to save myself." I tilted my head, searching his glowing eyes for a hint of resentment or doubt. I couldn't find either one. He gathered me into his arms and held me. Fire swirled around us in bright reds and oranges, like we were contained within a burning sunset. Those flames told me more about what Samazrael felt for me than any words could. I didn't want to be anywhere else but with him. If I lost my grace and hellfire forever, then so be it. I'd always have Samazrael, and he'd have me. He gave me a languid kiss, and I was ready to shove him back to the bed when he sighed. We were both on our feet a second later, with me pouting and him chuckling. "You need to eat. We've got a few days before the trap is set for the order. If you're going to be a part of it, I want to make sure you're at your full strength." He'd been through enough the last 24 hours, so I didn't argue. His brow arched when I agreed. "What?" "I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat. See? I can be reasonable." He grunted in reply. I shrugged. "After we eat, you want to go for a swim? Haven't had a chance to use the pool yet." "If you're up for it." "Oh, I definitely am." It wasn't like he was going to let me do any training today. The stern glimmer in his eyes said I wasn't doing anything except relaxing the rest of the evening. I hurried to freshen up, then went with Samazrael to the kitchen. The table was mounded high with food, and I dug in, much to Kara's delight. She and Rollins joined Samazrael and me, talking about the weather and other mundane things. Before long, we were laughing about some stupid movie that had just come out. It felt good to at least pretend to be ordinary for a little while. No one mentioned Lucifer or the shield which was now in place within me to protect my power. Nor did they bring up what I'd gone through. All the while I sensed Samazrael's watchful gaze. My worry bubbled up, but his hand took hold of mine. The simple act of his rubbing his thumb over my knuckles reminded me I wasn't alone. We finished eating, and I left to change into the swimsuit Kara had bought me. One of a bunch of other new clothes she'd picked up in hopes it'd lift my spirits. The black bikini was cute, and I grinned at my reflection in the mirror. After all the scars I'd given to myself, I never thought I'd be comfortable enough to wear a swimsuit again, let alone a bikini. Odd though, lately, I hardly noticed the pale lines stretching up my arms. My smile slipped, taking in how thin I was and the dark circles beneath my eyes. I might have slept for nearly a day, but I was run down. No wonder Samazrael had been beside himself with worry. With the shield in place and nothing draining my power, I'd recover. I didn't have a choice, not if I wanted to help bring the order down and stop Hef. I pulled my hair back in a bun, then put my clothes back on over my swimsuit. Samazrael was waiting by the back door, and together, we stepped outside, strolling to the pool. I walked to one of the black loungers and kicked out of my slip-on sneakers. I tugged my long-sleeve shirt off next, and Samazrael growled quietly close by. When I glanced over my shoulder, there was nothing but heat in his glowing gaze. I quickly shed my yoga pants and strolled to the ladder for the pool. Samazrael's eyes didn't leave me for a second. The water was heated enough to keep it comfortable in the cooler weather. I pushed off the steps, cutting through the liquid heaven until I waded in the deep end. The evening sky was streaked with the last rays of the setting sun. I floated on my back, the colors quickly fading as night took over. I shut my eyes and simply let the water hold me up. Samazrael, wearing black trunks, slipping into the pool from the ledge. The water rippled from his movements. He swam around me, giving me space, until I lowered my feet, spinning to face him. We started an intricate dance, moving through the water. It was a game, slipping out of his grasp with a soft laugh each time. His lips tugged into a smile, and soon he was letting go of his worries too. He caught me, scooping me into his arms, and with a wicked chuckle, tossed me into the deep end. I came up laughing and sputtering, shoving wet hair from my face. I splashed him, and he doused me back until we were holding our aching sides, and my face hurt from smiling so much. Our fingers met beneath the water, and he tugged me closer. I molded myself to his body, my mouth searching for his. The pulsing heat from his body only made me want to get nearer. He held onto me, backing into the wall of the pool. Our hands roamed across slick skin and through wet tendrils of hair. His hands held my rear, and I wiggled against him. He grunted, deepening the kiss until what little hellfire I had left warmed my hands and wrapped around us. His fire joined mine, not restricted by the water at all. We were nothing but a burning cocoon of flames and passion there in that pool. I slowed the kiss, then traced my fingers from his forehead to his chin. "You're my heart too," I whispered. "I don't want to be anywhere else unless you're with me. I just wish I wasn't so broken." His lips pressed to mine in a heated embrace that left me struggling to breathe. "If you're broken, sweetheart, so am I. That doesn't make you any less than what you are. You're one of the bravest, determined, and crazy women I know. And I'm never letting you go." I smiled against his lips. I never wanted to leave this moment. My life had been one shitty moment after another. I'd lost so much when Mom was killed. Lost even more when I decided living was pointless. With Hank and Zane, I'd thought I found a family, people I could trust. For nearly a decade, I told myself I was content, but it had never felt right. Then Samazrael came along, and my entire world was torn apart again. So much had occurred since that moment, it was hard to fully grasp the turn my life had taken. Did I really deserve to be this happy with Samazrael, after everything I'd done? Killing Hank and Zane hadn't been my intention, but they were still gone because of me. Even Dahlia was technically dead, because she had me. Who was going to be next? Kara? Rollins? If I lost them, it'd be a nightmare. And what about Samazrael? He talked about not being able to go on without me, but what was I supposed to do if he got himself killed trying to protect my ass? My fears fed my desperation to never let Samazrael go. The kiss became frantic, and I hugged him as hard as I could. He did the same, tapping into the storm of emotions I wasn't able to hold back. "I'm never leaving you," he whispered, his lips on mine. "No matter what happens, I'll always be here. Swear it." If only it were that easy to believe, nothing else terrible would happen. The water lapped around us while we remained locked together in that pool well after the moon rose into the sky, its crescent shape beautiful amongst a nest of shining stars. Samazrael didn't once stop touching me, not even when we climbed out of the pool, gathered our clothes, and leisurely made our way back to the house. His hand slipped from mine only long enough for me to change clothes, then I was right back in his arms. We fell into bed. He dragged the quilts up, tucking us in, and I curled into his chest. It wasn't enough. Reading me even better than I read myself, he dragged me onto his chest and sat up long enough for his wings to slip from his back. They curled around me, keeping me in a protective cage of love I never wanted to stop feeling. Sleep, he whispered, kissing the top of my head. I yawned, my eyes closing, and I smiled, listening to the reassuring beat of his heart. With my cheek to his bare chest, I snuggled into his warmth and let myself drift away. I sat on the stone wall by the training courtyard. The complex, which had been crowded with demons hours before, sat eerily quiet now. For the first time in weeks, I was utterly alone. Samazrael's aura was even too far away for me to pick up on. I held onto the edge of the wall, counting off the seconds in my head. The warding had been lowered for over 5 minutes now. For the past 2 days, Lucifer, Bones, Samazrael, and several other high-ranking demons had been laying out the details of the plan to draw the order in. My part was small, much to Samazrael's relief. I'd wanted to argue and say I could do more, that I could fight. Every time I'd gone to do just that, I'd look at Samazrael. I might not have been so drained or exhausted, but my power hadn't returned. As much as I wanted to be the one to capture Peter and cause him pain after what he'd done to Samazrael and me, I agreed to only be the bait. The moment the order was trapped and the fighting started, I'd let myself be removed from harm's way. "Come on, you assholes," I whispered, glancing around. "Where are you?" Lucifer had ensured the order would know exactly where to find me. I wasn't sure how he intended to do that, without making it obvious this was a trap. Then he'd had me call Peter and tell him I was ready to join him. I'd done it, doubting the entire time that Peter would be dumb enough to believe me. The madness I'd picked up on the night Peter attacked me came through during our conversation, and he'd listened to every word I said. Every word. I wondered briefly if the souls he consumed were making him go insane. I knew what damage they could do to demons. It wasn't a stretch to think humans would fare much better. Headlights appeared near the front gate. I tensed. This was it. They'd finally arrived. I stayed right where I was, waiting. Car doors slammed shut and the gate squeaked. Footsteps sounded on the stone paths. Peter's voice rang out, ordering his men to search the place. He came around the corner of the main house, pausing long enough to scan the grounds. The outdoor lights made it easy for him to spot me. He grinned, striding forward with 2 hunters flanking him. From the shimmering in their eyes, they were all under the influence of souls. "Ashmielle," Peter said when he reached me unarmed. "Peter. I must say I was surprised to get your call," he said, shoving his hands casually in his pants pockets. "You weren't exactly open to hearing me out the last time we spoke. You attacked me and my demon." "Ah yes, Samazrael," he muttered, then spat on the ground. "Tell me, where is he?" "Lucifer stole him," I replied, sticking to the story we'd rehearsed all morning. "You were right about everything. I confronted my father, and he threatened to kill me. Samazrael helped me get away, but he's been taken back to hell." I slid off the wall, but didn't move any closer. Samazrael would lose his mind if I got too close. He might be far away, but he was watching over me. He'd fought his rage all day long, knowing I was going to be putting myself in danger. If I did anything off script, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from charging in. "I want him back," I told Peter. "And I want Lucifer destroyed. I've seen his plans. I know where he's going to make his move against the humans." "Good. We can discuss the details once you're safe." He sauntered closer, the wicked grin spreading across his face, sending a shiver down my spine. "Just one thing. What makes you think I believe you?" Damn it. I knew this was too easy. I have no reason to lie. You were right. Demons killed Dahlia. I want them to pay for what they did, Lucifer especially. He nodded, his smile widening. He snapped his fingers, and the hunters lunged for me, snatching me by the arms. "You're coming with us, somewhere a bit more secure. Then you and I are going to sit down and have a nice, long conversation. If at the end of it I believe you, then we'll move forward with our plans to attack Lucifer. If not, well, we'll have to find another way to make use of you." "I'd let me go if I were you," I warned, not worried in the least bit about Peter and his thugs escaping. Peter laughed. "And why is that? There's no one else here. You're alone." It was my turn to smirk. "Am I?" A whoosh of burning hot air gusted from above. A snarl accompanied it, and a second later the hunters holding me were tossed aside like rag dolls. I didn't have to turn to know Samazrael stood there, his wings spread wide and in a complete rage. They really shouldn't have touched me. Samazrael's hand fell to my shoulder, and I reached up to cover it with mine. His growl rumbled through me. Peter's face went slack. All around the complex, panicked shouts erupted. Peter fumbled in his pocket. I saw the silver metal disc before he threw it at Samazrael. It attached itself to Samazrael's arm. Unlike the last time, he didn't even flinch. I turned around, pried the device from Samazrael's bicep and held it in my palm. Peter's jaw dropped. "That's not possible," he uttered. "Did you really think you'd be able to outsmart the devil?" I asked. "He said it'd never fail us," Peter whispered. "He who?" Samazrael growled. But Peter wasn't listening. He muttered under his breath, his face shifting into a hate-filled sneer. He reached for the gun at his hip. Samazrael yanked me behind him, but he didn't get a chance to attack Peter. Another gust of heat, intense enough to scorch the ground and Peter's skin, left a crater in the earth. The monster I'd only caught glimpses of before towered over Peter, his double wings expanded to their full breadth. Lucifer's face was more beast than man. 6-inch black claws extended from his fingertips, and his canines hung over his bottom lip. He roared, snatching Peter's hand with the gun. With a quick twist of his wrist, bone cracked. Peter shrieked. "You wanted a war with the devil," Lucifer snarled, hoisting Peter off his feet by his broken wrist. "Now, you'll be tortured by him for eternity." Tears wet Peter's cheeks, his entire body shaking while he continued to sputter. I started to look around, but Samazrael took hold of my hand and pulled me away. I bit my tongue to stop from arguing that I wanted to stick around. But my part in this ordeal was over. Lucifer would deal with the order, and I would stay safely inside the main house and not come out again until Samazrael came for me. "You all right?" he asked gruffly. "Not a scratch. How are you holding up?" His lip raised, exposing his fangs while his eyes were dark voids shimmering with murderous intent. "He touched you." At the back door to the house, I tugged Samazrael to a stop. Pressing my hand to his cheek, I forced him to look at me. "I'm not hurt. The plan looks like it worked." I tried to hide the sliver of fear that seeped through me all the same. Earlier today, Lucifer had created mini shields for the demons. Each one burned brightly like a living tattoo. I'd been worried they'd fail against the Order's weapons, which were powered by angelic grace. Thankfully, I was wrong, and the shields had held up. I touched the tiny, burning ember visible through Samazrael's t-shirt, just below his collarbone. It glowed brighter for a second, then went out. Lucifer hadn't been lying about their not lasting long. Just long enough. We were safe for another night. So why did my gut twist into a vicious knot that nearly knocked me to my knees? "What is it?" Samazrael asked, his brow furrowed. "Nothing. Just, this doesn't seem too easy to you." More yelling came from across the complex, as the demons worked on rounding up the Order. If Lucifer hadn't created the shields, an idea he had after using one on me, this night would have been far bloodier. Still, Peter's words about some mysterious he left me unsettled. I inched closer to Samazrael, not wanting to leave his side. "How about we take the win and not overthink it," he said. "Stay with Kara. I'm sure this won't take long." He lifted my hand, kissed my palm, then stormed off. I made to follow, but reminded myself of the promise I'd made. Sighing, I turned around and marched inside. Kara closed and locked the sliding glass door behind me. She looked out of it, wringing her hands. A few times she whispered, but I couldn't make out the words. Kara? She jumped, then spun around with a high-pitched laugh. Sorry? So much going on. So exciting. It's finally time. We've had to wait so long for the right opportunity, and finally it's here. He'll be pleased with us. What are you talking about? She beamed at me, moving away from the door. I retreated. The energy coming off her was all wrong. Panic set my heart to pounding, and I opened my mouth to scream. A hand clamped around my mouth, and the cold blade of a knife touched my throat. A demon I didn't recognize shifted into view, his lean form strong enough to shove me through the living room and deeper into the house. Samazrael. He'd feel my fear. He'd get here. The demon's cackle left me sick. He's not coming for you, he whispered. We set up a little warding of our own. Now time to go. He's waiting for us. I tensed, and the knife dug in deep enough to draw blood. One move and I'll slice you open from ear to ear, the demon warned. Kara, if you please. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. Kara, sweet, kind Kara who'd watched over me from my first day in hell, grinned. Her eyes turned black, and the person I'd thought I'd come to know vanished as if she never existed at all. She waved her hand, and a fiery portal appeared in the living room. The knife fell away from my neck. I slammed my head backward into the demon's face. He grunted, releasing me. I bolted for the back door, screaming for Samazrael the entire time. A force muffled my yelling and smothered the pathetic bit of hellfire I managed to conjure. Kara snagged my arm, stopping me a foot from the door. I brought my fist around, nailing her in the sternum. She gasped and I struck again, this time in her stomach and knocking the air from her lungs. She let me go, and I darted to the door, flipping the lock. I yanked on the handle, but the damn thing wouldn't budge. I smashed my hand into the glass, willing it to break. A bright flash of red light left me squinting and cursing at the pain in my eyes. No, the demon raged. Don't let her break the warding. I hit the glass a second time and a third, until Kara's claws dug into my arms. I kicked and scratched, reaching out to Samazrael with everything I had. Get her through the portal. Kara dragged me across the living room. We knocked into furniture and flipped the couch. This was a nightmare. That's exactly what this had to be. I was too drained of hellfire to fully pull on the rage inside me, and my grace barely created a flicker of blue light at my fingertips. The markings on my arms came to life for a split second, then went cold, leaving me chilled. I shouted for Samazrael again. My heart lifted when I heard an answering bellow I'd know anywhere. Kara's claws dug in harder, tearing through skin and piercing straight to the bone. The pain left me dizzy, and I swallowed back bile. Another thunderous roar shook the house, but then Kara was at the portal. She pulled me in after her, and just as Samazrael appeared at the back door, the portal snapped shut. I was thrown away from Kara, rolling across a hard dirt-packed floor. She backed off, disappearing into the shadows surrounding me. Blood flowed freely from the wounds Kara created, soaking my shirt. I pushed to all fours, crying out at the stinging pain shooting down my arms from putting pressure on them. Damn it, I muttered, trying to see how bad the injuries were. In the gloom, it was impossible to tell. I found the deep punctures with my fingers. My finger slipped in deep, and this time I wasn't able to hold back the urge to be sick. I threw my head to the side, heaving violently while chills racked my body. Kara. All this time, she'd been a traitor. Wiping spit from my lips, my pulse thudded as the reality of my situation finally sunk in. Kara had been working for the enemy, the real enemy. Hef, I whispered, then shot to my feet, spinning around. I had to get out of here. All around me was only darkness. I called fire to my hand. It appeared as a tiny, weak flame that flickered in and out. The markings on my body gave off a subtle blue glow, but I doubted it'd last for long. I inched my way backward, confused when I didn't run into anything. No walls, no doors. Nothing except empty space. Terrified I'd been dumped in some dark pit where Samazrael would never find me, I fought the urge to scream. I yelped when fires burst into life all around me in a wide circle. The black metal braziers were little better than barrels. The final one lit, and I gulped. The flame in my hand went out. A cage. I was trapped in a massive cage. This was just fantastic. Kara had to have gotten out of here somehow. I jogged to the edge of the cell and reached my hands around the bars. A jolt of lightning threw me onto the flat of my back, accompanied by the roar of a beast I'd hoped I'd never hear again. The air knocked from my lungs, I gasped, watching the blue lightning stretch higher and higher up the bars. A door slammed open and more light flooded in. I thought I might be in a warehouse, but the sound of dozens of footsteps distracted me from answering that question. I climbed to my feet, warily watching the demons surrounding the cage. Where am I? I demanded, but none of them answered. I spotted Kara amongst them and nearly rushed the bars. Why did you do this to me? Because she knows the truth, as do so many others. You came into this world to be our savior. To bring us out of the dark pit of despair. Out of a realm that has been weakened by a ruler long past his prime. Hef's voice bounced off the metal walls, making it impossible to pinpoint where he was. Why don't you show your face, you bastard? I challenged. My, such a temper. You certainly didn't get that from your mother. I snarled, my demon rage functioning just fine with the aid of hellfire. Don't you dare talk about my mother. I spun in a slow circle, scanning the multitude of faces for Hef's. A shadow separated from the others, and there he was, wearing a long red leather jacket that hung past his knees. The sleeves were rolled up. Beneath, he wore black pants and an ivory blouse only halfway buttoned. His black hair was pulled back, giving his face a severe, almost gaunt appearance. His eyes flooded with amusement, his lips twitching into a grin. There's so much you don't know, he mused. I tried to tell your mother, but she wouldn't listen. She saw me as a threat, instead of the friend I could have been. He shrugged, his lips curling into an evil grin. She was right, of course. I was always a threat to her. You murdered her. A tragic waste of life, but don't worry, I held on to her power. It's been quite useful over the years, especially in the hands of the Order. I wanted to charge the bars and grab hold of his throat, but I'd never reach him. I settled for stalking as close to the edge of the cage as I dared. You stole her soul? Her soul, Her Grace. One was given to the Order and the other, well, the other I used to create this cage you're in now. He leaned back, his eyes glimmering at his accomplishment. Her power put the finishing touch on my greatest creation. Well, second greatest. Amazing what happens when grace and fire are combined with a bit of human technology. They might be sinners, but they do have their uses. I thought I was going to be sick again, realizing what torture he must have put Mom through during her last moments alive on this earth. You bastard. I'll kill you. Sadly you won't, he said. I don't understand. Why were you helping the Order? They hate demons. He held up his hand. Ah, they hate Lucifer and hell, yes, but there's one demon they had a fondness for. Granted, I never told them my name, but they were awfully helpful in proving my point. That you've lost your mind? His lips curled into a disgusted sneer. That Lucifer has become weak. He's changed over the centuries and not for the better, he ranted. When the Order first formed, I waited for him to bring down hell upon their heads. He let them live, and told his demons to simply avoid them. They grew stronger and still, he did nothing. Then he met Dahlia, and the brother I knew changed into a being I no longer recognized. He still tortures people. I remembered him doing precisely that, to the demon hunter at the compound. He's still the king of hell. He's a shadow of the demon he once was, Hef argued. Nothing I did spurred him into becoming the demon he'd been, and I knew then that hell was in danger. If our king is weak, our hellfire weakens too. I'd been working with grace and hellfire for centuries, attempting to find a way to replicate the raw power that pumps through his body like blood. I failed every time. His eyes glowed, and I took a step back at the hunger in them. Then, lo and behold, Lucifer has a child. A precious daughter born of grace and fire. A child who Dahlia saw would one day become more powerful than her father. Yours was the power I'd been waiting for. I gulped, searching for a way out of this cage and away from the mad demon before me. There's no escape, I'm afraid, he informed me. But if you survive, you'll be alive to see what hell should be like, and finally we can break free of its confines. It was you, I whispered. You're the one that wants to take over the surface. Hef snarled, gnashing his jaws. Lucifer swore a foolish oath that he would never let hell break open. That he'd keep watch over the souls of the damned for all eternity. There is so much more to life than being surrounded by sinners. So much more to the power trapped within that underground kingdom of despair. You can't. You'll throw the whole world out of balance, I argued. Then I'll create a new balance, but first, I need the rest of your power. I was so close to having it all, until Lucifer decided to meddle where he didn't belong. The essence Lucifer picked up on had come from Hef. How had he been stealing my power? He hadn't been anywhere near me, and I hadn't been left alone with Kara until tonight. How had he done it? No, I gasped, then threw myself at the bars without thinking. The resulting jolt tossed me back to the center of the cage. My mind raced. He shoved his jacket aside. A gold hilt glinted from a long sword sheathed at his hip. The moment the blade was freed of its leather scabbard, it glistened with power. Hellfire and grace churned within the metal, trapped by the same essence that had been used to take it from me. My power. It was right there, calling to me. Now this would have been painless, but alas, that'd be a lie. You can thank your father for the pain that's about to come. Once the shield falls, your power will be mine, and you'll get a front row seat to a new world order. I opened my mouth to curse him out, when lightning crackled along the metal bars. I threw my head back, bracing for whatever was about to happen. A bolt of light shot from the bars, striking my shoulder. I refused to scream in front of this murdering psychopath. A second bolt hit, followed by a third and fourth. The impact drove me to my knees. When the next one struck, hitting my sternum, my blood-curdling scream echoed off the warehouse walls. My entire body became electrified, and the beast appeared before me. It charged, rushing right into me, increasing the agony as it attempted to break through the shield and get to what power remained. Fight. I had to fight. Samazrael and Lucifer. They'd come. They had to. If they do, Hef will kill them, a voice whispered frantically. He'll kill Lucifer. The lightning cracked and I shrieked, desperate for it to stop. The energy released me, and I embraced a moment of peace, knowing it wasn't going to last. How long would the shield hold up? I saw the strange orangish glow acting like a second layer of skin over my body. It pulsed, pushing back against the attack. My hopes lifted, until I spotted the small cracks forming in it. I couldn't give in. I wouldn't. Another round of lightning latched onto me. My screams died away. My jaw hung open in silent torture. The markings on my arms flared to life. The demon half of me that was always so chaotic was yanked viciously to the surface, out of my control. My fingers bled where my claws had torn through my fingertips too fast. More blood filled my mouth, dripping from lips unable to close around the fangs that had sprouted. An ache started in my back. I whimpered, not sure I could handle my wings bursting free. Not now. The shoots of lightning fell away, and I sank to all fours again, sucking in air. Raising my head, I caught Hef's furious glare through the bars of the cage. The blade shimmered, pulling me to it. If I broke it, maybe it would release my power. I could stop Hef from killing. Another bolt struck my spine. My claws dug into the dirt and left behind trails of blood. I winced, tears seeping from my eyes. I shook my head, willing my wings to stay tucked away, until the second strike of that dark essence hit me, and I lost all command of my body. A loud tearing sound filled my ears. Black spots filled my vision. I passed out, coming to moments later, trembling from the excruciating pain in my back. My leathery wings hung limp around me, fluttering and slick with blood. Almost there, Hef mused. I was too dizzy to focus on his face and remained slumped on the ground. He continued, once the shield is gone, your power will be mine and Lucifer will die. The night Hef murdered Dahlia, I'd been too young, too weak to save her. I wasn't that little girl anymore. I was Lucifer's daughter. I was the devil's own. I'd be damned if I went down without a fight. Rising to my knees, I met Hef's detached gaze and smiled through the blood and pain. Bring it on, asshole, I muttered. His eye twitched, his hand gripping the sword harder. He laid his hand on the bars of the cage, sending a crackling river of lightning shooting up the bars to the point at the very top. The grin that broke across his face when he let go would be embedded in my mind forever. A waterfall of energy came right for me. All I could do was scream until there was no air left in my lungs.
Chapter 9. Samazrael. I hefted Rollins into the air, ready to rip his throat out. Did you know? No, he said, not bothering to fight back, though his eyes remained black while he held my gaze. If I had known, I would have stopped her. I growled, not ready to release him, not yet. I'd reached the back door in time to see Kara throw Ashmielle through a portal. I tried to rush in after her, but Alron had charged out, swords drawn, and attacked. By the time I subdued him, the portal was gone, and Ashmielle with it. I swear on my life, I didn't know Kara would betray us, Rollins said. His words were genuine. I returned him to his feet. Sorry, I grunted, my hands itching to go after someone else, anyone else. Not necessary. You're not the only one who's pissed. Kara. How had I not realized she was working with Hef? Looks like Alron's awake, Rollins said. We hurried across the grounds to the spot where Lucifer had Alron chained to a cottonwood tree. The same one I'd sat beneath with Ashmielle so many evenings to watch the sunsets and mornings to see the sun come up. It was like a hand reached inside me and squeezed my heart until it was ready to burst. I could barely sense a whisper of her presence. My eye twitched, and I went for the dagger at my side, stalking toward Alron. Not yet, Lucifer ordered, and I jerked to a stop. Once he speaks, then you can rip out his heart. I was going to do more than that. Much more. So much more. I won't talk, Alron said, then spit blood from his mouth. His face was a mottled mess of cuts and gashes, some all the way to the bone. Lucifer had prevented him from mending, and blood continued to ooze out of the wounds I'd caused him. I would have finished him off if Lucifer hadn't stopped me. You recall who I am, yes? Lucifer asked sarcastically. Alron chuckled hoarsely. You're weak. You've been weak for centuries. Why do you think Hef did all of this in the first place? Nothing you do to me will get answers. I'm not afraid of you. Lucifer's gleaming silver eyes churned with a growing storm. He said nothing as he approached Alron, lifting the demon's chin with a single black claw. Lucifer's mental walls disappeared, but for once his wrath didn't weigh me down. Instead, it fed my own, and I sneered in sick delight at what was to come. Beside me, Rollins sank to one knee, unable to withstand the full force of Lucifer's exposed emotions. Bones and the demons around us did the same. I was going to enjoy every second of Alron's agony. I was only sad that I wasn't the one causing it. An impossibly long 20 minutes later, Rollins ran back from the main house where he'd gone to fetch Dahlia's weapons. Alron hung limply from the chains, not an inch of him spared. Lucifer's hands were soaked in blood up to his elbows, and his clothes were stained with even more. Alron had done more than speak. He'd given Lucifer everything. What Hef had been planning for decades, why he targeted Ashmielle, and how he managed to drain her power. Rollins held out the mace and warhammer. Lucifer took them, his fury reaching new heights in the revelation of what Hef had done. I should have taken these the moment Ashmielle said she had them, Lucifer whispered. It's my fault, I whispered. I brought them to her. No, Lucifer roared. No. You did what you thought was best for Ashmielle. Having her mother's weapons is what brought out her grace. If I hadn't blocked your memories that night, none of this would have happened. Flames erupted in his hands, covering his body as he whispered, "If I hadn't been so arrogant, so blind, I could have saved them. Now it might be too late." The flames circled the mace and warhammer. The grace held within, along with Dahlia's essence we knew now was tainted by Hef, screamed in protest. The fire grew white-hot, and the weapons melted into puddles of molten steel at Lucifer's feet. The last of the handles dripped from his hands. Each time Ashmielle had touched the weapons, a bit more of her power had been taken. It hadn't made sense to me, but Auron's following admission had explained Hef's plan. He'd forged a blade that Ashmielle's power would channel into. They only came after Ashmielle now because Lucifer had placed a shield around her, one too strong for Kara to even attempt to break on her own. The order coming here tonight had all been orchestrated by Hef, as much as Lucifer. He'd been using them for years, pushing them to attack demons and giving them ways to grow stronger, all to prove Lucifer was no longer the rightful ruler of hell. Peter hadn't taken nearly as long to break as Auron had. Rollins and I had barely turned to him, and he'd told us everything. About the mysterious figure who showed them how to take souls, who gave them the weapons to make them a substantial threat against demons. It had all been a setup. Hef had been playing the long game, and we'd been too slow to realize it. The order was nothing more than a distraction. We took down the warding to lure them in. And Hef had made his move. "The shield on Ashmielle," I said. "How long will it last?" Lucifer's brow twitched, his gaze remaining on Dahlia's destroyed weapons. "I don't know. If everything Auron says is true, then Hef has an immense amount of power at his disposal. But you're the king of hell. Your hellfire is unbeatable. You are hellfire." His silence grated on my nerves. "We have to find her, and quickly." He returned his attention to Auron, his lips pulling back in a vicious sneer. Less than 5 minutes later, Lucifer gave the order that we were moving out. He had the location of Hef and Ashmielle. Bones, the entire horde of Blackhearts, myself and Rollins were going to get her. "Sire," Bones said, grabbing Lucifer's arm, "you know this will be a trap." "She's my daughter," Lucifer snapped. "I'm not staying behind, so don't even ask me to. I lost her once. I will not stand by and do nothing a second time." Bones bowed and backed off. I shut my eyes, endeavoring to feel Ashmielle. Her presence was there, but it was still so damned faint. A portal appeared in front of us, and Lucifer led the way through. Bones followed right behind him, then Rollins and me. The Black Hearts brought up the rear, and the fiery doorway shut behind us. We stood in a clearing surrounded by dense dark woods. Snow blew with the gusting winds. The cold air bit at my skin. 20 miles north, Lucifer said, his words gravelly from the constant growl rumbling in his chest. "You best keep up." His eye twitched. 2 sets of wings slipped from his back, expanded, and lifted him into the air. I took off into the sky after him, Rollins and the others falling in line behind us. We flew through the night sky, the cold not even registering how hot the flames pumping through my veins and coating my body were. Lucifer's wings were streaks of fire burning through the inky darkness. The farther we flew, the stronger Ashmielle's aura became. My wings flapped, picking up speed. I was almost even with Lucifer when an anguish so intense blinded me. It was followed by the sensation of my wings breaking. I faltered, falling out of the sky. My wings fought to catch themselves, but another ache struck my chest and yet another, my head. Dizziness took over, and I was about to slam into the ground when a clawed hand snatched me up and held me aloft. Lucifer and I landed a few feet away, taking down several small saplings in the process. He released me, and I growled, gnashing my jaws at the throbbing in my wings. "Ashmielle." Lucifer acts. "He's hurting her," I rasped. "He's tearing her apart." The horrifying notion that we were running out of time had me back on my feet and sprinting through the trees. Lucifer yelled after me, but I was beyond listening to him, king or not. Another bolt of agony shot down my spine. I slammed into a tree with a bellow, destroying the trunk and staggering onward. Rage tinted my vision red. A warehouse loomed out of the darkness, with 4 demons standing guard outside the double doors. She was in there with Hef. I dragged my claws down the trunk of another tree, imagining it was Zeph himself. My fangs lengthened, ready to spill blood. From inside the metal warehouse behind them, a scream tore through the night. "Billy," I whispered, my heart pounding. A second scream was accompanied by a vicious roar. One I'd heard from the beast who'd rampaged through her before. The sound shattered the night. It made the hair stand up on my arms, and the rage inside me wanted to roar right back. The demons guarding the warehouse only had a second to look up before I ripped them apart with my claws and fangs. I spat out chunks of their flesh, digging into their chests until I tore their hearts free and crushed them in my fists, giving in to the bloodlust. I tossed the last body aside and glared at the heavy sliding metal door that stood between me and my mate. Finally catching up with me, Lucifer stepped up. With a snap of his fingers, the metal doors crumpled beneath an explosion of hellfire. He flicked his wrist and the path was cleared. Ashmielle's shriek echoed out of the warehouse. I sprinted inside. Lucifer, Bones, Rollins, myself, and a few others had barely made it inside when a bright white light exploded around us. The warehouse walls glowed, and drawn sigils appeared on the corrugated metal. Rollins attempted to step outside, but there was an invisible wall trapping us. Lucifer snapped his fingers. A ball of fire rushed the opening and disintegrated on contact. "I knew you were weakening," Hef's voice echoed around us. We turned. The crowd of demons inside split down the middle. I cursed, lunging forward, until Lucifer caught my shoulder and yanked me right back. I bellowed for him to release me, but his claws dug in, holding me in place. At the center of the long warehouse was a metal cage, its bars alight with blue streaks of lightning bouncing between them. Hef stood before it, a sword gripped in his left hand. Blue and orange flames coated the metal. Ashmielle's power, her grace and hellfire. A whimper from within the cage slashed through my heart. A figure lay on the ground, her wings hanging limply behind her. "Billy," I breathed. Ashmielle pushed to all fours, growling and whining like a beast. The shield Lucifer had put in place hovered around her, but even from this distance, I could see the cracked spider webbing across it. She spat blood from her mouth. There was more blood covering her chin and hands. Her pale face shone in the light of the surrounding fires. Black eyes focused on me, and she lifted a hand, her lips moved. Whatever she had said was too quiet for me to make out. She was weak. So weak. I remembered everything Lucifer said about the demons who'd been stripped of their hellfire. If Ashmielle lost hers and the grace with it, she'd never be able to withstand that pain of having her soul torn and shattered. "Release my daughter," Lucifer demanded. Hef chuckled. "Why would I do that, brother? You can either live out your years in a cell, or I can relieve you of your head. Your choice." Hef scratched at his chin, resting the sword casually on his shoulder. "My choice," he mused. "My choice is to take over hell. To return it to its true glory." "Have you lost your mind?" "You know the oath I swore," Lucifer argued. "And that was your choice, a foolish choice," Hef shot back. "You try so hard to be the good guy, but you're the devil. You'll always be the devil." "Doesn't mean I have to be completely evil," Lucifer replied. "Ruling hell isn't about power." "It's always been about power," Hef shouted, throwing his arms to the sides. "You were just too content to take it and use it. I, however, am not." He snapped his fingers, and the demons closed ranks, blocking Hef from our sight. "Kill them." The demons raised their hands as one. I cursed when I realized what they were doing. Souls. All of them were swallowing souls, and not just one. What came out of those tiny glass vials was multiple, 3, then 4. What was Hef thinking? A few of the demons screamed, their eyes exploding in their skulls. They collapsed to the ground, clutching hands to their faces before their bodies gave out. More curled in on themselves, their bodies unable to handle the overflow of power. Those who remained shifted and morphed before our eyes. "Lucifer," Bones whispered. "I'm not leaving her," Lucifer snarled. We get Ashmielle, and then we get out. And Hef. Bones' axe. Lucifer's jaw clenched, but his walls slammed down, cutting me off from his fury at his brother's betrayal. I'll finish him off another day. His skin peeled back, revealing the living flames that resided within him. The demon burned away until only the fire remained, hungry for blood. A ferocious bellow shook the warehouse on its foundations, and he threw himself at the demons who dared defy his rule. With Lucifer leading the charge, I forgot about controlling myself. My muscles bulged, stretching the skin and tearing my shirt. Ashmielle's aura pulled me to her like a rope, one that was quickly growing weaker. I threw myself into the fight, grabbing the first demon to meet me by the throat. He snapped his jaws, but I was quicker, tearing into his throat with my fangs. I tossed his twitching body to the side and rushed into the melee.
Chapter 10. Ashmielle. Samazrael. He was here. I could have sworn I saw him here. Gasping at the energy it took to simply lift my head, I peered out of the cage. Demons were everywhere, fighting and snarling. Through the mass of bodies was a walking pillar of fire. Lucifer. If he was here, then Samazrael had to be too. I collapsed back to the ground. I just had to hold on a bit longer. A bit longer. The crackling of the cage powering up had me curling in on myself. I buried my claws in the dirt, desperate to grab hold of something, anything to channel my pain into. The last attack had broken my wings, cracking the bones and tearing the cartilage. All I tasted was blood, and an icy chill set my limbs to shake. "Please," I begged, "don't." "I'm sorry, child," Hef said, his voice still managing to reach me over the battle around us. "But this is what you were made for." I shook my head. A jolt of lightning struck my back. The shield cracked further. An agony I was sure couldn't get any worse flattened me to the ground. I shrieked at the shooting pain driving down my spine, from my wings breaking even more. "Millie." "Samazrael." I tried to call out to him, but nothing came out except a whimper. The lightning released me, and I sucked in several deep breaths, willing myself to get up. I raised my head, sensing a pair of eyes on me. There. Glowing green eyes that shifted to black the second they landed on me. His body transformed into a true beast of hell. Samazrael was surrounded by demons. I reached for him, hating the tears that streamed unbidden down my face. I didn't want him to see me like this, didn't want him to see me die. The cage charged and unleashed another round of attacks on me. The shield shattered in a storm of orange and red sparks that hit the ground like glass. I fell to my side. The edges of my vision grew fuzzy, and I was certain I heard my mother's voice at one point. The bars to the cage groaned as they parted, and Hef entered the space. The sword where all my power had gone was so close to me, and I didn't even have the strength to snatch it back. I hated that Hef's gleeful smile as he crouched over me was going to be the last thing I saw on this earth. "One final step, Ashmielle. Give me your power." I pushed away from him, but he effortlessly snatched a handful of my hair and held me in place. He aimed the sword at my heart, inches away from piercing me. Not about to look away from the bastard who had taken everything from me, I glared at Hef. His arm tensed, but the sword never made contact. He was ripped away from me and thrown across the cage. A hulking beast of a demon planted himself between us, his chest heaving and claws far longer than I'd ever seen them before. He glanced over his shoulder, and I was frozen by the murderous glint in those black eyes. Hef rose to his feet, and Samazrael went on the attack. I hit the ground again, catching glimpses of the battle between them. Samazrael held his own against Hef. The traitor was covered in blood soon enough, but he never once let go of the sword. Samazrael continued to beat on Hef. Each grunt of pain Hef released gave me the strength I needed to push off the ground. Samazrael had Hef around the throat, strangling him with one hand, while he drew the other back, ready to slash down Hef's front. Enough. Hef's bellow carried with it a shockwave of energy, throwing Samazrael into the bars of the cage. He roared. Lightning streaked out, holding his body in place. He was jolted over and over again, each one diminishing the rage that had kept him going. Hef wiped the blood from his face, then stalked to Samazrael, who was now held captive. Face contorted into a mask of vicious intent, he raised the sword. "You should have stayed out of my way." Samazrael lunged forward, but the lightning yanked him right back to the bars. "You said I had a great destiny, and now you're going to kill me? What was the point of letting me out of my cell in the first place?" he asked, his voice shaking. "You were the only one who could help Ashmielle reach her true potential, help her reach the grace that was buried beneath so much hellfire." Samazrael's eyes widened, then he growled, pushing himself off the bars once again only to be forced right back, bashing his head into the metal with a resounding thud. Hef sneered. "I have you to thank for giving her Dahlia's weapons too, but I'm afraid your part in this story is over." Time slowed. Hef hoisted the blade up, ready to kill Samazrael. My wings fluttered, lifting me to my feet. I cried out, taking a shaky step forward. I wasn't going to watch Samazrael killed, not by this monster. Not by anyone. Samazrael yelled the word no, at the same time I threw myself at Hef and grabbed for the sword. The moment my hands made contact with the hilt, a searing throb exploded inside me. The dark essence reached deep inside me, finding the last of my power. My eyes shut, and I was thrown back into the image of Hank's bar, the one place that was supposed to be safe. Standing before me were the physical embodiments of my grace and fire. They screamed and shrieked, the dark energy twisting around them, then ripped them away from my outstretched hands. The bar shattered, and I crumpled to the ground, feeling as if I'd been dunked in ice water. Hef stumbled away, sinking to his knees while the sword absorbed the rest of my power. "Let's go." I had no time to look. Samazrael hauled me into his arms. I screamed at the pain it caused, thrashing to get away. His arms closed in tighter, and we were moving. A portal opened, and Bones stood beside it, waving us through. Lucifer beat back the demons attempting to stop us. The flames engulfed us, and just when I thought we were safe, Bones shouted in warning. Lucifer's yell was filled with agony. We were back at the complex. It appeared deserted now. I spotted the stars overhead before my eyes rolled back, and everything went numb and dark.
Chapter 11. Samazrael. I fell through the portal, holding Ashmielle up the best I could. Bones, Rollins, Lucifer, and several other black hearts who'd managed to survive came through next. Lucifer flicked his wrist, shutting the portal. He snapped his fingers, and a wall of hellfire surrounded the complex. The warding reignited, the sigils burning like embers in the air for a few seconds, then turning invisible. "That should buy us some time," Lucifer mumbled. His eyes met mine, then he collapsed to his knees. Blood coated his back. He cursed. Bones hauled him upright, shaking his head. "I told you to go through first," Bones snapped. Lucifer smiled, then cringed, a shudder passing through him. "I've never been good at listening." Bones' lips thinned. "We can't stay here." The portal had taken us back to the complex in New Mexico. Ashmielle's wounds needed to be tended to, as did Lucifer's, but Bones was right. Staying here would be a death sentence. It wouldn't take long for Hef to reach us, warding or not. "We should get what we can, then go," Bones told me. "Any portal we make, Hef will be able to use, though." Lucifer shot his hand into the air, sending a burst of hellfire into the night sky. I wasn't sure what he was up to when a bolt of blue light soared through the stars. It shifted and turned, heading straight for us. A single figure slammed into the ground, creating craters beneath its feet. White feathered wings folded behind its back, and the blue light faded to reveal a fallen angel. He bore silver armor over ivory leather. Short swords that glowed blue were sheathed at his hips. "Lucifer," the angel said, sounding surprised. "Why have you summoned me?" "Draven," Lucifer replied. "It's been a long time, my friend. We need your help." The angel's brow furrowed, but he nodded, rushing forward. "What's happened to you all?" "It's a long story. Right now, we need a portal out of here to a safe location, one which demons won't be able to track," Lucifer explained. "I'll tell you everything once we're safe." Draven, the angel, who was starting to look familiar, nodded. Of course. Ashmielle whimpered, and I sank to my knees, holding her in my lap. I've got you, I whispered, my voice rough from the anger shooting through me. Dear heaven, is that Ashmielle? Draven axe. He took a step toward me, and I snarled, curling my body around Ashmielle's to protect her. He froze, holding up his hands. I'm not going to hurt her, Samazrael. How did he know my name? His eyes, I'd seen that hue of blue before, and the curve to his jaw was familiar. His silver hair was pulled back in intricate braids hanging over his shoulders. Who are you? I whispered, the touch of familiarity emanating from him breaking through the red haze of my rage. He's Dahlia's brother, Lucifer answered. You can trust him. Draven wasn't looking at me, but at Ashmielle's broken wings. His face went blank, and he told Lucifer to get his people ready to move out. Bones shouted the order, and everyone hurried back to the courtyard where we'd landed. We'd have to send word to the demons still loyal to Lucifer once we were safe. They wouldn't know what happened unless Hef decided to go to hell instead of coming after us. Then again, he got what he wanted. Who knew what he was going to do now? Ashmielle shifted in my arms, and I whispered, it's going to be all right. With her power stripped away, the presence of her aura that usually surrounded me was gone. I couldn't even pick up on her emotions. Draven clapped his hands together, then pulled them apart. A swirling ball of blue and white light blinked into existence, stretching wider and wider until an arched doorway appeared. Everyone in, he said, standing to the side. Lucifer motioned for me to take Ashmielle through first. I did, Rollins right beside me. The rest of our sad party stepped through. We stood on snow-tipped grass. A large log cabin was situated about 20 yards ahead of me. A lake was beyond it, and nothing else but trees in all directions. It's warded with grace, Draven told us. Hef won't be able to track you here. The wind gusted, and Ashmielle shivered. Draven directed me to the cabin. While I carried her toward it, I replayed that moment all over again, saw her throw herself at Hef to stop him from killing me. The extent of her wounds shred my heart to ribbons. I made it inside on shaky legs, going where Draven directed. There were 3 bedrooms, and I turned into the first one. Carefully, I laid Ashmielle on the bed, keeping her on her stomach so as not to hurt her wings anymore. I snarled when Draven reached for one of her broken wings. I arched over her body, the rage in me increasing tenfold. Her wings? We're going to have to fix them quickly, he told me. I studied the wings that had nearly been torn from Ashmielle's back. Her wings were broken in several places, drenched in dark blood, the pale bone jutting out of leathery skin. I cradled her in my arms. The longer it takes for me to set them, the higher the chances are of her never being able to use them again. Draven hesitated, his eyes shimmering with concern. As it is, I'm not certain she'll ever fly on her own again. I heard what he was saying. I comprehended it, but instinct bombarded me to keep her safe. To not let anyone touch her again. Coming to, Ashmielle jerked in my arms. A keening whine I never wanted to hear again slipped from her lips. She thrashed. Draven tried to help me keep her on the bed. I snapped at his outstretched fingers, my nostrils flaring while I glared. Samazrael, Draven needs to see her wounds, Lucifer said softly. He stood hunched over in the doorway. It and Bones were the only things keeping him upright. His eyes flared when they darted over Ashmielle's broken and beaten body. I'm not going to hurt her. No one here will, Draven insisted. Let me help her. Please. I bared my fangs, growling even louder when Lucifer tried to come closer to Ashmielle. Samazrael, Lucifer said again, and I shook my head, unable to let go of the anger. My lip twitched, and I closed my arms over Ashmielle the best I could, trying not to add to the pain she must have been in. Sammy. I blinked, unsure I heard Ashmielle's voice. She raised her hand to cup my cheek, though her eyes remained shut. Sam, it hurts, she breathed, grimacing. Everything hurts. My face shifted, and the muscles that were cramped from being tense for so long slowly relaxed. I smoothed Ashmielle's hair from her forehead, pressing my lips to hers gently. "I know, sweetheart, I know," I murmured. "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault." She shuddered, her wings trembling. Her eyes fluttered open, but there were no flames in those silver depths. There was only an anguish that cut right through me. I nodded to Lucifer and Draven, allowing them to reach the bed. "We're going to take care of your wounds now, okay?" She nodded, her face paling even more. Her skin was freezing. I held her closer, giving her as much warmth as I could, little good it seemed to do. Her breathing was ragged and sounded hollow. Her eyes had shut again, and I hoped for her sake she'd passed out. Keeping a firm hold of Ashmielle's hand, I eyed everything Draven did. He asked questions, and when I was unable to answer, Lucifer did for me. A part of me knew he wasn't going to hurt Ashmielle, but the primal side of me didn't trust anyone. How could I? I knelt by Ashmielle's head, unable to stop running my thumb over her bloodied fingertips, her claws having retracted as well as her fangs. Bones kept insisting Lucifer sit down, but he growled to leave him be and take care of his wounds where he was. He wasn't moving from Ashmielle's side. "Fixing these won't be easy," Draven murmured when he turned his attention to Ashmielle's wings. "How did this even happen?" "The cage," I spat. "When it attacked, it yanked her rage out of her control, I think. It's the only way she'd be hurt like this. Can you fix them or not?" "I can set the bones," Draven replied, his armor gone by now and the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up. His clothing was spotted in blood where it had touched Ashmielle's body during his examination of her wounds. "It's going to be painful." "Do whatever necessary," Lucifer instructed, his gaze piercing while he looked at Ashmielle. He nodded and said he'd be back with bandaging and more salve. The next few moments were going to be beyond difficult. I was going to tell him to fetch something that would keep Ashmielle asleep when her hand tensed in mine. She lifted herself off the bed and retched. The blood on the floor had me giving Lucifer a worried look. He rested his hand on her back, avoiding her wings. "Internal wounds," he whispered. He didn't have to finish voicing his thought for me to know what was happening. It was the same as what the other demons went through. The ones who had their hellfire stripped away. She was sick again, clutching at the bed until her claws extended, tearing through the sheets. "Sam? Sammy?" "Right here," I assured her, kneeling by the bed again. She lifted her head, trying to look over her shoulder, but I gently eased her back down. "You're okay," I said, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. "Everything's going to be okay. Swear it. You just need to rest now." Her teeth chattered. She winced, her limbs jerking. Her wings fluttered, and she yelped. I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to draw blood, grounding myself. I'd lost control once this night. Now I had to be strong for her. "How bad is it?" she asks. "Not so bad. You're going to be just fine." "Liar," she whispered, and my heart ached. Her hand squeezed mine, and she turned her head to the side, vomiting again. I held her hair and rubbed her back, comforting her the best I could without showing her how afraid I was. Not being able to feel her as I used to was confusing and strange. When she sagged to the bed a second time, her gaze shifted to where Lucifer stood at her other side. "Hey," she breathed. She held out her other hand for his. Lucifer took it, not giving away how much pain he was in as he knelt. "I'm here," he whispered. "I'm so sorry, Ashmielle." She said something, but the words were too soft to make out. When her eyes shut again, I quickly checked her pulse. Her heart raced, and her breathing turned sharp and ragged. Draven returned with Rollins and 2 more demons in tow. Ashmielle was in and out of it, her whimpers of pain punctuated by moments she was sick again. "This is going to be rough," Draven warned. "Hold her steady. She'll break them even worse than they already are if she moves too much." I continued to kneel at Ashmielle's side, as did Lucifer. We each held fast to one of her hands. The others, Draven pointed to where they should stand. We surrounded the bed, Draven telling us not to let go. He gave me an apologetic look, took a deep breath, and reached for Ashmielle's right wing. His fingers barely brushed across the broken joint, and Ashmielle flinched. When he closed his hands around the cartilage and bone jutting through the thin layer of leathery skin, she screamed, fighting to get away. "Hold her," Draven ordered over the noise. Ashmielle's back curved, her eyes widening. "Look at me," I told her sternly. "Squeeze my hand hard as you can. I can take it, but you have to hold still." "I can't," she breathed, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Yes, you can. Use me. Scream if you have to, but you can do this. We're right here with you." Ashmielle let out a shaky breath, her tiny claws digging into my skin. She laid back down, pressing her face into the pillows. Draven grabbed the bone again, and with a quick jerk of his wrist, straightened it. Blood seeped from the fresh wound she'd inflicted on mine and Lucifer's hands from Ashmielle's claws, but neither of us let go. Her lips parted in a silent scream. She violently trembled while Draven swiftly bound the wing joint the best he could, using small metal clamps to hold it and a metal rod in place. They pierced the skin, and Ashmielle let out a growl, snapping her jaws. Draven released her, and she collapsed on the bed, her eyes fluttering. Draven hurried around to the other side of the bed, studying her left wing. This one was broken worse than the right. The bone stuck out of the skin in 3 places. There were 2 tears in the membrane too. Those would heal on their own, but looking at the shredded skin threw me right back into what she must have endured before we reached her. Ashmielle gave my hand a squeeze. I glanced down to see her staring at me. "Don't," she whispered weakly. "It is not your fault." My eye twitched, and I pressed my lips to her forehead. Draven prepared to grab the bone. I asked Ashmielle if she was ready. She nodded, bracing, scrunching her eyes shut. She cursed when Draven fixed the first break. She let out a yelp when he reached the second, which was a bit worse. The final one was at the joint. He would have to drag the bone back into the skin, then shift it so it lined up correctly. It was by far the worst wound. Fixing this one wasn't going to be quick. Even Lucifer paled, holding Ashmielle's hand in both of his now. His mental walls cracked, and I sensed his swelling rage until he clamped down on his mind again. Draven took hold of the bone, maneuvering it back into the skin. Ashmielle snarled. Draven didn't stop. Everyone had to press on Ashmielle to hold her down while he worked to align the bones. I hated every second of it. Her screams ripped new scars on my soul, ones that would never heal. No matter what Ashmielle said, her injuries were my fault. Her scream turned into a shriek, and I winced along with her. "Almost there," I told her. "Almost." Draven quickly repeated the same process as with the first wing, attaching 3 metal rods this time after the wounds were bandaged. He let go the moment he was finished. Ashmielle collapsed to the bed again, only this time her eyes remained shut. She was breathing erratically, and her pulse wasn't much better. When she began to shiver, I pulled hellfire into my hand and sent it coursing over her body in waves to keep her warm. "Rest is the best thing for her now," Draven said. "The shock will wear off soon." I didn't bother to say anything, keeping my focus on Ashmielle. The flames continued to wash over her, and she sighed, the shivering stopping after another minute. Gently, I gathered up her hair and braided it to make sure it was out of the way. I traced my fingers down her cheek, and she shifted, moving closer at my touch. "Sleep," I whispered when her eyelids started to open. "Just sleep." Her lips twitched, and she breathed my name. "I'm not going anywhere," I assured her. She settled even more on the bed. Her breathing steadied, and when her pulse was back to normal, I finally let go of my worries that she wasn't going to make it. Draven gave her one last glance over, offered a satisfied nod, then turned to Lucifer. "Your turn." Lucifer kissed the top of Ashmielle's head, then migrated to a chair in the corner. He sat so his back was facing Draven, and I glimpsed the wound have caused for the first time. He tugged his shirt over his head. Bones took it, his lips pursed while he glared at the King of Hell. "Don't give me that look," Lucifer muttered. "This is not my first war wound." "What caused this?" Draven asked. "You should have healed by now." "It's a long story," Lucifer replied, growling when Draven pressed his fingers along the edge of the wound. It stretched from the top of Lucifer's right shoulder, across his spine, and ended at his left side just above his hip. I'm going to assume it has to do with why you're here, and not in hell. Draven sighed. Right. Let me get more salve and some bandaging. You're going to need stitches. Lucifer waved him off. His gaze drifted to Ashmielle after Draven left. Dahlia saw it, you know. Saw what? I asked quietly. Ashmielle becoming stronger than me and ruling hell. She saw it. I was looking forward to the moment I could hand the realm to my child. He exhaled, sounding worn out. Hef is right. Hell needs to change, but not in the way he wants. I've ruled for far too long. You were going to retire. Lucifer smirked. Something like that, yes. But now, I don't know what's going to happen. Ashmielle shifted, and I ran my fingers down her cheek, soothing her back to sleep. I can't feel her, I whispered. She lost what power she had left to save me. That's what you do for those you love. She should have let me die. A tear slipped down my cheek. I let it fall, not caring who saw. Is there a way to get her power back? Break the sword? I don't know. I've never seen a weapon like that before. I swallowed hard, my chest tight and my rage festering, ready to break free all over again. Samazrael, Lucifer snapped, and I jerked up to look at him. You have my word we'll make him pay for this. Hef will die if it's the last thing I do on this earth. The unasked question hung in the air. Would we kill Hef in time to save Ashmielle and the rest of the world? Or would we end up watching it burn, Ashmielle right along with it? If Lucifer's wound didn't heal, he'd be weakened. All it would take was one solid strike from Hef, and the king of hell would be no more. Hef would unleash chaos upon the human world, and there'd be no one to stop him from going after the heavens next. A yawning pit of despair opened within me, threatening to suck me into it. If she were going to die, I'd be right there with her. I couldn't survive losing her again. I kissed her, willing her to stay strong. Death couldn't take her yet. I wouldn't let it.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.